and welcome along and welcome back to the Old Stream Farm. Today we are going to be continuing to do our harvesting of the grapes. We've got field 5 left to do, and I want to get up there and get that sorted. We also need to sort out the ground near our new greenhouses. Those are looking a little bit rough around there. We should sort it out and make that okay. Now, I'm going to start from this side of the field because as we've done with the other parts, we're going to be doing 2 rows at a time. Let's get some lights on around here because it's a fairly early morning here in October. It's not too bad. We should be able to do things fairly well and fairly quickly today. A single field left to do. Won't be too bad, but I'm not coming onto here very straight, so hopefully we're good. Let's reverse off a little bit. There we are. We got 75,000 in the bank, which is fantastic. The sun is beginning to come up now. You can see the light has improved. And yeah, we should get all of these finished today, which is absolutely brilliant. I'm very, very happy with that. We should have enough to buy the textile factory if we wanted to, and get our wool and our cloth into there if we wanted. I need to have a look around and see what we've got to do. I mean, we need to extend this field. We've got a lot of planting to come to do next year, but investing in the textile factory now would actually go fairly well towards us doing things on here to get that extra cash in the new year. We would get extra money in from the wool, and it would work out fairly well. So yeah, there is that. Now, the other thing to remember is we have a few bits of equipment that we need to buy going into this winter. We definitely need a wider cultivator. I'm very tempted to get a wider mulcher as well. Something that will help us do these rows a little bit more easily. The kit we've got now is barely wider than our tractor, and so as a result it gets a bit difficult to get in close. I'm looking for some equipment that's about 2.4 meters, I think, in total. So if we can find stuff that matches that width, and that will help us then to get in here and get the equipment working fairly well. We are going to hold on to this harvester. As I said before, we can't currently afford to buy it, but the longer we keep it and the more days we have, the less it will cost us to buy it overall. So yeah, I think it's worth holding on to now that we have the lease to own mod in here, and it then sitting around here actually acts like we're paying off money for having to, you know, heading towards buying it. Yes, we can't configure anything on it for now, but that's absolutely fine. We'll be okay for that kind of thing once we get further along and can actually afford to buy it outright. I'm going to be looking at reshaping the yard over the next few months. I think if we can prepare that lower area of the yard for a new set of vines, we can add another field in about the size of field 1. So we'll add a decent amount of extra vines in for next year. I'm at 98%. I was actually kind of hoping we might get to the end of this road before we're full, but that's not going to happen. So we'll just drive forwards, drive far enough out to get our tractor behind us, and then we'll go and grab the Kubota. This little Kubota has done us really, really well since we purchased it. It's just worked brilliantly on the farm. I did ask last time, you know, do we need to keep the Antonio Carrera tractor? And yeah, the response from you guys very much was, no, we could probably run the farm on this Kubota and the G Series Valtra, which is very, very true, especially looking to get some bigger equipment to work with. Oh, I forgot we'd got a whole load in here left over from last night. So these are going to have to go straight to the sell point, or not the sell point, straight to our factory. And it's not quite a full trailer, or not quite a full empty of the harvester. So let's just move this forward and out the way. And I'm going to back the harvester onto there. And then I'm going to turn the harvester off. Because we want to try and avoid... Well, we haven't used it for an hour so far. I think we are going to hit that today, as I was saying a moment ago. And as a result, I do want to kind of turn this off and try and avoid that. But I think we'll be very, very lucky. We are already up to 0.9. So, yeah, this is going over the hour. It is going to cost us a load of money. We have the money to do it, so it's not the end of the world. But, yeah, preferably it would have been good if we'd not had to go over the hour today, because we've already paying money for having it every day anyway. Right, let's get this trailer full of grapes. Let's get them down to our factory and start turning them into some grape juice. Into our, well, in through the archway and into here. And look, we already have some grape juice coming out the front. That's fantastic. This is already processing all of our grapes that we've been bringing in. We'll reverse this up and get this tipped. I am really, really pleased with the way this has been going. We're up to sort of the mid-40s in episodes, and I normally like to do around about 50 episodes to a series, but we have so many plans still remaining for this farm that I kind of want to keep going for a little bit. So we'll probably add another year onto here, so maybe go up to 60 odd episodes for this series. Looking at our processing, we're a long way from filling this up at the moment, which is great. We have 15,000 litres of grapes in here to process, so that's also great. How are we doing with this yet? We've got wool coming through there and making textiles the other side of this wool. So, yeah, that is going to be going into the textile factory in the future. We are going to try the trick of delivering a whole load of stuff in there when the price hits the top, and then seeing if we can buy the textile factory afterwards. But we'll see how that goes. With what's happened with contracts recently, we may find that that is also something that's been patched out. Back up to the field, though, and we're looking pretty good for getting this field done. It's only 9:10, and already we're a good third of the way through the field. Now, I'm slightly worried. We've got nearly 46 hours on this Kubota M5 already. We did get it cheap. It was pretty much a steal, and actually, I think that may be a really, really good reason for not getting rid of the Antonio Carrera tractor that we've got, because we are then relying on that Kubota an awful lot to get stuff done. And the more we use that with the hours we got on it, the more it is going to end up costing us because of repairs and maintenance. So being able to spread the work a little bit, that is going to make a huge difference over time and to our income overall. I'm actually finding it a lot easier to keep a nice straight line from in cab than out of it. The lining up of that console there on the line of the grapes, on the line of the vines, is really good and really useful. And definitely means that I'm able to keep the line fairly nice and fairly good. Now, we've done about 40 odd %, yeah, from 2 rows here. So I'm hoping I can get to the end of this row and empty the other side on this load. If we're lucky, we'll make it all the way and it'll work fine, and it'll be all good. So I'm going to risk it a bit, and we'll see if we can make it to the other end before we have to empty. Otherwise, I think we're going to be slightly short again and just have to drive out the end of the row to empty out into the trailer. Well, it's close. We're at 99%, 100%. Is that the whole row? No, it's not. Look, there's just one set of vines at the end where we didn't quite get it. So I'm going to have to back onto that row and just grab those quickly. We'll put this here and then run over and grab the tractor. And I think I might have to actually reverse into place. The corner of this field is really bumpy and really difficult to get a good position on. So easiest thing to do is to bring it up here and just back in here and out the way. Right, so like that. And then we will empty that out there and into our trailer. And yeah, that'll work. And this time we can empty the lot, which is perfect. So now that's emptied, let's just pull our tractor and trailer out the way. This farmer won't mind. There's nothing done with this field yet. And then we just want to back this back onto this row here, like so. Turn it back on and get that last 17 litres that we weren't able to. So we've gone over the 1 hour mark on the usage of our harvester here, and yeah, that has cost us I think it's about 4,000 on that. It happened a little while ago. It happened sort of middle of that previous row, and I initially missed it. But yeah, we're down to 70,600. We were at about 74,000. So it has cost us a whack of money to keep this going. I don't think that's a problem. I think we're easily covering the cost of that with what we're going to be harvesting here in the second hour. And as I said, well, somebody said to me now last night during my live stream, because I'm recording this on Saturday, that the number of hours used and the cost of the hourly usage also comes off the cost of having of how much that you eventually would have to pay to buy a leased piece of equipment, which is not something I particularly think is a good thing, but you know, it's something I need to check, and I need to do a little bit more experimentation. I think there should be a downside to using the lease to buy stuff compared to saving up and buying something outright. And yeah, not having the hours usage and the cost of the hour usage included would, I think, be a good thing, but I haven't checked that that is how the mod works. It would be good, I think, if that was the thing. It would discourage you from using a leased item too much. And it would still make it difficult for getting a tractor. Let me know in the comments what you think to that. Whether the lease to buy mod should include the hourly cost of using something. And yeah, if you know how it works, if you also have used this mod and can tell me if it includes stuff that includes the hourly amount and takes that off the total cost to buy it, then yeah, let us know that as well. I should have emptied out before I started this row. We are already at 98%. And I am nowhere near going to make it to the end of this row. There we go. Right, let's back it out slowly, because where we're going to empty next is going to be the end of the next row coming back. So very carefully back out of here. Like that. And we're just going to pull this under the back of the harvester. So slowly does it, get it into position like so. And this has hit 46 hours now. Now I shouldn't need to move the tractor until we come out the other end of this row here. The final row. Oh no, we will, because this is going to fill the trailer. And yeah, look at that, 200 litres short. So let's turn that off. This needs to go and get tipped. And then, yeah, we've got just a few litres left. So another 6,000 litres delivering now. And probably another 2,000 litres still sitting on the field. So in we come with our grapes. Round and into our grape factory. Get ourselves some more grape juice, he says in inverted commas out of here. Yeah, we're creating a vineyard. This is a wine. This is a winery. And there we go. Is it going to tip them? Yep. It's always weird to me that the tipping place, yeah, is slightly outside of where I'd actually expect it to be to go in. And we'll get this back up here, and what I'm going to do is just park it here so that we can pull the harvester straight out, pull this tractor forward a little bit, and just finish things off. Start her up, start up the harvester. And yeah, we've got half a row to go before it'll actually start harvesting again. But there is a row and a half still left on this field. Okay, I think 2,000 litres may have been a bit of an overestimate. We're coming up on 1,000 litres at the end of this row. Not horrible. I mean, that's still a lot of grapes that we've got off here today. Are we going to even hit the 1,000 litres? We're not. We're about 60 litres shy. So we'll just bring this up here. Pull this forwards. And then we'll be able to just go straight out and take it to our factory. There we go. Right, let's reverse this up. We're on a hill, so I've got to watch the brakes. And there we go. Unload those. And that is the last of our grapes for today. And in fact, for this season, we are all done on the grapes for this year by the end of October, which is brilliant. Now, as I said, we are going to hold on to this grape harvester because we've got a lease to buy set up on here now. We can do that. Where I'm going to store it, I don't know, because it's quite tall. That shed there would be quite useful, except I'm thinking of demolishing that to make way for some new vineyard area. I think the best place for us to put it is probably in our main barn, in our main shed. Alternatively, this space here is completely unused. You know what? I think that's where we're going to store it. I think absolutely perfect place for the year. Let's just stick it in the shed here. It can then stay here, isn't used for the year, and instead can just sit there and cost us money instead. 5,082 was what the vehicle leasing costs were for that harvester. It took a little while for it to come through, but yeah, 5,082 was what it cost us to go over that second hour. Not a huge problem, because I think we're going to make more than that just on the, well, easily make more than that just on the grapes that we harvested at that point. It's good for us. I think it works. I think it works well doing it this way. We are going to make more money on that than it's ever going to cost us. So, yeah, it's all fine and all good. Right, let's tip this up. and get these dropped off here, and then I can check exactly how much we've got in here. So we're up to 21,574 litres. That is going to make us about 20... it's going to be about 16,000 litres of grape juice. Absolutely fantastic. I'll leave that grape juice processing now until February, and then we'll be able to turn around and get all of that sold around then at the highest price. It'll be about 3,000 per 1,000 litres, which is a huge amount, especially considering how much we're going to be dropping off there, or how much we have dropped off there. So that is excellent. Let's drop this off here, though, and we're all done with this. And I want to go and have a look at our greenhouses and get them sorted. And then we can go from there and see how we do. So let's stop that. Close that. And we're going to head over here. And I'm actually going to stand under the cover here so that we can do a little bit of landscaping. So if we get in closer, we can see it's really, really bumpy round here. And what I want to do is sort of raise the land from this point here. So we're going to level this out all the way across here until the road here. We're going to put a little bit of a bump in and a little bit of raised bits. So the raised bit we've got there, we're going to do on the road there, and then we're going to smooth it all out as we go a bit further. So let's landscape. I want to match this, and I want to match it to here, I think, and then bring it out, and we should see the land come up. Yeah, there we go. You can see it there coming up to match the rest, and all the way along here, and make that nice and flat. Now, if we take it out to the roadway, that's going to make it easier to do at the far end. And this is where it starts costing the cash. But holding this down and doing this should make everything work properly for us. And then we can just smooth it down a bit at the other side of the roadway. Yeah, so much along here. And this will just make everything just work that little bit better. There we go. And yeah, we'll smooth it down at the far end. We'll keep the ridge going along here. And then we'll smooth it out on the roadway at the far side. Anything here that needs raising? That's all looking good. And you can see the height that raises to now along there. But at this point here, it all sort of lays out. Right, so having done that, I'm going to enlarge this a little bit and then just smooth out everything around there a bit so that it's not too bad coming onto it. Like that. And then down this end here, we're going to do the same thing, sort of going from here over to here and just sort of smooth that out over a larger area. And doing that over there should work better. And then I can see that we've got a couple of bits here that aren't flat. Yeah, just take this along here. All the way along there like that. Right, let's check that out. How does that look? Yeah, that's nice and smooth going up to there. We've got a little bit of a dip there, but this is all nice and smooth. And then we've got a little bit of a smooth dip off the end there as well. I actually think that there's a little bit of too much of a dip in this bit here. So onto here, construction and landscaping. And again, we're going to just smooth this out, larger area. And yeah. That then will just make that look a little bit better overall. Yeah, happy with that. That's all good. So, yeah, looking much, much better. And then this road going along here makes sense with this raised bit here compared to the bit down here. I think that works really, really well. And I'm actually going to take this area here, I think, and I don't know. I think I might smooth this bit out here a little bit more, actually. So let's grab that there. And this hasn't cost me as much as I thought it was going to. But I basically want to smooth this whole area out here, just to make that a little bit more functional for us. There we go. That's much better. Yep, I like that a lot. And we can still get down and into here to get those out. And down and into here to get these out. And that is going to make... There's still a drop here. That's a bit weird. I think that's really close to where the... actual bit is for that. So let's see if we can't get in there and raise it. We should be able to. No, it's costing us a load of money and not raising it. I don't think there's anything I can do about that. It just seems to have a natural dip at that point. But looking all good. So how are we for water? 7,000 odd litres. We have a look in our productions. Yeah, we're good for water, seeds, and fertilizer on all three of those. So happy with that. We're still producing fabric there, so that's still going. And we are producing grapes there, so that is all good. Animals-wise, chickens are doing well. Sheep, not so much. I think we might go and put maybe a couple of bales into the sheep. So to do that, I'm going to use my little JCB Teletruck, and we want to switch around these. Now, I've mentioned in a few videos before that I've been having problems with this Teletruck and the camera. And so I'm going to demonstrate this to you quickly. So we're inside at the moment. We can move the camera left and right easily. I come out and suddenly I lose all camera control, and again back in and I lose all camera control. Now if I switch from the front loader tool to the main thing and switch out, and I had to jump out and jump back in to reset it. So now I have the JCB itself selected. That's fine, and that's fine. So yeah, there's an oddity on this mod. On the other JCB, I don't know if I've got this in here. Let's just have a look. It's a telehandler, the other one that I had the problem with. No, I don't have it. It's not that one. There's a telehandler like this that's a JCB that's on the mod hub as well. That one has this issue, and strangely, the 10 series Fords have this issue, where if you have the main part, or if you don't have the main vehicle, the main bit of equipment selected, and you change cameras, the camera no longer moves, which is just the oddest thing. This is 4,500. This is going to be enough to feed our sheep for a little while, so that's good. But yeah, so I seem to have got past the camera issue. But I still don't know why it's happening. I don't know what's the cause of that. Wow, we've got a fair amount of wool in here as well. I might go and get my trailer and get that sorted. Before I do that, how's that for the sheep and feed? That's back in the green. We're in the green with the chickens as well. Let's go and do something I've been talking about doing for ages. And that we really, really need to get on this farm. And I'm going to put it... I think I'm going to put it down the side here. So, position, construction, tools. I don't think I have one of these anywhere. We could put it in the corner. Why is that so high up there? Yeah, I think we'll put it in the corner over here. And then that's just a nice little wash station. 1,150. And now our really, really dirty JCB Teletruck can be washed. Look at that. There we go. BF never washes his equipment. Is very true. But now I'm making this one sparkle again because this little telly truck is absolutely awesome. I absolutely love this bit of kit. It's brilliant. There we go. I think that's done it. And yeah. Right. So the other thing I probably want to do is load up the wool. And that would be a good little job to finish off today. Get that loaded up. Get that delivered down to our spinnery. At which point we can then sort things out. And yeah, we're going to make some money from textiles. How much is the fabric worth at the moment? Not a lot by the looks of things. 4,435. We're looking to sell this in April. We're actually quite low at the moment. So April is our target. Nearly 7,000 per 1,000 liters is the target as well. And then, yeah. Oh, wow. We could make probably a ton more money if we were to buy that textile factory now and start getting the stuff into it. So I'm going to put this to you guys. Which do you think we should do? Should we wait till April, sell all of our textiles to the shop, to the tailor shop, and then try and buy the tailor shop off the back of it, but then potentially lose a whole load of money because we can't process it quickly enough? Or should we start processing the fabric now, buy the textile shop now, and then by April be able to sell it at 18,000 a go? Let me know. I am intrigued as to how you think we should proceed on there, because that is a lot of money per 1,000 liters. What's the conversion? Oh, can we not tell the conversion yet? I don't know what the conversion is for that textile shop. Yeah, there's a lot of options there. And how are we going to take the most advantage of it? There's one thing I've learned is that you want to try and maximize your profits as much as possible. I do feel like not taking advantage of that 18,000 per 1,000 liters in April will come to bite us in the butt. And I don't think we can process the amount of textiles we're going to have quickly enough. It's a real catch-22, that one. I'm loving, though, how well the wool and the spinnery and everything is working out for us on here. I mean, it is a vineyard, and our primary thing is trying to do the grapes and everything on here. But I do love how well this is all working together in such a small area. I said this last video, but I am amazed at how much we've accomplished buying one field and one farmyard. And we're still looking to expand the vineyard without having to buy a single another field. That is just huge. Right, that is that done. So I'm going to go and park this up, and then we'll go and drop the wool off. And it's October, so it's beginning to get dark fairly early, and we have achieved an awful lot today. Into the spinnery, and we found this last time. We need to get right in here to get these to drop off. In fact, I think that's all of them in. There we are. Yep. And as we had a look earlier, how is our spinnery doing? 22,000 liters we got in here. It does 1,440 cycles per month. And yeah, 2 wool produces 1 fabric. Wow. So 11,000 liters of fabric we're expecting to get out of here. That's 60,000 pounds in fabric. But it depends on what the conversion between fabric and text and clothes is, because it could be so much bigger. And 18,000 per 1,000 liters could mean that we earn just an absolute fortune. So yeah, only good things to come on here. We seem to have broken the back on this series and ready to expand further. It is November, and you can see that the leaves on our grapevines have now turned a lovely golden color. So we've jumped in our Antonio Carrera tractor here, and we're going to head up to the shop because I didn't realize we haven't actually bought a defoliator. We borrowed one the last couple of years and used that, but yeah, we've not actually bought one. So plan today is to head up to here, grab ourselves one of those so that we can go and defoliate all of our vines and get them turned around for next year. Doesn't look like the grass has grown enough for me to get the well, replace our mulcher and our subsoiler, and to get those or get new ones of those and get it turned around. So I think it's going to be maybe a February, March turnaround for those. What we need though is this. So a Pro Vatis MP1220CEA is what we're going to buy. It's 16,000 to buy this. So I'm going to do exactly that. I could lease it and hold on to it until we've paid for it. But to be perfectly honest, we have the money at the moment, so I might as well use it and get that. Now, one of the reasons why I said I was originally considering keeping this tractor was because we didn't have a front 3-point on the Kubota. Couldn't put a front 3-point on the Kubota, and therefore wouldn't be able to use it with this. As many people have pointed out, you can actually put one of these on the rear as well and get it to work that way. So yeah, you can do that, and I would have done that. But as we have discovered with our Kubota, that currently is on about 45-46 hours. So it's going to get very expensive to do a lot of work with that tractor in the near future. I want to preserve it. I want to use it for the things we need to use it for, and therefore we can use this tractor and spread the load a little bit between the two. So we're going to continue to do that. We're going to hold on to this tractor for now. I mean, this tractor only has 9.3 hours on it, so it's still a very useful tractor from that point of view. I'm going to avoid hooking this up to anything I need to look backwards with. So the Kubota is going to be great for doing the cultivating and the mulching through here, and will be great for that. And yeah, it just allows us to spread out the amount of work that we end up doing with this equipment. Right, let's turn that on. We want to raise it up, and then we should be able to just bring this in here and start defoliating like that. And yeah, this is a fantastic piece of kit. Can I lower it and raise it? I can't lower and raise it with the front loader settings. So, but it does seem to work pretty well going along here like this. And as a result, yeah, well worth keeping this tractor about to get jobs like this done, and yeah, to take a little bit of weight off from our Kubota and not put too many more hours on that tractor. You can see, as with the harvesting on here, the easiest way for us to go with this is alternate rows. We're able to take a nice wide turn at this end doing it that way. The only downside is when it comes to the other end, we need to make a much sharper turn to get round and basically get into the next row. Not a huge problem, but at the same time, I'm trying to sort of keep things as easy for me maneuvers-wise as we can. So bring this round here. So I'm trying to figure out at the moment what jobs are best for our 3 tractors. Very much I'm thinking that water transport and bits like that, along with any grass work, can probably go to our G Series Valtra. I think this tractor here certainly can take some weight off of the Kubota by doing this, and probably the spraying as well. I think this is a great little tractor for us to get the sprayer on and do our vines that way with that. And then, yeah, I would guess that leaves the Kubota doing the carting of our grapes each year, as well as the mulching between these vines and the use of the subsoiler around them as well. So yeah, we've got a good little sort of segregation of equipment and how it's all going to be used on here, that I think going forward is going to go quite well. Judging though by the age of the Kubota, that is probably going to be the tractor we have to replace first. Reach the end of the field, and this is now going to be the lightest turn we have to do, because we've got to bring it right round and back in like so. This little tractor actually is really, really maneuverable. I think the only way to have it more maneuverable one would be there are some of these Antonio Carrera ones that, rather than having turning front wheels, they turn in the middle, and that would make it a little bit more maneuverable. But I don't really have a huge issue. It's turning easily, we're getting round, and the maneuverability is absolutely fine. So it's making very short work of this field. I mean, it's nearly 9 in the morning and we are already on our way back, so that is just fantastic news. Coming around for our final pass on field 1. And yeah, this has gone very smoothly for the most part. It is 9:30 in the morning. We've zoomed through this field, and yeah, this is the kind of size of field we're looking to add in the yard. Very much looking to kind of make it a to make an extra field up the top. So let's turn that off, bring this round. Or in the yard itself, so down the far end, in fact the opposite corner to where we are now. I think we're going to demolish the buildings over there. They're not really used that much. I've got some other places to store stuff over there, and it makes sense to kind of do that. So yeah, that shed, that large shed at the end there, I think we can quite sensibly get rid of this and not have that up here. I mean, at the moment we've only got that trailer and that in there. The rest of that can go, and that's going to give us quite a good area going backwards to add some more stuff. And then this shed over here, I'm very much thinking we can move this as well. I think we can probably move this over. And maybe get a... We don't need this large, to be honest. We don't need this large a storage shed for bales. I mean, this is huge. So if I can find another area to store some bales, or put another little bale shed in, then that is probably what we will do there, and get that all running a little bit better, and give us actually a pretty large area to put some more grapes in. We might end up having to move the newly placed pressure washer and possibly our fuel tank. They're going to be a little bit close there, and also I need to make sure that we can come out of our grain store and very easily do that. Although, to be perfectly honest, again, we're not really using that grain store. The grain store itself has been there for when we do contracts. At the moment, we're not picking up any harvest contracts. We might do next year if we can sort things out, but at the moment, yeah, there's nothing in that grain store, and if we could replace that with maybe another barn, that might be a better way to go. I'm thinking there's a better way of doing this. So rather than trying to turn around and do the same row, I'm going to truly do every other row. We should be able then to... So what will happen is I'll skip a row here, but because this is on the right hand side, it will skip 2 rows worth. But as long as I come back up this row on my way back, it won't make a difference. I won't need to worry too much. And I think this will save a lot of maneuvering. I think it's going to end up looking like I'm I'm doing every 2 rows and then skipping. But I think the way it'll end up is actually working out better for me. So we're going to try this. We're going to see if it makes a difference. If we do it on the way out and on the way back, I think it could overall make quite a big difference to how I'm running this field at the moment. So there we are. I've gone through and I've now done every other row driving as I should. But yeah, and if we go every other row here, we end up on here. And it makes it easier to turn around at the end, I think. I've got to get this right in order to do this. But it should be that we go up here and back down the next. But yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense. Because I haven't done 2 rows. Now, I have skipped a row. So, yeah, we don't want to be down here like this. We want to be coming back up the next row over. There should have been... This row here should have got cleared, and then I should have gone back down the outer row there in order to sort things out. So once we've cleared up the strangeness at this end of the field, we should be all sorted and all good to go. Yeah, I skipped a row when I shouldn't have. So I bring this round here, and then you can see that going up this row, down the next row over, will then go up the row a couple of rows over, and it should all work out fairly well for us. Although I'm going to have to drive down the far end of the field, which, looking back on it, I could have planned it a little bit better exactly where I started. Having this mounted on the front of this little tractor does make it much easier to see what you're doing, especially from an in-cab perspective like this. And the other beauty is, if I wanted to buy a second one of these and do this job twice as fast, I could do. You could mount one on the front, one on the back, and just sort of sit in the middle of the road doing this. It will reach, and it will work, and it's really quite cool for that. We could possibly do this with the G Series as well. Mount this on the front. I think the G Series fits between these rows, but I quite like the idea of using a dedicated Vineyard tractor like this. It kind of works a little bit better for us overall, I think. Now, as we're coming to the end here, you're now going to see how this whole thing works that I switch to. We skip a row, and it's on the outside, and it means that we come back in, and yeah, nicely line up in, and it's so much easier, and we're turning just as much at each end by doing it this way. So yeah, much better way of doing this. I'm very pleased that I worked this out, and on the next field, or up on field 5, we will do this way as well. Coming up to the final row on the old cow meadow, and again, nice swift job. We are up to 20 past 12, and yeah, that's just worked out really well for us. How are we looking on our bits here? So we're beginning to get onto the second row. I'm kind of waiting for these to fill up. So once we get full rows on here, we will sell all the lettuce again. We'll get it all loaded up. We of course have 3 lots this time, so that is going to be 3 stacks high on our trailer. I think our trailer will take that many. and should be okay for that. So very, very happy. Somebody was saying actually that I should have last time waited should set it to automatically sell with the remains of the stuff from our greenhouses. And yeah, that's not a bad shout. That would have probably worked quite well. Didn't lose us a massive amount of money, but yeah, did lose us a little bit. So I could conceivably have done a little bit better with when we used up our the remains from our other greenhouses. But I don't think it was the end of the world with how we ended up. It's turned into a really nice autumn day here on the Old Stream Farm. The leaves are all a beautiful colour. The sun's looking nice. Admittedly, the sun's not getting very high in the sky. We are we've got casting some fairly long shadows, even at 1 in the afternoon. But it is nice and bright, and it's quite glorious. Really, really lovely autumn day. I love days like this. This just looks absolutely beautiful. The reds and the yellows and the oranges on the trees as we defoliate our grapevines, which are covered in the similar colors. And then we've got our tractor and our defoliator as well, which are a similar sort of autumnal colors that fit in really well. It's just a really beautiful setup. And looks pretty gorgeous. It's the smoothest this year that this has gone. That we've been able to get everything working as well as it has this year is just great. We seem to be at a point on this farm and in this save now where there's enough money coming in to cover what we need to do. And as a result, we are just in a really good place. It will be intriguing to see how much it costs us to add all the extra vines I want to add this year, and whether we'll be able to raise the funds in order to do it. Is it going to be as expensive as last year? Quite possibly. The vines in Field 1 was not a cheap investment to begin with. And as a result, I want to be this row. As a result, it may be that trying to add as many vines as we're looking to add this year isn't possible. We have 48,000 in the bank though, and we know we have quite a large amount of money coming in, not only from the fabric, but also potentially from the clothes, and also from the grape juice, which we are now processing. I'm basically ignoring that for now. It will just process away. We should get a whole load of grape juice out that we can then load up come I think it was sort of January the price of that hits its peak. So yeah, I'm very much looking forward to getting that to hit its peak at the right time. I was hoping to avoid this. So the very last row here is actually on something of a slope and is much more difficult to do. Actually, yeah, much more difficult to do with with equipment like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to go down this row. I'm just going to back myself out carefully. We'll do the last row, and then we'll have to do some fiddling about to get rid of these last two rows. But we should be okay, I think. I want to come up, yeah, I want to come up that row anyway, and we'll need to fiddle about to get things to work as they should. Because at the moment it's kind of all going the wrong way, and I just need to work it out. But doing this from this side means I don't have to work with the slope on the far side that just causes me problems all the time. So I've sorted the issue out, but realistically I am down the wrong end of this to get those running now. It's sort of an odd number that we hit on here, so turn that off. fold it up, and we'll just run down this row here. And then we can start up from the other end, get back onto our sequence, get everything running as it should, and clear this out. To get this all done in a day is fantastic, but it does show what adding more and more vines is going to do to us on here, because we are going to find that we don't have enough time to get all of these jobs done. Running at the 2-day months we're running it now, we barely got all of our grapes harvested this year. I think it'll take 2 full days to get all of the grapes harvested in October, and ideally I want to turn around our grapes as fast as possible. We could have harvested a month earlier, but we were fairly late planting the newer ones. So I think next year it's going to be a case of harvesting our first set of grapes as soon as we can, and then possibly going into October to harvest the newer ones we're looking to plant, and then we should be able to get all of this defoliated, possibly the first lot done in the second half of October and going into November, or just over the 2 days in November. There is the time to do everything. It's just making sure that we use it effectively. This is working out well. We are nearly at the end. We've sorted ourselves out. We've got a good system running in and onto that row. Yep. And this will all be turned around. I think we're going to leave these trees here and maybe just have a couple of shorter rows going through this part of the vineyard here. I think it's nice to leave the trees in and add a bit of character. I'm always against removing bits like that. It's you know, that adds a lot of character to the yard and things, and removing a tree is much more of a permanent change than something that over the long term is a bit more transient, like a shed. You know, some of these trees been standing here for a very, very long time. Look at that. But yeah, this area here, this is all going to be vineyard. Somebody did suggest I put an automatic feeding water tank up here or something like that. Not a bad shout. I do quite like doing the water myself though, and trying to keep an eye on that. It keeps the greenhouses in my mind to do that. So yeah, I'm not overly looking to get rid of those. I think we could have, now just looking, somebody suggested I take a screenshot and then plan, but I think what we want to do is this be a road down here and across here. I think we want vines running from here all the way across over to here. Yeah, until, well, the thing is, we could go right up to here and send this road. I think we want to send these roads down the back here and be on the end here. And then, yeah, we'll probably have a road. Well, I'd take the vines right up to the end here. And as I said, we could then have a road coming out of here that scoops round the back here. And then, yeah, the vines come up to sort of this area here. That would be a very nice... Can you imagine all of that as a big field of vines? That is huge. What I then need to do is find somewhere to store bales. How about in here? We'll move the harvester. We can always put the harvester in the barn. But I think we'll move the bales into here. This seems to be a bit of a bale storage area anyway. So yeah, move the harvester and the trailer out of here. We'll put the harvester in here. We can put the trailer maybe under here because we don't really use that very much anymore. And yeah, that would work well. There we go. And then we can get rid of that shed there, and that is going to be what we want to do over the winter. Is sort all this out, which I think, yeah, is going to work very, very well for us. So let's find somewhere to put this away. I think down here is good. I'm really iffy about keeping... Oh, let's detach the hoses. Really iffy about keeping this. We've got this on here, and we haven't really used it since the first year. I might put grass down first before we put vines down, but to be perfectly honest with what's happened before, I'm not sure we need to. And now that we've got our pressure washer, I think this deserves a wash. We'll basically, as we use stuff, we'll bring it over here, we'll give it all a wash, and sort of start cleaning up our act on our equipment on the farm. Very, very much needed. I like this style pressure washer. This is really nice mod. It's only 1500 and works brilliantly for our stuff. There we go. So this can now go back in our shed and be parked up, and yeah, we can make room in here. There's plenty of space. We just need to put the harvester at the back corner out the way, and then maybe shift stuff about a little bit. Now, the last thing I want to check today is state of our eggs. We almost have a full pallet there. What I want to do then is move these out of the way. We'll grab our trailer onto the disco and go from there, I think. What I don't want to do is leave the ability... Oh, come on, out we go. Let's get those down. What I don't want to do is run out of space for eggs. So we are going to get the eggs unloaded off there onto the trailer so that they are ready to get transported, and then from there what I can do is just take them next time. I think we're gonna have to move that trailer actually. Right, let's get this bottom one first. And next year, I'm very much going to be looking out for a harvesting contract. We want to get a whole load of wheat on the farm. So we're going to try and get a couple of those. Especially now we have something that can possibly fix the issue with the harvesting contracts. There is a version of the Better Contracts mod out there which disables NPCs doing their own fields. As a result, you end up getting harvest contracts. But, as I've said before, we're very much hoping that a proper fix is less than a month away in the next patch. And if it is, yeah, we should get it before the Vermeer pack gets released on August the 25th. There we go. Those two loaded on there. Just going to strap those down. And what we'll do is, first thing next time, I'm going to load the third lot on there. And we can then take those all to be sold as a nice early morning run of eggs. And earn us back some money, because we are a little bit... Well, we've got quite a drain on because of the harvester. Speaking of which, as I said, let's move this out the way. And we can go and put this into the shed. It's not going to add to the amount of money we've spent holding it here, but it should hopefully squeak through this door. And then we can shove it at the back corner of here until next year. And just leave it there. There we go. Perfect. Look at it next to that. That is just hilarious. Right, so yeah, I'm going to leave the Landy hitched up to this, because next time we will load up the eggs and it'll all be good. We've got these eggs that need selling off. This is our third pallet. We loaded up the first two pallets previous day. And yeah, today we need to get these loaded up and sent off. And make some cash from these. We're looking after having a lot of comments from you guys. I think what we're going to do is go and sell off the fabric that we've got and see if we can buy the tailor's shop. Because we kind of want to be making money from that as soon as we can. So we're going to sell off these eggs, and the best price for our eggs right now should be Let's have a look. At the bakery, so that's fairly good. Oh, no, actually, 524. Let's look at the price fluctuations. And yes, this is the prime time to be selling off these eggs. So, yeah, we want to go and sell these at the farm shop. You're going to get off. And, yeah, we'll get these sold and make ourselves some cash off these. We've only got a very small part of another pallet, so we're not going to worry about that. And then we want to, as I said, get the fabric sorted and get that done. We'll probably try and take some more wool down there to get that job done. And then we'll see if we can afford the tailor's shop, I think. If we can, that would be great. We'll then make a whole load of money from the fabric and everything come the new year. And with any luck, that should be enough for us to put the new vines in for the new season. We're not at a stage at the moment where we are able to, well, do anything with the vines. We've done everything we can for this year. Let's bring this in here and sell these off. Fairly sure this is the farm shop. So this is, yeah, this is where we sell off most stuff. I need to check as well on exactly how much lettuce we have. Because if we've got a lot of lettuce at the moment, we probably want to get that sold off. Although, to be honest, December is the best time to sell lettuce. So we are probably best off doing that. Let's head back down here, see exactly whether we have got any wool with our sheep to do. A couple of people have suggested that we get the updated version of the open gardens and put those in here because they grow cotton, and of course cotton can go into our spinnery as well. But I think we probably have an abundance of stuff for putting through our spinnery. I don't think it's keeping up with what we have, let alone keeping up with a load of new stuff. And yeah, look here, we have 3 pallets ready, so those can go down to our spinnery as well. In fact, if we put these on the front, I don't know if we'll then be able to fit the JCB on the back, but that would be really good if we could. I also need to check on our feed levels. It looks like we're okay at the moment, but we might need to give some more feed to our sheep at some point. Chickens have been okay because we know we've got plenty of feed in for them. It's just yeah, depth perception not great in Farm Sim. Let's bring that in a little bit and do that. But we've got to get our little telly truck down to the spinnery as well to load that stuff on. I think we're a little way off selling the grape juice. Let's have a look. Top price for that is February. In fact, yes, it's on its way back down at the moment. So we're looking at having a fairly good sell-off come sort of February time. Certainly, if we don't buy this, if we don't buy the tailor's shop now, the best time for us to sell stuff into it is going to be February. There we go. Extend that arm a little bit. This telly truck is awesome. And then we, yeah. So I'm of two minds. Lots of people have said get the tailor's shop early if you're planning to get it, because you'll need to process stuff in time for selling off in February. And that is probably true. I think that we kind of want to do that and maybe sell to it now. Price for fabric at the moment is not good. We are looking at maybe 4,500. Let's see, into the tailor shop. Oh, nearly 5,000. So we're looking at about 5,000 per 1,000 litres. And the price for the clothes into the farmer's market, that hits 18,000 by April. Maybe we should go and put that in there now and make the money. I don't know how much the tailor shop costs to purchase, so we might go and have a quick look at that on our way down to dropping this off. Right, that will fit on there nicely. In fact, now I'm going to just push this along a little bit further. Extend that out. Pick those up together. And then try and put them back in the middle of the trailer. There we go. That'll make things a little bit more sturdy. And yeah, whatever happens once we go and drop this off, we're going to have to come back up here, pick this tele truck up so that we can load up the fabric anyway. Now, I saw a comment on one of my recent videos on this series that we've got canola in the grain store, I think it was. Just want to go and check this. Do we have anything in here? Yeah, we do. We have 1,500 litres of canola. That is completely useless to us for anything other than selling. So we will probably try and put that in our grape trailer and sell it. I don't know if that will actually take the canola. Let's have a look. Where's our trailer? Oh, is that high? Oh, no, it might be under grape technology. There it is. So yeah, I'm not. No, that only takes grapes. So whatever we put that in, we're gonna have to get a trailer for, and I'm not sure that we have a trailer. Yeah, I'm not sure it's worth it. By the time we've rented a trailer to put that 1,500 litres in, it's not gonna be very good. Right, yeah, no point coming back in here because we're not gonna do that. We will just leave our tele truck outside, ready to load it onto this trailer once we got this, depending on how much it's going to cost to get the tailor shop, because yeah, it might not be worth getting it at the moment. So as we come down here past the grape factory and just pull into the entrance of our spinnery, before I do that, I'm just going to pop across the road and over to the tailor's shop here, needle and stitch. And let's have a look. Oh, that's not the actual production. That's for me to change my clothes. This is what I want. So it's 100,000. We are currently 50. We're 50,000 short. Even if I wanted to, I can't buy the tailor shop at the moment. It's going to be one of those things that we have to save up for and eventually buy. And considering that we're looking to plant so many vines this year, there we go, that has emptied all those out. I don't think we can do it. 5,000, so we've got 25,000 out here, and how many liters have we got in? We are only storing 1,147 at the moment. So yeah, there's only about 30,000's worth of fabric sitting here. So yeah, we are in no position at the moment to be able to get the tailor shop. And to be honest, I think that probably means we're not going to be in a position to get the tailor shop in this series. And I think, and I think a series where where we're a little bit more focused maybe on the sheep and then not sort of a side project on our farm is probably a better way to go with that. So what we need to do now then is pop over here and check out where we are with our greenhouses. And yeah, look at this. These are looking great. We need to put maybe a little bit more water in. I think in general the water is okay. There's about 3,000 litres in here, but it's fairly low. We've got double the seeds to fertilizer, which is good. That's exactly what we want. And yeah, so those are producing lettuce rather nicely. We're getting a good amount of those, but I think we'll get a tractor and we'll top up the water in this today. We are looking at basically loading that up next time and getting all of that lettuce sold, which will be a big thing. Yeah, that's going to be fairly massive. We're going to put this over here, and what I want to do next today, apart from getting that water, is to go and get rid of the sheds that we don't need and try and work out where the best place for us. Actually, yeah, this trailer is going to go in this shed over here. So next to our workshop is the best place for this. And then that will help us in future. A bit further around there. Right. There we go. Straighten her up. And then we can back it in. And, yeah, we want to move the bales out of the bale shed on the far side. We're going to put those closer to the barn. This one can go in here like so. Perfect. We'll park the disco back out the front here. Like that. And then we've got those 2 trailers in there. So while we're doing some movement, let's grab our Kubota M5. And we'll go and get the water trailer, sort out the water for our greenhouses. And then I want to come back and we need to move the flatbed trailer as well. And we'll probably move that over towards where the greenhouses are, so that next time when we come to load those up, load all that lettuce up, it will go fairly well on there. That's brilliant. So yeah, let's go load this water up. We've got so many hours on this tractor. Using it too much is going to be very expensive. So I'm going to give 1 full tank from this trailer to each of our greenhouses. I think it's about 5,000 liters we get out of here for this. So let's get that refilled. And there we go. Oh, 6,056, slightly more than I thought. So the greenhouses used about half the water I initially put in them so far. So we should be able to get these topped up, keep these functioning, and then whenever they run out of seeds and fertilizer, we can just turn around and top them up with 1 bag of seed and 2 bags of fertilizer, and it just works really, really well for us. So let's unload that, and then I'm going to get the other 2 done as well. Once we got these jobs out of the way today, I think the other thing we might do is take a look and see if there is any late year contracts that we can take on. Maybe some cultivating or something like that. Simply because it would be really good for us to get a little bit of extra cash in, make a little bit of extra money. We have got to buy a new cultivator come the new year, and I also want to buy, well, a new subsoiler actually, and I also want to buy a new mulcher, because both the ones we got on here are built for smaller tractors than we have. So having something closer to sort of the 2.4 meter range would be pretty good for us. Now, where had I decided to put? Then we might put this about halfway between the 2 and into the end of this shed here. This would be a really good shed actually to store a combine header in. I think it sort of works really well for that. But for us, I think it's going to be a good place for us to put our water trailer nicely between the water and the greenhouses. And then, yeah, then the one last thing we need to do is get hold of this trailer over here. So we'll reverse our way across the yard and grab this trailer, because this needs setting up for loading with lettuce next time. There we go. And we should end up with a good, whoa, amount. Is that lifting that off the ground? Oh, we've got a wheel there. Oh, wow. Yeah, this tractor is, when it gets bumpy, that wheel on the trailer lifts this tractor off the ground. So, not a good tractor. In fact, it just generally does it. So, yeah, this tractor, not a great tractor to put on this trailer. We want something, oh, wow. This is doing worse than our Landy does with this trailer. But then our Landy does pretty well with this. Right, put this down here and unhook it, because that is unwieldy as hell. That's probably not a great place to load it, but in fact, we're going to back it up a little bit. There we go. It's a little bit less of an extreme slope there, but it's still not great. Disconnect that. And yeah, that wheel does not go up far enough for us to really avoid a problem. Last thing I need to do before reshaping the yard is get the bales moved. Now, my thought is that we'll put the bales in this shed over here. Right next to us here. So, yeah, they'll go in there quite nicely. I need to grab a bale spike. We really, really have never used that bucket. I have it on the farm so that I could go and feed the chickens, actually, with some feed from our grain store. And, of course, we've never had feed in the grain store. Well, not at a level where it's actually usable to us. So I think we probably want to sell the bucket. It has got a load of lime in it because I very stupidly put it directly below the lime bag. And it went and filled it up. Right, let's see if we can pick these 3 up here. I can transport 3 at a time off this pile. That is going to work very nicely for us. How stable is that? Might be alright. We might do okay. Right. Let's move these over the other way. And yeah, then we can get rid of this barn. And we can get rid of that shed. And this is going to open up this area really nicely for when we come to build the new vines. Or plant the new vines in the new year. Looking at the number of hay bales we have in storage here. And that we're moving about. We could very easily not have any mowing equipment on the farm. We've got a mower, we've got a baler, we've got a wrapper, we've got all of that. And to be perfectly honest, we could just use that stuff from a contract when we need to. And instead just run the farm with minimal equipment. I think it's worth having the G series still kicking about. We have a use for that, and we can use that on the farm. But as far as actually doing our own grass making, we don't need to. So each of these bales is 4,500 liters. So don't push down. Just let it sit there. There we go. So judging by that, we've got 4, 7, 8 bales there and 9 bales at the back. So we're talking 17 bales at 4.5. So that would be so it'd be 8.5 times 9. 8 times 9 is 72. Plus another 4.5 is 76,500 liters of hay. And our sheep, they only take, they maybe take 10,000 liters at a time. So there's a lot of time, a lot of time that we've got that we could get away with that. I think we're absolutely fine, to be honest. So the question really is, do we need all of this grass stuff here? Like the cedar, we actually have not touched this cedar since the first year, other than planting some where we planted some grass. I don't think we need it. And so there's a lot of redundant equipment here. We've got those, that. We're going to replace that. That's actually redundant. That's redundant. And we're going to replace that with something wider as well. So, yeah, there's a lot of redundant equipment and a lot of savings I think we can make on this farm. Let me know in the comments what you guys think. Whether we should get rid of our grass equipment here and replace it with, or just not replace it, use contract stuff, because we don't really need to. Let's sell off these sheds next, though. So bring this up again. Nothing really of any use in the shop for sale. We are here to demolish this building. 7,851. Yes, please. And then we've got a load of extras there. Yes. So that's got rid of those. Hopefully that hasn't got rid of all the props around the farm, because that has been a possible issue in the past. Nope, we've still got things like the wheelbarrow and things, so that's all good. Right, and having got rid of that one, we want to sell off this one as well. So back into construction and demolish, and yeah, this shed now is surplus to our requirements as well. Same goes for the props for it too. There we go. Right, so now we have actually a very, very large area that we're going to be able to put more vines into. This area here we might need to smooth out a little bit, and that's going to be a pain to get around there. So they'll dip into there. I don't know if it's even possible if we could make that slope a little bit less extreme. Maybe. It's something that I found when we were doing this over here, that trying to sort this out was just going to cost a ridiculous amount of money. And so we might be better off just leaving that as such. I think our field is going to end up coming... it's going to be a bit of a weird shape. So sort of come from here out and around like that. Maybe up to around about this point. I think maybe we want to do a bit of landscaping and mark out exactly how this field is going to look. So let's pop into here and landscape, and then on the painting, I think we can basically treat this as if we are cutting it up. So we've got 3 types of dirt. Yeah, right, okay. So we want easy access out of the grain store. So I think if we go and enlarge this, yeah, and we bring the dirt out here like so, about that point there, yeah, and then this is going to cost us a fair whack to do this, but not much I can do about that at the moment. So sort of bring it around there like that, into sort of that there. Okay, and then I'm going to add a little bit of grass in just to take that out. So change the shape, take it down, just sort of bring it out here like so. Bringing this out to here, and then we're going to bring grass across there like that. Give us a little bit of leeway. Yeah, back to the mud. So we've got dirt and dirt. I think this dirt is... Okay, so that's that dirt, and that's the slightly wet dirt. Okay. And what I'll do is I will probably try and put grass up on the ends once we hit that point. And there we go. That has cleared all of that out. Now, we do have a considerable number of stones on here. I don't know if these are all small stones or whether there are any large ones on here. And actually, we need to get rid of this area too. So, I'm just going to step back onto this field, pop back into my construction over here, and yeah, we'll get some more landscaping and paint. Now, doing this is actually probably going to end up cheaper than my alternative, which was to get hold of... What is that? Is that dirt? Oh, that's animal mud. I don't want animal mud. I want just dirt. There we go. The alternative to this was getting a plow in here and plowing all this up when we were doing this. And to be perfectly honest, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to... you know, to set ourselves a good area and to work with that. I think what we're going to want to do grass-wise, though, is give ourselves a good area either end here. So we'll take this down a notch. Well, actually, let's measure the one field that we know has a good grass area on it. which is this one. We know we have enough space on this field to turn around. And actually, it is 1 squares wide. So we want that kind of area at the end of this field. Now, we've got a fairly good coverage there already. So I'm going to take this down to that size. And we're just going to add a length of grass. It's a little too close to where I am, that. So, yeah, we're going to add a length's worth of grass out that edge there. Fill that patch in. And then we'll do the same down the edge here, like so. Now, the one trouble we got is we actually have a roadway coming onto this at this point. And basically, that's going to have to be a road going down the side here now. Can we get this so that it's not such a horrible... In fact, yeah, let's make this wider going down the edge here. And just see if we can't get a nice straight edge down here. And I'm just trying to define where we will be for our fields here, or for our grapes. So if we take the grapes up to the edge there, what I can then do now is put a roadway in. So we'll bring the grass that we've got here out further, and we can then put a roadway in going across the end of that field. And it sort of takes everything here up to the point that we want it to. Right, and then mud back in, or dirt back in there. Perfect. Right, and that then means we can put a roadway up the end here. We just, yeah, get some dirt, switch it around, turn it, or switch it around, and then, yeah, I'll put some tracks up this edge. We've got a rough track running down this side now. Hopefully should be about the right width. We should be able to get, yeah, there we go. Roadway down there like that. And I'm pretty happy with that. So that then comes around down and around here. We've got a roadway at the end, and we know roughly where we're going to be putting all of our vines in. Now, the last bit I need to do is just to come over here, and we need to add the same kind of width to this end bit. So wing it around there like that, and that hopefully should be enough space to turn around at the ends. Now, when I get a bit of money in, what we'll do, a bit more money in, we will plant grass in all of this. But for now, I'm quite happy to leave it fairly flat. And we'll see if we can sort it out and maybe even put a roadway just down here and tidy it up a bit. But I think that is pretty good. I'm very, very happy with that setup on that. We are going to be doing a big sell-off of our lettuce today. We have we have 3 full greenhouses of it. And we are at best price. So it is very much going to be a case of filling the trailer up. If I can reverse this up. There we go. Yeah, there we are. Hook that up. So yeah, we're going to fill this trailer up 3 stacks high at least. I think most of these have extras inside as well. In fact, yes, there's 3,500 liters per greenhouse inside as well. And these are 500 liter things. So there's another 7.5 boxes in each of these. We're only going to go 3 high. We can't really go much more than that. I think this will struggle if we do. And it is a very snowy, very cold January day here. We actually skipped 2 days. So the last video on here was in November. And I was looking at what was going on in December. And to be perfectly honest, there was nothing that was selling very well. So there was nothing to sell. There was nothing in the shop of interest to us. Basically, overall, there wasn't much for us to do in December. So we've skipped all of December. moved straight on to January, where we start getting a busy day again. The only thing we did do over December was give a bale of hay to the sheep. And I'm going to give 2 more bales of hay to them now, because we want to keep the sheep fed and producing the wool as best we can. We've got a good collection of wool here that needs to go over to our spinnery as well. So those will both go in there. Yeah, the sheep eat a lot more in the winter because there's no grass in their fields, so their feed consumption goes up. Right, we want to now drop off our front forks here and head over and fill up our trailer. We should do really well per 1,000 liters at the moment. We're looking at getting £2,000. So yeah, it's every crate we've got up here is worth about £1,000, which is huge. I mean, that's a massive amount of money that we're looking to make from the lettuce over today. So that is just brilliant. I'm really loving how our farm is taking shape now as well. I put grass in all around the area where we're going to be planting the new vines down the bottom. I do need to go and have a look and do something similar up the top where we're going to be planting vines as well. Because we kind of need to mark that area and work all of that out. But you'll see here, we're very quickly going to get regenerating pallets out of our... Oh, sorry. Trying to concentrate on getting these pallets and on talking about getting these pallets. But yeah, we'll get new pallets generating in here pretty much as soon as we remove these. Yeah, there we go. And so you can see we're going to have... we've probably got 4 stacks worth of pallets on here. Now, to do this, I think I'm going to have to load it all from this side. So, advantage of having the tally truck is that I can just do that, extend the arm, pull it back in, and yeah, that will be very nice. So, yeah, the way I think I'm going to have to do this, with the fact that we've got stuff regenerating all the time, or we've got stuff reappearing all the time, is take them from each one in turn, and then when we get 4 stacks high, that is where we will finish. But we have a massive amount of lettuce, and I don't think this is going to be the only load of lettuce we do in January. In fact, we'll probably try and load this up and then go and do a second run with what we've got left. Because, yeah, we could do with getting all this money in. We are only 2 months away from being able to plant the new vines, and the more money we can get in for these 2 new areas of vines, the better. The snow has started to settle, and it's not making my job any easier on here, to be honest. We are currently trying to get these pallets picked up, but the snow is hiding the tips, so it's very, very difficult for me to actually see what I'm doing most of the time. Added to that is the fact that if you go at any kind of speed on this snow, and you just slide about all over the place, so it doesn't make the job easier at all. On top of all that, amazingly, we have now got to the end of the trailer here, and I haven't made a dent. Look at this. We have full sets of pallets the whole way across. And it's just an incredible amount of lettuce that we have on here. So what I'm thinking is, rather than doing the 2 trips, one with only 1 level on and one with 3 levels on, we'll just load up 2 levels and then sell that, and then come back and load up a 2nd level and then sell that as well. And that will even things out. Should mean that if we have any excess for the 2nd one, we can easily put it on here and make things a darn sight easier on us. So let's bring that across. Yeah, just trying to angle that a little bit and get it on the top there, like so. Perfect. That will do. And yeah, look. We still have no dent in this at all. We should start to get it now. I think we're going to end up with maybe a single crate at the end of here. I will double that up with one from one of the other rows, because obviously single crates are a little bit annoying, because we really want to be picking them up in doubles like this and getting them on, speeding up the whole process. Yeah, I've got a single crate out there now, so we'll get that mixed in with one of the ones from the other greenhouses, and we'll redo the ratchets on there. And once we get to the end of this row, we will then be ready to go and do some selling, hopefully by midday, because then if we're getting both of these done by midday, that will be absolutely brilliant for us and allow us to get all of these in today. And then we'll probably jump ahead to February next video, so that we can then start getting our grape juice sold off and see exactly how much money we end up with going into the planting season in March. We've just got 2 more sets to put on the back. Lock these down, and I'm actually taking them from the 2 greenhouses to my left because I've got the extra one sitting there. I'm kind of hoping that by the time I go to load up the second set, that will have evened out and we'll have another one pop out on all of these if we're lucky. And yeah, that way it'll all even up. If not, we'll pick it up, we'll put it to the side, and then we'll deal with it a bit later. But all in all, this is going pretty well. I'm very, very pleased with how well these have all gone on this trailer. I mean, this at this point in this series, we're fairly old hats at getting all of this lettuce loaded up and ready to be sold each year, or actually when it sort of maxes out and we get a large amount of it. So I'm really quite enjoying using this little telly truck at this point, and getting it to function how I want to, and load these things up. If we can put a little bit less pressure on the disco, we will. And so that's why that's why I've decided again to go for the just line this up carefully, only doing 2 stacks on here. Just it was getting a bit much for it when we were doing 3 stacks, but all in all, I think that has been fairly successful. So how many have we got left? So we can fit 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32 on here, and we've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. I'll count the extra one in a minute. 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, and finally 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 37 kicking around here at the moment. So yeah, it's not just 2 more rows. It is in fact gonna be nearly 3 more rows on the top of here, which is quite a lot of extra lettuce compared to where I thought I was going to be. And yeah, I need to work out this area up the top here where we're going to be planting our vines come March. But that is probably going to be a job for next month, I think. I double checked on the way over here, and the farmer's market is still the best price, but amazingly it has topped £2,000 per 1,000 litres. So every single crate we have on here is now worth £1,000. That's huge. And we know we've got more coming as well. What is this going to top out at? Because that's still selling, and we're passing 80,000. And last of them going, undo all of the straps. 32,027 for that, which is just a huge amount of money. And the next load we have coming in on here is going to be even bigger. So I put the roadway in down the bottom here so that we're able to sort of nip down the side of this shed and round here, because I thought that, you know, that is the way I go when I come back normally. So that works pretty well. We'll spin this around here slowly so that we don't go and skid about. And then I just want to straighten up this trailer. Let's see, where are we? Yeah, straighten this up and make it easier for us to load, especially on the gentler slope. And time for round 2. And we know already that we're going to have even more on this. Now, have we got the second one on there yet? No. So in the meantime, I'm just going to load up from these two ones, and we'll go from there. We're on to the back of the trailer again. We've got 4 more on this row, 4 more on that one, and a full... almost a full setup on our third one, so plenty more to get on here. In fact, let's get those strapped down before we try and get these on, because otherwise that's just going to end in tears. Looks like we've been a little bit better in our packing this time. We've got plenty of space towards the end of the trailer. Let's look at where we are, drop that down, and there we go. Sometimes they come off really well, sometimes they don't. I've not had to disconnect the forks so far today, so that's been good news. And I'm pretty impressed with our level of lettuce on here. It really does show the lettuce and the wool have been great additions on this map. I think we could have done it without them. I think our progress would have been slightly slower, but they have been really great and useful things for sort of moving us forward on this map from time to time. There we go. Could I have put... Well, no, I couldn't have. I was going to say, could I have put more vines in if I hadn't spent money on the... on these, but not really. We spend quite a bit per row of vines. I think we spend it was about 18,000, I think it was on the cow field we were spending per row of vines. That's 1.5 sorry, no, that's 2 greenhouses, and considering how much money these greenhouses have made us, that is just so much better profit off these greenhouses compared to our actual vines. Last set of pallets from this greenhouse, and unfortunately it looks like things haven't evened up. How close are we to getting another pallet out of these? Let's have a look. In here we are, well, we're only at 395, so it's going to be a little while before we get another pallet. So what I want to do is move that single pallet out of the way. It'll go on top at the end, I think, and then we will be able to get the rest of the pallets on here. We have most of a third row, I think. We have space for 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 after this, and we know we've got at least 10 in the other one. In fact, I think we're up to like 14 on the other one, 14, 15 on a side of our greenhouse. So yeah, we're easily gonna fill this space, and then have some space on the top as well. So let's just move this one in, can narrow those, get underneath, and move that out of the way. We do want to sell this. We want to get this in for the sales as well. But At the moment, it's easier for us to pick up 2 at a time. And as a result, we'll move it just out of the way for a little bit, and then we'll load it on when we get to the end, if we haven't had another one appear at that point. And just like that, the snow is gone. It's warmed up a little bit, and it's melted the lot of it. It's been everything today here on Old Stream Farm. We've had snowing, followed by the snow settling, and then the snow just sitting there, and then eventually it just melting away like this. Once again, making our job so much easier. Narrow those down a bit more. There we go. And yeah, we have just 8 more pallets left on here. So 6 of those are going to go on the back. And yeah, we'll have a few sitting on the top as well. Which would be great. That is going to be more than 32. It'll be 36,000 pounds at least off this. We're going to be well over the £100,000 mark, which is brilliant. Absolutely fantastic, that is. Don't suppose we've got anything useful in the shop. Not really. That's a nice little skid steer. But we are more than covered with the teletruck. And yeah, nothing else really. If we were going to go into more arable farming next year, then maybe that trailer would be more useful. But yeah, we're fine as we are, I think. Let's do that under there. And yeah, we're going to be putting 4 more on the top. So that will take us up to 38. 39, we're going to be just shy of 40,000 for this. And that's because, yeah, we've not quite got our final pallets out of these. Although they may yet turn up. We may find these single pallets come out of the 3 of these and throw us over the £40,000 mark. If they do, that would be great. But yeah, we're looking at over 70,000, or nearly 70,000. Over 70,000 if they turn up, nearly 70,000 if they don't, which is just a huge amount of money. There we go. The last pallet out, or the last 2 pallets out from beside. We've still got that single pallet there. I'm loading them up across the middle here, because we don't need to go too deep for these pallets. So into the middle, cross, touch the far side, down, and then back. Oh, is this going to be the first one which won't come off? Yep, this is going to be the first one that won't come off. So detach, reattach, and out. So that's in all the loading we've done today. That's the first one I've had to actually detach. Wow, that really isn't touching anything. That's the first one at a time I've had to completely detach the front forks and reattach them in order to get them to load on. How close are we to a full thing? 470. I am tempted to wait for 5 minutes and get these extra pallets out of here, so that we are just going to maximize exactly how much we sell and how much we make today. I'm expecting the final pallet to drop at any moment here. The other 2 have already dropped, and there we go. The final pallet. So 3 more pallets. These are now completely empty. All 3 of these greenhouses, and we're gonna get the absolute maximum amount of money we can make today off of all of this lettuce, which I'm very happy about. I mean, this is gonna make a big difference. Oh, really? Disconnect, reconnect. There we go. Wow, I don't know why that is suddenly doing that, but this last 2, I'm gonna try and pick these up together. So what I'll do is grab this on 1 fork. And this is not the most realistic of things, I do realise. And then we should be able to grab the other on the other fork and get it all loaded up. If I did it the more realistic way, we would be here forever doing all of these. And it would just make for a much less interesting video. So, yeah, I'm going with... I've got a special kind of fork, or special set of forks that allow me to do it this way. And over the top. Get that. There we go. That is such a weighty load of lettuce on here. Hopefully that's all gonna hold. And yeah, that's really good. How much water's left in here of the... Wow, really? Of the extra 6,000 litres we put in, well, in November, so we have skipped a couple of days. We are down to a point where we need to put some more water into these now. So, yeah, and we could probably do with getting another bag, another 2 bags of fertilizer and another bag of seed to just sort those out. Let's head around this way. And hopefully I'll manage to do this without sending my car onto its roof, because that would be bad. Successfully made it down to the shop. And I want to just get these front ones unloading a little bit. Oh, hang on. Having trouble getting onto here in the first place. There we go. So we'll get the front lot unloading first. And with them getting a little bit ahead, we can start moving backwards. And that way, hopefully, we can get everything to come through in one price lot and be able to work out everything at once. There we go. Unloading towards the back. And now the back stuff is unloading as well. Look at that money go up. That is absolutely wonderful. How much are we going to be left with? 120,000. We've got a little bit towards there. And 40,025 plus another 36. So 40,241 pounds. That is brilliant. That is absolutely wonderful. I'm very, very pleased with that. That has got all of our lettuce sold today. Let's pop back down to the farm, because I think we're still going to have some wool to get rid of and a couple of other bits. But certainly we are really nicely set up going into the new year. And we haven't even sold the grape juice yet. So there's currently 6 full pallets of wool sitting here in the sheep pen. We should be able to get all of these loaded up today and get them delivered down to our spinnery, which will be good news. That will put more into there. If the spinnery tops out at any time, what we're going to do is then just go and directly sell that wool. There's no point in holding on to wool if the spinnery is unable to process it, simply because the spinnery will then just be constantly full otherwise. And to be honest, we might as well make the money from the wool ourselves. So that's what I'm looking at the moment. I'm still considering buying the tailor shop. Now the trouble is, because of because I'm away for the next few days, I am having to record these all ahead of time. So please do keep your comments coming. I'm not going to do anything like sell the grass equipment until I get to see your comments on, as I asked last video, as to whether we should do that. So yeah, let us know in the comments about that, whether you think I should do that. And also, I am intrigued. You guys have been very good at giving your comments on how you think I should be handling the tailor shop and the fabric. I do think that we want to be making the maximum money we can from the fabric, so I am holding off on selling that. Whether we end up selling that ultimately to the tailor shop or to the farmers market. I don't know. But plan is it's certainly immediately not to be getting the tailor shop, and maybe seeing if we can get that for selling stuff off in about a year's time. So yeah, sell off stuff in April into the tailor shop this year, see if we can make a load of money off it then, and then let it process through over the next year and try and make some extra money off it going into year 4. Right, there we go. Get that. Let's see if we can get the other one on top, or the other one on the far side. Just load these up nice and easily. Right, that is not straight. So straighten those up. Put those down. And both of those on. There we go. Yeah, that is working out nicely. Another 6 pallets of wool for us to deliver to our spinnery and keep that topped up. As I said, I think this will probably top it off. It's quite a bit of wool, this. Oh, no, that one there and that one there. Right, turn off the JCB. On with this. I'll get the sides folded up and we'll head down to the spinnery and get this all unloaded. Down and round, and the sun is setting now, so we want to get this all unloaded. Pull it in here. Now it is all going in. There we go. So let's have a look. Where does this leave us? Wow, we still got lots and lots of space in here, so lots that can still be going on. We are going to have to pop up here actually with our teller truck and move some stuff, because we've got 3,519 litres sitting in there, and if we don't move these out of the way, we're going to top out and have a problem. We are going to be loading up all of our grape juice and getting that sold. We've got a really good price at the moment. Let's just get this onto here like so, and turn it off and strap it down. And then we can close up the trailer and we can have a look at what our grape juice price is right now. So it's currently on the full, but look at that, 3,356. The top price we're looking for is 3,202. So yeah, at the restaurant, we've got a massive peak in the price at the moment. So we are going to head out. We've got our teller truck on here, and as normal, we are going to stack up the trailer on this car as much as we can, and then take it over to the restaurant, which isn't our usual place to sell. Normally, we're selling over at the farm shop, which is just to the right here. But yeah, this time it seems that we're going somewhere else. And that's good. It's nice to have a little bit of variety to where we're selling. So what I'm going to do is come into here and we'll pull this round. And yeah, there is the 4 crates we've got. But I think we've got a lot more than that sitting in here at the moment. Yep, we have. Wow, we've actually got maxed out on the grape juice in here, so it is going to get the last 10,000 liters of grapes working. So that's really good news. I'm so pleased we've got so much grape juice in here. Hopefully it will be able to process it all while we've still got the high price, because otherwise we're gonna miss out on 10,000 liters worth of grapes going through and selling at the high price, which is not good. Right, we'll get that back like that, and then drop the sides of the trailer, and then here we can grab 2 at the same time and load them on. So the easiest way to do that is going to be to grab one here, pick it up, and back it off, and then after a moment a new one should spawn in its place like that. We just drive up, grab that one as well, and that just makes things that little bit easier. Now we should fit, I think, 3 stacks high worth on here. And yeah, 3 across, so we can fit 6 a row. I think we'll fit 12 in total. And we've got, yeah, less than 500 litres a pallet. So it's gonna be quite a few pallets to get this loaded up. So we've got 2 of our stacks on there. We need to get a 3rd one on, take us up to 12. Which will be great. We will have our first load in. Now, we made £72,000 from the lettuce sales last month. So I'm hoping that we're going to make even more from these grapes this month. There's a fair amount of waiting around sometimes for the extra pallets to drop. Yeah, no, there we go. That's dropped. So down and in. Get those last 2 pallets up. Did have a little bit of a hiccup with the loading on here a minute ago. We had a couple of the crates tried to fly all over the place. So I'm now very wary loading stuff onto here. Tends to be if you have it pretty high and then try and lure it down onto the trailer. So there we go. Look at that suspension going down as we do that. But that has loaded this up. I don't want to load this up any higher. You can see the suspension and everything on this trailer already just sort of hunkering down. Yeah, that's not overly happy. We can't go any higher on this. So where is the restaurant? That is on our map. There it is. Oh, so it's even closer than the farm shops. So we just go out of here around the corner, and it's right by the tailor shop, in fact. So first 12 boxes of this, 5,184 litres. This is going to be worth 15,000 just on this first run, which is incredible. I mean, that is a massive amount of money. And there we go, unloading all of the boxes. And our total is 17,366. That is a huge amount. So yeah, this is looking like it's going to be a very profitable day today. I am intrigued as to whether we're going to beat the price that we paid, or that we were paid, sorry, for our lettuce. Back at our grape pressing plant, and we are going to get the rest of these, or more of these, loaded up. We have not processed any more of the grapes. We've emptied about half of what we've got from in the factory. So yeah, we should be able to get this all loaded up pretty much with 2 more loads. I don't think it's all going to fit in 1 load, but certainly 2 more loads should get all of this sold. So we're still only looking at about 32,000 from sales today. However, of course, we do have 10,000 litres of grapes left, and it's a 5-to-4 ratio. So we've got about 8,000 litres of grape juice to go. That pretty much doubles the amount of grape juice we've got. So yeah, we're gonna end up with about 70-odd thousand if we can get this sold. So that's the trouble. It's now getting all of this through the factory and getting it sold. What we probably needed to do was pop down here a couple of months ago and get the boxes out the way so that we could actually get this all collected up and have it processed in time. Hey ho, you learn from your mistakes. Now, unfortunately, I've noticed there's only 1,200 cycles per month, so we're gonna miss the best price for about half of our grapes, which is not great. Oh, come on. Get on there. Thank you. Yeah, this has got stuck. Right, there we go. Sort that, and then... Are we sticking out the other side? We are still sticking out the other side. Come on. Back out. So yeah, as I was saying, we are gonna miss out on the best price for grape juice for about half our grapes. So what I'm gonna do is, if we have a look through here, September time is a good price for raisins and will come along a lot quicker. So we're going to switch our production over to that going forwards. Activate that. We'll get more of those off, and it'll be useful for us later. The last pair of pallets for this run. And yeah, we haven't done raisins on here before, so the idea of doing that and then selling them off in September should be pretty good. The price for raisins is slightly lower. It's not quite as high. In fact, have we got only 3 of these left? Yeah, we've only got 306 litres of grape juice left. I'm going to just turn on the production for that for a little bit, so that we can probably get just the 4 more out. I don't want to risk taking these any higher. Best price still the restaurant, because it's always worth checking this before we go. 3, 4, yeah, it's still the restaurant. So we'll go and drop these off there and go and make some extra cash. We've got snowmen out after the recent snowfall we had. There we go. And unload those for another 17-odd thousand. So that will take us up to 35,000 off these, which is huge. I mean, that's a massive amount of money anyway. It's just unfortunate that we've not been able to process all the grapes. And as I said, that was my fault. I needed to keep a closer eye on the factory and clear out. We did do it last year. We did have a clear out of the... I'm going to go around. We did have a clear out of everything last year and move all the pallets out of the way and managed to get all of our grapes processed for exactly... because of exactly this reason. So we've got 3 more pallets left here. I think we've got a 4th one on the way, although it's not processing very quickly. I think we might leave the trailer and this here, but I've got to work out what it is we need to do at the farm. In fact, I know exactly what we need to do at the farm. We'll take this back, and yeah, we need to go and sort out our greenhouses that are getting a little bit low on water, as well as seeds and things like that as well. So heading over to our greenhouses. Just stop here for a minute and have a look. Yeah, oh wow, yes. We are in need of water. We've got no water in our greenhouses at all, so they are no longer producing. I'm half tempted to sell this lettuce that we've got come out of here, because the lettuce price has actually gone up even higher than when we were selling last month. I mean, it was a massive sell-off we did in January, and yet price seems to have gone higher still than where it was. So ideally, we probably want to make a bit more cash from that. Let's jump into our Kubota M5 here. Get that into a higher gear. And where did I put my water tank? Ah, behind me here. So we'll go back into reverse and hook this up. Oh, no, not at that angle. If I try and connect at that angle and pull that water tank out of there, it will not come. It will get stuck on the support beam and we'll have a problem. So, yeah, let's take this round and get this filled up with a pile of water for each of our greenhouses, and we can go from there. This is our final trailer of water. We've filled up 2 of these so far, and I'm just going to bring it in and do the far one for the final lot. Like so. There we go. And that gets our lettuce production running again. We've got... How much lettuce? 151 litres in there, 151 litres in there, and 191 litres in here. So for some reason this has a little bit extra. But we're all good. That is our 3 greenhouses going. In fact, I know why the end one's got a little bit more. It's because it's the first one I filled up. So it's already started processing a little bit of lettuce, which is great news. Our new area down here is looking absolutely brilliant. It's very nicely ready to take the new vines next month. And yeah, we're up to 151,000 then for new vines, which is great. That is going to be a very nice amount of money. Whether it's going to be enough, considering how much these grapevines cost, I don't know. But certainly, it's a good amount of money for us to start with for that. Always so expensive to get new vines planted. The other thing I need to do, actually, is come over here. We've got a load of stones on here. Now, I don't know if these are small stones. I'm kind of hoping they are, but they will not disappear when we plant the vines. And up here, yep, we've got a good amount of space. We are going to leave these 2 trees in. I'm going to have to bring my vines. Yeah, I think we could possibly get away with bringing them up to here-ish. But otherwise, we're going to have... sort of an area out here up to about here, and then we'll go all the way back to the edge again at this point. And this again is a nice large area of vines we're going to be adding on here. And then I think, as much as I'd like to put some vines right into this peninsula here, we can't really do it. So we'll probably have this... Well, I don't know what this area will eventually be. But we will find a use for it. So, yeah, that is all running pretty well. Let's check on our chickens. They're going to need some more feed soon. They've got a couple of pallets of eggs ready to go. So we want to get those sold off really today as well. And then finally, I'm just going to go and have a look at the wool situation with the sheep. We are 2 months away now from selling our first fabric. So as much wool as I can get in would be great. So we've got nearly 4 pallets here. So we might load these up and get these down to the spinnery today as well. So let's jump back in the landy, and we're going to head back down to our grape factory and see whether we have this 4th pallet out. And this is the thing, I'm just kind of waiting at the moment. I just realized, while I've got a little bit of time, I might as well use it and wash the landy. I've had so many comments about wash your car and look at the state of it. I don't know why we got lime all over. I suppose this is snow that's still sticking to it, but we might as well give it a good clean while we got a few minutes and while we're waiting for these grapes to process. Oh wow, that looks so much nicer. All shiny and clean. Very nice. Look at that. So much better once we give it a bit of a clean. So back in this, and yeah, I'm going to head down to the factory and see if we've got that 4th pallet yet. Yes, it's here. So we want to jump out quickly and get into here, because we don't want any more grape juice to be processed. So let's deactivate that. 3 litres sitting in there. That is pretty much spot on. In fact, I'm fairly sure that has only just appeared. It was well worth cleaning the landy. That gave us the perfect timing to finish this off. So let's hook the trailer back up. Drop the sides back down. Oh, need to hook up the power cable. There we go. Drop the sides back down. There we are. And then we could probably do with giving this JCB a wash when we get back to the yard. But let's get the last 4 sets of grapes loaded up, or grape juice loaded up. And we can get this delivered to the restaurant and get the last of the money in for today. Should take us up to maybe 160,000 if we're lucky. That would be absolutely great. And from there we can look to next time when we're going to be planting the next load of vines, as we just looked at. I am so looking forward to expanding this farm further, and this is the reason we're going beyond 60 episodes. We've done a proper start from scratch on here, and as a result we're in a position where we've made the most of our farm, and we're gonna leave it, I think, after the next grape harvest. Well, after basically we do this once more, and that should give us a really good indication of how we've done, and we should own the harvester by that point as well. I think we will earn enough money from the grapes and the lettuce and the wool, because we've made only enough money so far from the wool to buy the spinnery. So yeah, we're gonna make a lot of money from the wool as well, and it's gonna be glorious. Oh, straps down. There we go. We'll have to come back and grab our JCB in a minute, but let's go see how much money we're gonna make from the last of this year's grape juice. Can't believe that I managed to foul up. Well, I can't believe I managed to hit the wall just then, but I can't believe I managed to foul up and not get all of our grapes processed in time. That is a rookie mistake, but I think we're going to be okay. We've got these ones unloading, and once these I've sold off for another 5,700, so it's only 157,000 we have to play with, but that should be more than enough. And we've got a few bits of lettuce we can sell as well. So let's go grab our tally truck, and then we can head up to the farm. We can sell a few more bits of lettuce, which we've got at this good price. We have at least 9 pallets of lettuce we can sell today as well. Whoops. Let's undo these. I opened all the doors and everything when I meant to just get the trailer to unfold. There we go. So that we can load up our JCB. And yeah, let's go put the 9 pallets of lettuce. We might as well put them on this trailer, to be honest, because then we don't have to unhook much, and we can just drive straight up to our greenhouses to do it. This is a proper minimalist farm at this point. We're not using all of our land. We are in a position where we're making a really good amount of money. I mean, I'm making more money off the vineyard and these 3 greenhouses. Why do I always have such a problem with saying the word greenhouse? We're making enough money off all of these greenhouses and the vines well, it's actually more money than I make off multiple field farms otherwise. It's really, really bizarre how well this is all sort of working and making money. I'm flabbergasted by that. It has taken a fair amount of cash to get the vine set up. I mean, we are talking the same sort of money as it would cost to buy fields. But still, it is a huge amount of money that we're making every year. which is just bizarre, really, when I think about it. And we're going to make a little bit more because we can load these up onto our trailer. We are actually getting a better price, as I said, than we got last month. And yeah, we'll make some extra cash from these. It's about 3,000 per 1,000 liters at the moment. So it's not a small amount we're talking about here. It is going to be a good 9,000-10,000 that we will make extra from this, just loading these 9 pallets of lettuce onto this trailer. I am really loving the setup of our farm now. It's come so far in this series, and I think this is one of the most developed farms I've had in a series, and that is one of the reasons why I don't think I want to end it. That I'm quite happy to keep going, because I'm just having so much fun trying to see where this farm is going. The fact I can't get this lettuce pallet off my forks is not amusing me much, but we have got it off. And yeah, look at that. That is immediately 4,000. No, that's not 4,000. That's 12,000. I think that's 12,000. It's a lot of money for lettuce at the moment. No, that's £8,000 nearly sitting on there. Best price we're looking for is 1,982. We're getting 1,980 at the farmers market. So yeah, we are about as close to best price as we can get, which is exceptional. We did have at one point today 2,017 at the restaurant. It seems to have dropped down since, but we're now not quite getting the same price then as we got paid for it last time. We got about 2,003 per 1,000 liters last time. So yeah, it's not quite as well paying anymore as when we sold it last month. So that's not bad. I'm quite happy that we missed the best price that was very late in the day, and not quite at the point that we wanted. And we've got more than best price for these as well, so it's not like we are missing out on what we'd expected to get. All of this is going for about what we expected to sell them for, if not a little bit more. So yeah, that's all good. And just these few pallets we've got kicking around here, these will give us a nice boost to finish off and hopefully give us enough to get all of the vines we're going to need, with a little bit over to maybe spend on a couple of other items. Final pallet. Gonna narrow my forks for this and in. So yeah, looking at about 18,000. 18,000 should take us up to, well, 175,000 overall, maybe. I mean, that would be a huge amount of money. Definitely enough for us to increase the size of our vineyard. This is slightly top heavy. Yeah, not overly sure those straps would hold. It should hold for what we're doing now. And yeah, we're going to give this JCB a wash in a minute as well. So let's fold those up, and we are going to, yeah, the farmer's market still. Let's head over there and unload this. 4,500. Okay, so it's only going to be £9,000. I forgot these are 500 litre boxes, not 1,000 litre boxes. So yeah, we're going to make about 9,000 off this. And here we are at the farmer's market. Let's pull this into position. Oh, 571. plus the rest, which is gonna be decent. I think, as I think we're gonna get about 9,000 off this. And total is 8,300. So actually, it's not quite 9,000. 9,000, 8,800-ish. And we're up to 165,000 overall. So, yeah, not bad. I'm quite pleased to have that nice little top up from the lettuce. Now, we still do have a couple of things, as I said today, I want to load up and do. We need to get the 2 pallets of eggs that we've got because they're perishables, and we want to try and sell off anything that's a perishable item as quickly as possible. So we'll run over here, grab our tele truck. And do you know what? I love this tele truck. It is one of the best things I've ever bought. I've been thinking about doing some top 10 mod videos and things. And I think this would absolutely be on a top 10 list for me. This tele truck is just awesome. Absolutely incredible little piece of kit. And so useful. Just absolutely incredibly useful. Especially on any farm like this where you're doing a lot of production stuff or dealing with a lot of pallets or anything like that. It's just an absolutely brilliant little piece of kit and works so well. So yeah, I highly recommend this. It is available on the mod hub. It's Ross N Modding's little tele truck, and I just recommend it. It's brilliant. I think every farm should look at having one of these. Second pallet of eggs. Place them down. And then that on. No, there and there. Get those strapped down. And we're going to leave the tele truck over by the sheep because I want to load up the pallets of wool that we have sitting in here and get them taken down to our spinnery so that we can get them processed. We've got a good set of pallets in here. Somebody said to come in here and use the far door to load these up. I'm trying to load them from the correct direction, which is sort of into the pallets here like this. And I can't do that from the door over there. I also can't pick up 2 pallets at a time from the door over there. So yeah, I'm trying to do it. Unless they're talking about those doors there. And the reason why I'm not opening the doors behind me is because it'll let the sheep out. So yeah, we don't want to do that. Right, let's leave this here now that that's ready with the next 2 pallets. And we're going to run the eggs up to probably the bakery. Although, again, the farm shop could be the right place to go. Let's have a look. Bakery is 1,700. Farmer's market is not. Yep, bakery is where we're headed. So let's fold up those. And can I spin it around here? No, we'll have to go around the barn. I do like this roadway around here, although I might cut it to go the whole way along there, because I think you'd probably drive in a straight line along there if you were. Bakery is just up off here, and we'll have to mount the curb. That should do it. And pull these into here. Sell off the eggs. Yeah, basically we sell off anything today we can, because we will make a, well, every penny we make off this we need. And there we go. That is that all done. Another £5,000 in the bank for all those. Don't want to catch those bins. There we go. Right, and then last thing we need to cover today is just that wool. Although that is not going to make us any money. And by that, I, of course, mean not immediately going to make us any money. We need to get this into the spinnery so that we're able to get it turned into fabric, which then will make us money. How many have we got in here? We've got 2 more full pallets. So let's try and position these so they're easy to strap down. Will that strap twice? No. Right. So what we want to do is put this, actually put this in the middle. Should be loading stuff over the wheels, really. Helps put less strain on the back of my Landy. There we go. Yeah. And then, nice thing about this tele-truck as well is it's so maneuverable. The small space we have in here, it allows us to get in, get around and stack. Now, of course, if we had something bigger like a telehandler, then yes, opening that other door very much would be something we would look to do. Simply because we wouldn't be able to get a telehandler maneuvering in the space that we are at the moment. And up. And in and down. Nope, not quite. And down. There we go. Cool. Let's get that both done down. Oh, actually, we can get a little bit on there. That's perfect. Right. I want to go and put my JCB in a position where I won't forget to get it washed today. And then we're going to run these down to the spinnery and get them unloaded. So down the roadway to the spinnery and just pull in here to unload. They unload fairly quickly. Whoa. Yeah. Oh, that one's not quite in the area. That should do it. Yeah, there we go. So we'll undo our straps. Like that, and then I need to spin around. I did come in and restack the fabric a bit because we ran out of space to get stuff sorted. So yeah, I have done that, made sure that unlike with the grape juice, we're able to keep producing fabric. How much have we got? So we've got nearly another full pallet coming out, but we've still got 25,000 litres of wool to process in here. That is stuff that will then go into the tailor shop once we buy it, I think. That's if we buy it. I'm still of two minds about whether we want that tailor shop, because it's going to be 100,000 outlay, and unless in a year we can make that back, it's going to be very expensive to get it set up. So we're at £170,000 overall. In fact, verging on 171,000. That will go down a little bit. We do have some overnight costs, but we will go into March with a very good amount of money and lots of vines to plant. So it's going to be a good March. We want to get a few new pieces of equipment. As I said, we need a new subsoiler. And I think we need a new mulcher as well to get between the vines. Let's give our tele truck a quick wash because it is a little bit dirty. And then, yeah, we will be set up and going for the next year. And for having done all of the vines and all of the setup we can on here. I am very excited about where the next year is going to lead. And we'll see where we end up because, yeah, this could be a really, really big year. Here's March, and look at all this wonderful space we have here. Yes, it is time to get the brand new vines in on the farm and expand our vineyard even further. This is going to probably add about a third to, well, actually, no, it's probably going to add about half again to twice what we already have on the farm for vines, which is just a huge amount. One problem we do have, though, is all of these rocks. We've got all these stones all over the place. I think that they might be small stones, so we could possibly roller them in if we wanted. But let's have a look. Yeah, we've got patches of small stones all over the yard. I want to get them out of the way and get them moved before we go and install our new vines. So we're going to need a rock picker, I think, to get rid of these. So let's head up to the shop. We'll use the G series for this because it should be big enough to use the smallest rock picker. And it's not going to be very much that this pulls up and gets. But it is just going to mean that we don't damage our harvester or any of our equipment or anything while trying to work these fields. And yeah, means that we get a nice clear ground to work with. I spoke a little while ago about whether I didn't know if I was going to hold on to this tractor and all of the grass equipment we have. I think it's worth doing at the moment and holding on to the smaller grass jobs where we end up having to spend money to do them or lose a bit of money to do them. It helps to not have to go through that process and keep a bit more cash for ourselves. So yeah, I think it's worth holding on to that at the moment. Now we need a rock picker, a stone picker here, and we're going to go with the smallest Dagelman, the signature 7200. We're not going to buy this because we're only doing a small job with it, so we're going to lease this instead. Only going to cost us 1,275 to lease it. So that will allow us to get that done. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this. This should be very nice and easy to get these stones out of the way. We won't bother taking them down to the stone crusher because I don't think they're going to be worth anything anyway. And it will just clear the yard up enough for us to go and get our vines in and get them growing. And get them growing nice and early. Good thing about getting these vines in this early is that it's going to allow us to harvest earlier as well. And one of the problems we had this year was that we just couldn't harvest our stuff early enough. Now, is this going to work? Now, this seems to be scrub mainly here, but there are bits of stone. So let's unfold the stone picker. And I don't know if this will just work on ground or whether it will actually work on stones that are just randomly about. If it doesn't work on stones that are just randomly about, this might be the biggest waste of money. Oh yeah, it's not actually doing these patches of stones. So this is fairly pointless. And we needed to do that. I did need to try this out to check that. Now what I'm going to do is still hold on to it because we may find that we will need it for the vines once they're down, or maybe these stones will just disappear. But I need to get myself to a good point, and then we can start planting vines. So the plan here is to start at the top end here. We're going to continue. Yeah, I'm looking at this. I think we can add maybe a couple of vines to there. Looking at the distance there, looking at distance there. I think we'll add a single vine there. And then we're going to extend this one all the way up to the same point. And then we've got the same thing here where we've got a tree in the way. So I want to build it around the tree. Again, giving ourselves sort of that single square that we have. I think it's about 2 vines distance. Let's just check this here. Is that 2 vines distance? Yeah, it's roughly 2 sets of vines distance. So there should be a good spot. And we'll go through the middle here like that. And yeah, £5,000 a pop at the moment. But it's going to get more expensive as we get back into the field. Now let's have a look at this. So that one is directly in line. So the next one here, that wants to come out. And then I think at this point we can go up to the end up here. That is too far. Yeah, so we want to bring these to here and into that space there. And then I think we're far enough the other side of the tree. But what I'm going to do to make sure that we're in the right place is put that there and then extend this out at this end. So let's... Oh, will it not allow me to... No, there we go. Right. And we're actually going to be replacing the road along the end here. So how far out do we go? We go... That's interesting. I want to go to that sort of distance. Which I think... How has that got... So that's 2 there, then another one, then another one to there. Okay. And all the way across here. And our length is now up to 9,000 per row. And the new road I'm going to put in is along the top of the bit that's cut in here. So roughly where these bushes are is where we're going to put in a new road. But that is a huge amount of vines that we're adding. Right across the top here. And yeah, so that's where I want to stop. We want to add a road across there. And I think we're probably good to stop. Can I fit another road? Yeah, I can. I can do another road there. And that will probably be the most I can go there. No point in doing... I can do a little area here, but I don't think there's much point. And we can rework things there. Leaves us with 92,000 to do this area out here. It's quite a big area, and I want to get my line right. So, we want to make sure that we are... Our compass... is exactly on 0. The closest I seem to be able to get is 0.2, so it's a little bit difficult to place exactly. I'm going to try and get it. Somebody did give me a way to do this before, but I can't remember exactly what it was. There's no snap to... for the orchards. I might see if I can find one quickly. Unfortunately, having a quick look, I wasn't able to find anything, so looks like we're going to be doing this manually. I have a 0.2 and I have various bits that I can go on to do it. There is a... Well, there is a sort of setup to the textures, so we might be able to use that. Right, let's grab orchards. Let's try this again. And the way I want... I've got a little bit more play at the far end. So I'm going to start it at this end. Right where I want it to be, which is here. And I'm going 1 row in. And yeah, we can take it right up to this point here. I think that is probably pretty straight. Get this in the middle. Yeah. So, looking at this, that looks pretty straight to me. So, I wish there was some indicator or something that tells me exactly how straight my orchard lines are. Right, that's a little far over. So that will be fine. We'll be right up to the edge of the orchard with our road though. And we might have to redo the road slightly at the far end. But in both cases, I think that's fine. Yep. Right up to the edge there will be okay. And now we can just put the rest of these in. And fit the area. And then we'll fill in with the grass at the edge when we're done. And we've finally run out of money. I'm quite pleased, though. We've got a good amount of vines in here. And, yeah, look at all of this. It's been a fairly square field that it's turned out as. But in general, I'm really happy. We are right up to the edge of it there with the road, but that's fine. And similarly, right up to the edge of it here with the road. We've got a few little patches, I think, to fill in with some grass, just to even things out a little bit. And then we've got this small section up the top here that needs doing. I think I can probably fit one more full row of vines in here. So how much more money do we need? Let's just have a quick look at this and see where we are. So as I said, I want to put in a full row from here. Oh, it's very difficult to tell. So it is 105. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So about 1,800 for that row. And then some much shorter ones. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So about 1,000 across for 3 more. So I think we don't need a massive amount more money in order to get these in. And it being March, we have options as to what we can do. So yeah, let's see exactly what those options are. As always, of course, they are to do with getting some contracts in. But there's not a lot of contracts about. For once, we don't have any baling contracts. There's just nothing in here for baling. It is all fertilizing stuff. Now, if we were to take on fertilizing on field 40 and fertilizing on field 2, that would probably do it. I would lose 337 using the equipment for field 2. And I don't think there's any more. Yeah, there's no real options other than that. So I'm going to borrow the equipment for field 2. And I am also going to accept the contract on field 40. And hopefully we'll be able to turn around and get that done fairly quickly. Let's take the Land Rover up to the shop and see if we can get this job done and get a little bit of money in and hopefully finish off these today. So if there's one thing we've learned in this series is that planting vines is really expensive. Thankfully, actually sorting out our stuff for this contract shouldn't be, because we have the shop big bag loader up here. So let's grab a couple of big bags. I think, yeah, we've only got these ones. And we don't have enough money for them. Can we borrow any more money? I don't think we can. Let's have a look in here. I think we're maxed out on our loan. Yeah, we are maxed out on our loan. So, yeah, back down to the farm, because we've got to find another source of some money fairly quickly. I have an idea, though. We do have a couple of things kicking around that we might be able to sell and get ourselves a little bit of fertilizer. Certainly, I don't think we're going to need more than one big bag for this. So, things we can sell. We've got almost a full pallet of eggs. We could sell some wool, but I'm not going to sell that. I think this is our best bet. Look at this. Once again, lettuce to the rescue. In fact, we could probably sell this and afford the remaining vines. So, yeah, let's go and hook up a trailer. Let's turn the lettuce into some more money. And then we can go and do these contracts. Seeing as I've spent a load of time over the last couple of videos loading up and delivering produce like the lettuce. In fact, we've sold lettuce for the last... in each of the last 3 videos. I have just got it all loaded up and sort of spared the entire process of this because we want to get this done quickly. Ideally, I want to get this sold, get some fertilizer, and get our projects or our missions contracts done as quickly as possible and finish off those vines. So there we go. Now this might give us enough on its own to finish the vines off, but I do think turning a bit of fertilizer, putting a little bit towards fertilizer and then using that to increase the money even more is the best way to go. So yeah, we are going to go sell this. Oh, where is the best place? Best place right now, and we're expecting a price drop on this, is still the farmer's market. Although, not a massive price drop. That's actually still a really good price. And yeah, we're easily going to have about £14,000 off this. More than enough to get the rest of our vines done. Yeah, in the end, it was just under 14,000. I think it's about 13,500 we made off that lettuce. I should go to the lettuce as the first thing. It is the thing on this map that has saved us more than anything else throughout the whole time. So let's grab a big bag of solid fertilizer. I can't believe with the little value or the little amount that we're going to get off these contracts that we're going to need more than that. Let's go and grab this. And the bag lifter. This, of course, is the shop only front loader. This little Kubota. I do like this a lot. I like everything from the Kubota pack, to be honest. I don't think there's a bad piece of equipment in it. And it all works so well. And of course, we are not far off the release of the Vermeer pack. That should be out next on Tuesday. I'm actually recording this well in advance as I'm on holiday at the moment. And yeah, from when I'm recording this, it's about a week and a half away. From when this video comes out, it should be, hopefully, coming out the Saturday before release of Vermeer on the Tuesday of next week. And yeah, if this goes out, if this fails to upload and I'm not able to get it out until after Vermeer releases, of course, that'll be different. But yeah, very much hoping that this video should be out just before Vermeer is released, and very much looking forward to that pack. We're not going to be using that on here. We will be using it on on Stone Valley from next week is the expectation. We'll see how far we get. Right, let's load this up though, and yeah, this should easily be enough to do this contract. You gonna let me unload this or not? Let's try and open that up again. There we go. There we are. Yeah, the automatic opening and closing of the cover sometimes gets in the way of you actually unloading the stuff into it. Right, we're going to park this up, and 1,000 litres of this should be enough to go and do the two fields that we got to do. Field 40 and Field 2, which, as far as I can see from the map, are completely opposite ends. So Field 2 is right by our farm, whereas Field 40 is a fair way in the other direction. So we're going to go and get Field 40 done first. I don't think it's going to take many passes. We've got a 42-meter spread on this tractor. And we do have GPS, although my rule of not using GPS on tractors that I don't think are old enough to have it comes into play. So I'm not going to use GPS for this job. What we are going to do is come onto here, and should be fairly easy. Is that going to go right to the edge? Yes, it is. Fantastic. So with any luck, we'll be able to get through this pretty quickly and yeah, get the extra money. If we turn £1,800 into well, 5,000-6,000, that's only a good thing. This isn't going to take us much more than 3 passes, to be honest. I think we're almost clear of this field. That went through the middle of it. And then over here and on. And I think this will reach to the edge. Yeah, in fact, we've probably got a fair whack of overlap with that. So, gonna move over. We were well over 55% complete at the end of that. I think it must have been like 60%, maybe even 66% complete at the end of that last row. So I'm expecting us to sort of complete this at any moment. I don't have the contracting mods on here that I have on the others, which is interesting because I now feel like I'm flying blind. What I do want to do is we'll turn this right down to the minimum spread for this last row. Yeah, 98% complete. There we go. So last little bit. And then at any moment, contract on field 40 complete. Perfect. Right, now let's head up to field 2 and get that one done as well. Field 2 is just up here on the right. As we pass our farm, it's on this field here. In fact, there's the entrance. Perfect. Looks like they're trying to grow cotton on here this year. I was very tempted to take on a cotton contract towards the end of last year. There were a few kicking around on here, but I figured that actually we had a lot of other stuff to do, and plus I want to get towards next year's harvest. We're pretty self-sufficient on our farm now, and yeah, don't need to do many contracts anymore. This is purely so that I can make sure we have far more than enough money to get these last couple of vines in here today. And once these are in, we will be in a really good position. I mean, we are going to have a fairly big vineyard for us at that point, which is going to take quite a bit of managing in order for us to make the most of it. Like making sure we get the grape juice out of the factory. There we go. Turn that off. This is going to complete in 2 rows. I'd be surprised if we don't get the 50% complete flash up in a moment, if it hasn't already. Right, and away we go. There we are. Let's try not to leave a small strip in the middle of the field, because this will reach pretty much all the way across. Yeah, this is going to complete this contract before we get to the bottom of this hill. But there we go, 76% complete. It's going to complete at any moment as we reach the bottom of this field. Of course, small field means it completes a lot later, but it still has. And yeah, 2 nice, easy contracts. 218 litres of fertilizer left from that 1,000 litre bag. So we will head back to the shop. We'll return all of this equipment. We will get a nice rebate on the fertilizer we've got. And yeah, we can then go and plant the remaining vines. So into the shop. And we'll just park it up over here. Yeah. They like to give us stuff over there, but I don't want the long walk back to the shop. And yeah. Let's pop in here and complete the contract. Quick and easy. 2,250. So we end up with 2,244 with a reimbursement that matches our leasing costs. So let's collect on that. And then 3,465 as well. So connect on that. And yeah, well over 5,000. 5,700 roughly. That's really good. That's going to give us a very big boost as we go back and plant the remaining vines that we've got to plant today. And yeah, this is going to up the amount of work we have to do with our vineyard considerably, because, as I said, this is somewhere between adding half as many again and as many again vines to the farm. It is a huge amount. I think we're going to be nearing 200,000 spent on planting new vines this year. By the time we've finished, one thing I am going to do is quickly go and check the fields for where we have planted these, if we have any stones kicking about. No, I think the stones were basically just decoration, and yeah, that was a little bit of a waste. So we'll return the stone picker. But that is good to know. If you're using this map and you see all these stones about and you're going, oh, are they going to damage my farm or my equipment, or do I need to get them picked up? You can't pick them up. The equipment does not do it. So into the least, and we will return that. Yes. Other than our harvester, oh, it's our bale wrapper that we've got that's leased as well. We need to start making some money off that then, if we're going to keep that leased. Right. Let's plant the remaining orchards that we've got here. We have 17,000. This here is going to cost me 5,300, which is what I thought. And then we got 3,100. Wow, that is actually more expensive than I thought it was going to be. And will that fit a harvester down? That is going to be tight. We'll see. We may have to get rid of those end vines, but that is going to be very tight to get a harvester down that end bit there. It should do. I mean, it's marked up to the edge. But yeah, that is going to be a very tight turn at the end here. We'll have to keep a close eye on that and carefully work these vines. But it does get us another row of vines in. And then we've just got these bits here. I want to put some grass in, but I think we need to really get the vines done a little bit more first and worked a little bit more. Let's get our tractor away as well. That has been a very successful vine planting today. It has worked really well. I'm pleased that we managed to get the extra little bit of cash we needed and get all of this field done. And we're going to head up here and finish off where we started today, having a look around at, look at this. We now have vines as far as the eye can see. How gorgeous is that? Today, we have run out of money. Basically, we are in a bit of dire straits. So what we're going to be doing is trying to raise some cash. Thankfully, it is April. Where is my other trailer? It is April, and therefore we're able to sell the fabric today. Finally, we're at a stage where we can sell the fabric. It's over here is where our trailer is. Let's reverse into here. Also, what is going on with the interior of my car? Let's have a quick look at this. Because why has everything gone pink on the inside of the Landy? I don't know, and it's a bit weird. So yeah, something's got a bit strange with the Landy, and there's no control over that. I'm guessing that's some internal lighting or something, but yeah, don't think that should be pink. It's got a really odd color contrast in here now. But yeah, we need to get some fabric sold. We also need to get rid of some equipment on our farm that we don't need. We've got at least a cedar that we don't need on here as well. That can go. And then we need to get some... Oh, is this finally hiding? Yeah, we need to get some new equipment because we need a new mulcher. We need a new subsoiler. And we need some more fertilizer. So lots to buy, lots to sell. And a very busy day this is going to be. First, though, we've got to grab this piece of kit and get this up to our spinnery so that we can load up the fabric we got there and get it to sell. And where we sell it is probably going to be a little bit of a surprise to you. Right, here we go. Down at our factory or our spinnery, and wow, we actually have a huge amount of fabric down here. Now, lots of people have told me that it's going to take quite a long time for the clothing shop to produce anything, the tailor shop to produce anything, if we were to buy that. So it's really a case of where the price is best for this fabric. And we're going to look into that today, I think. Let's unfold that and see where the best price is. We know best price hits in April. And so looking at fabric that we've got here, the best price actually is nearly £7,000 per 1,000 litre at the farmer's market and not the tailor shop. In fact, the tailor shop is currently falling short of our target of 6,810. So that's where we're going to be selling. We are not going to be selling to the tailor shop, and instead we're going to sell this to the farmer's market, our favorite place for selling pretty much everything. And we're going to get a lot of fabric loaded up on this trailer. Oh, we want to get the sides down like so. Yeah, we're going to get a lot of fabric loaded up onto this trailer and a lot of money made in a very short period of time, which is absolutely fantastic. It's going to save us from the doldrums because, yeah, we are £2,000 in the red at the moment. Can I get 2 sets of these at once? Is that going to be too much for our little... Oh, it's not happy. It's got them, but that is really down at the front, and those rear wheels are not great. I don't know if this will be able to lift this high enough. But this is... So this is 2,000 litres we've got on our pallet forks, but I think this is 4,000 litres in total. Wow, this little telly truck is amazing. The fact that I was able to take 4,000 litres of clothes on there and get that on this trailer, that is insane. That is absolutely insane. The fact that I now can't get them off my forks. There we go. Right, lift and forward. There we are, and that's on there. It's not great on there, but it's on there. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, look at that. This telly-truck is amazing, and I think we've probably got a whole load more fabric in the spinnery as well. So this is going to be a massive payday. Just at the right time for us. And yeah, all the wool is going to pay off. The last 2 pallets, and I want to line them up as best I can. I almost had it. Right, let's get in here and line that up better. Yep, there we go. So we got 12,000 litres of wool on here. You can see the weight actually on the trailer, so I don't want to put any more weight on than this. And on there like so. So 7 times 12 is 92. Making a mess of this. Just get off my forks, please. Thank you. Right, there we go. We'll get that strapped down, and the sides up. And look at that. That trailer is just shifting from the weight of this. So that is just a huge amount of fabric on here that we're gonna now make a massive amount of money from. So let's jump out and head over. Oh wow, yeah, that rear wheel is quite full. 12,000 litres of fabric, and it's gonna make us a huge amount. I'm gonna have to change this car because the interior of on here has suddenly got horrible, and I don't know why. Okay, so here we go. In we go. Pull it up and over. Sell it all off. Look at the speed that money's going up. 83,714. Wow. Yeah, 12 sevens is 84, I think. 80, yeah. Basically, we've made lots of money, and I'm very happy. So we need to go and load up our forklift, our little telly truck, and get that back down to the farm. We got some money to spend. Oh, and we got lots of raisins. In fact, I might just drive the telly truck round to the next one and get the raisins stacked up, because we want them to all produce in time for September to get the best price from those two. So this was a mistake we made that ended up causing us to have to get raisins and make raisins, was that we ended up leaving our grape production facility too long and with too much sitting outside. As a result, we ended up maxing out our storage space and being unable to process any further grapes. So what we're going to do is just move these out the way, stack them around the side, which is where we stacked these before. So sort of just over here tends to be a good area for us to stack these things. And by stacking these here, we're able to get them out the way and make sure that we end up with enough space to get the rest of our raisins out. And when it comes to September, we have a very busy period in September anyway, because it's always time to harvest grapes and things at that point. We want to be able to get these loaded up and sold quickly. So that's the idea behind that. And as you can see, there's plenty still coming out. So the raisins have stopped spawning. The packs of raisins have stopped spawning, which means that they must be processing more through. Let's just double check this into here. And looking at this, oh, we are out of grapes. So yeah, this is the total of the raisins that we're going to get out of here. Does mean that we are nicely out of the way and everything for later in the year. We can shut down production though on our factory now, and means that when we come in, it won't immediately start processing grapes into raisins. We can just sort of get everything set up and going. A good amount of raisins here though. We have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10,000 liters of raisins to sell in September. So that's going to be good. That's going to bring us a nice little bit of income just when we need it. And as a result, we're going to be fairly well off towards the end of this year. It's really awesome. I am so pleased at where the farm is and how we're doing. We are going to hit the end of this year with a really decent amount of cash. And yeah, we're probably going to have to actually get some wool down here today as well, back into the spinnery, because I think the spinnery is out of wool. And we want to be creating more fabric, especially if we can make some money out of it for the next year. So, or for, well, before the price drops again, that would be good. But for now, we need to head back down to the farm. We'll have a look at the wool situation. And then we need to spend a bit of this money and upgrade some of our equipment. So what do we have here in the sheep pen? We've got 4 pallets of wool. There's a surprise. So open or lift that out, get that unhitched like so, and then we can get some wool loaded up onto this. We don't need to take this with us to unload the wool. We can just take it down to the spinnery and yeah, just get that working and hopefully get some more fabric out before the end of this best price for the fabric. That will do us really, really well if we can do that. So bring this around and in. Oh, I love the maneuverability of this. I've talked about this many, many times. but the maneuverability of this teletruck is just awesome. I've noticed while loading this up, I think our sheep are also out of feed. So I'm gonna get the bale spike on the front of this. We'll get some hay bales in and get the sheep fed as well today. Let's turn this off. And then we can fold the sides up on our trailer. And off down to the spinnery we go with this and get this done. Oh, yeah, I'm having real trouble looking at the inside of the landy now. So bring it down here and just slide in at the front door. Unloads fairly quickly. And then I need to turn around, which is, it's such a tight turning circle in this place. You need to get, well, ideally, the best way to do it is to come up here, turn around like that, and then back up, and then we'll head back around like that and out. So that does it. Fairly easy turnaround doing it that way. If you try and actually do a circle, it is way too tight. Right, so now we need to put the trailer away. So we'll head back over to the farmhouse and just bring this round and get this away in the shed here. Best place for it, I just need to remember that it's here. Then, oh, actually, no. I want to leave this on this trailer. We are not going to drop this off because we've got to go up to the shop in a minute. So I'm just going to leave this here. And instead, we're going to pop over here and sort out the feed for our sheep first. I need to check on the feed situation for the chickens as well. But they need feed purchased, whereas we have lots of feed available for the sheep already. It's all in this barn here, all next to us. So let's drop that off. Pick up that. Here we go. Make sure we got the teletruck selected, because otherwise we have the camera issues. And then grab a couple of bales from here. So, like so. We are running low-ish on bales. We've not got a huge amount, but we've got enough. I think a couple of contracts over the summer will top that up and will give us the ability to keep feeding the sheep. And this is what I was talking about with the equipment. If we're not looking to buy a grass field to feed our sheep, because to be perfectly honest, we don't massively need it, then we are in a position where it's yeah, they take 2 bales on a regular basis. So it's, yeah. Wow, we've got a lot of sheep at this point. That's good. We've hit 100 sheep. They've bred very nicely. We've got lots of lambs and we're getting lots of wool as well. So that is all good. Right, we need to drop these back off. And do you know what? We need to get rid of... I think we need to get rid of the bucket. As somebody pointed out before, we got this bucket here so that we could... do the grapes when we stored them on the floor. Now we take them straight up to the factory. So we've not really used it. It's full of lime because stupidly I put it underneath the lime pallet. And the lime pallet has, yeah, 323 litres in it. I don't know. We'll have a think about that one. But we're going to have to get the forks on there at least. First, though, we need to go up to the shop. I want to have a look at my chickens, which, yeah, could do with a load of food. I think we need to buy a lot of food for them. So let's head up to the shop and spend a bit of this cash and get some more feed for the chickens. We need some liquid fertilizer and we need some solid fertilizer and some seeds as well in order to get our greenhouses moving again. And then once we've seen how much we're spending on this, we can have a look and see what we can afford new equipment wise, because we could do with a wider mulcher and we could do with a wider subsoiler as well. So yeah, lots we've got that we can spend 81,000 on. Let's pop into here. Nothing in the sales, unfortunately. So let's head to here and big bags. Right, stuff we need. So we need a couple of bags. No, we need 3 bags of this. One for each of our greenhouses. So we need 3 of those. We need 6 then of seeds. So there we go. So buy 6 of those because it's a 1-to-2 ratio. We then need a whole load of wheat. I'm going to grab 6 of these as well. That should feed our chickens for a good while. Yes, okay. And that should be everything we need for now from there. From pallets, I want to grab a couple of pallets of liquid fertilizer. 2,000 liters there, 6,000 there. That actually doesn't make a lot of difference. Do I go for the single pallet of fertilizer? It's better storage for us. I think we might go for the single pallet of fertilizer rather than getting 3 of these. So, yeah, let's grab that as well. That will keep us going for a good while and is probably a better storage. So there we go. We spent a lot of money then. And we probably need the bigger trailer looking at that amount. There is no way all of that is fitting on this trailer. Yep. I'm just going to pop back to the farm and go and grab our bigger trailer and hopefully then we can get all of this back in one go rather than looking at a couple of goes to do it. There we go. Got the nice big blue trailer. One thing I am certain is if it takes a couple of goes to do it with this, then there was no hope of doing it in less than 4 with the other one. Because it would have... Yeah, this is twice the size, this trailer. There we go. Drop that there. Now, I think we've only got a single bag lifter on this. Yep. But it should be fairly quick, even with that, to load this up. And then we can get these all back to the farm. The one thing I do need to do is get the pallet forks for this. So we need to buy some shop pallet forks today. We'll get a refund for that. And then we'll be in a position... You know what? I am going to go and get the twin on this. It's just going to speed everything up so much to have a twin bag lifter. And this will handle a twin bag lifter. This is one of the great things about this Kubota. So let's go get a couple of new implements for the shop, shall we? Okay, so we've added those in, and the shop has grabbed the shop has reimbursed us essentially for purchasing those. These will stay up here. They are not something for down at our farm. We've not got a front loader down at the farm anyway, so it wouldn't make any difference. Even if we were to take these items down there, they're purely for the shop to load up stuff that's been purchased up here and make things a little bit easier. So let's grab these like so. And yeah, you can see how good this little Kubota is. It just lifts these with ease. Yes, it's a little bit front heavy, but it's still handling it fine. Whereas the other stuff we had up here before would have just balked at it. Loading up with these is actually going to be harder and more fiddly. Let's go get rid of them. Drat. Last of the chicken feed loading up and getting quite a nice little setup on here. It seems to be loading fairly well. I've only gone 2 across. I think I could have gone 3 across if I wanted. But I don't think we need to. I think we're going to have enough space putting those down the middle there with what we've got left. So we're now going to load up the seeds, ready for taking up to the greenhouses. And yeah, then finally we got the fertilizer for the greenhouses as well. So hopefully this should all fit together. And in fact, I think the liquid fertilizer is going to fit on with the solid fertilizer at the end. So this is about right. And it's good to know that actually we could fit more on here if we wanted to. There is the space on this trailer to go 3 across, which yeah, makes a big difference. Last of the seeds on. Oh, and I've just nudged that a little bit out of the way. There we go. That's better. So get those strapped on, and it's looking like I'm going to have to go 3 across on the solid fertilizer on here to fit this all on. Whether I'll then be able to fit our pallet on the back, I don't know. We might have to, well, not overly safest way to transport it, but we might have to strap the pallet onto the top on the back. We will see if that's the case. But sadly, we will get all of this back one way or the other. And yeah, we should be okay. I'm going to put the middle one in first. We might be able to fit the pallet on the back and get it strapped on. We shall see. Certainly, I'm going to go 3 across with this. If I can get myself in the right position. Because my pallet forks here are slightly in the wrong place for me to get lined up. Which is very, very annoying. Final big bag. Just push that on there a little bit. There we go. So that will now go down there. Yeah, I don't think there's enough space for a pallet on the back there. We'll see. If not, what I'll do is I'll have to carefully lay it on the top of the big bags and strap it down. It should be all right there. It'll be stable enough. We'll just have to see if it works. And yeah, we'll get rid of those dual bag lifter. Again, we'll get rid of it and we won't take any money from it because it's a shop tool. But it needs to. It's not any use to us. There's no way I can see to drop both big bags off it, unfortunately, which is annoying. I'm looking to use it to load up, not to unload into a pen or anything. There we go. Come on. And yeah, loading onto a trailer with it seems to be too difficult. Yeah, that is not going to fit on the back of there. So what we'll do is over the wheels, we will put this on top. And then we'll strap it down. And that should be safe enough. So, yeah. Because these would collapse and take it. Basically. Oh, God. That looks so precarious. But it's on there. So, that's alright. We're going to get it all done in one load. I definitely could have fit that on there if I'd gone 3 across with either the chicken feed or the fertilizer. So, yeah, I'm cutting corners again. The thing about most of this is we are going to immediately use it. We need to feed the chickens straight off. We need to get the greenhouses working. It's still plenty to be done. Right, so what we're going to do is, where is my... it's over this way, isn't it? My tele truck, I think. It's here. The tele truck is over here. Because we were mucking around with the front bucket. So, yeah, there we go. Right. And this, again, is where this tele truck comes into its own. We widen out our forks, and it is just stable enough to take 2 big bags at once and load easily. And, oh, it's just the most versatile piece of kit, this. I absolutely love it. Now, my biggest problem, though, is I now need to get onto here straight enough to get those off without knocking them off. And this is the thing, because they're not moving much. Right, there we go. That's got those on there. So now I should be able to... This will either flick these sky high, or it'll allow us just to lift it off and out the way. Fantastic. Right, this is going to go up on the shelf. It's liquid, so it shouldn't have an issue. In fact, no. I've learnt my lesson. This is going on the lower shelf, and we'll worry about putting tools higher up. Is a much better decision based on previous experience. And now I can get some feed off for our chickens and get them producing some eggs again, because yeah, at the moment they're not doing that. Okay, that is all the chicken feed unlocked. We want to widen out our forks so that we should be able to get 2 of these at the same time. Yep, there we go. We know we can't take 4, but 2 definitely possible. Does load down the front of the teller truck, but not an issue. We just keep them moving and it should unload. I'm expecting the chickens to take all 6 bags of this, and that will keep them going for a good long while. There we go. Something stopping me there, but not anymore. And there we go. Feed into the chickens. I should actually have gone 3 across with these. It would have made unloading them a lot easier, because what I'm having to do now with the chickens is try and get this so that we can get 2 bags on 1 fork. Right, there we go. Out. And we can do it, but obviously it's less preferable to doing opening the forks up and going to 1 bag on each fork, because we have to get the forks then towards the middle, and it's still a little bit off center, and with this much weight being off center isn't great, but that should do it, I think. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. And I love seeing the way the JCB raises up as the weight reduces, and it's able to handle it a bit better. But that has got all of those done. So our chickens have taken the full 6,000 litres, and that's 7,218 in total. So that is going to keep them going for a nice little while. What we're going to do now is bring the JCB teller truck over here. Spin it around and get our lettuce production going again, because at the moment I thought these were out of water. They're not. They're out of seeds and they're out of fertilizer. So yeah, plenty of water in those. Just need the seed and the fertilizer to actually grow something. So let's give them some. Here we've got seeds and fertilizer. We'll undo all of this. All of this is coming off. I'm going to unload these actually in the same way as I've just done the chicken feed. So we'll extend that out. We'll come in and we'll get on a single fork, we'll get 2. Because we can then just take them off the ends and work our way through. Oh. No depth perception. I've said this many, many times. No depth perception in Farm Sim at all. You have to look at stuff from several angles in order to make sure that you're seeing everything that you should. So there we go. Seeds in the first one, seeds in the second one, seeds in the third one. Then with a ratio of 1 to 2, we just take a single bag of fertilizer into each as well. So that's fertilizer into the first one, fertilizer into the second one, and fertilizer finally into the third one. Perfect. So let's have a look in here and just take a look at these now. And you can see, yeah, it's 6 seeds to 3 fertilizer and 64 water. So yeah, we are a good start on here, and we'll start to produce lettuce again. In fact, yeah, we'll start to produce lettuce again fairly quickly. We want to turn the raisin production off now because, as I was saying earlier, we're out of grapes. And wool, we already have nearly another 1,000 litres. I think we're probably going to be selling some more fabric next time. But that is pretty good. We have managed to achieve everything I wanted to do today. What we're going to have to do next time is get some equipment sold. I want to get rid of this subsoiler because this is now not wide enough. And this mulcher, which similar reason is not wide enough. And this seeder, I think this can go. It's got 533 litres of seed in it. But I think this seeder wants to go. We've got no use for a seeder on this farm whatsoever, and it's just taking up space. Jury is still out on the grass equipment. I'm still not sure about that. If we're doing grass contracts, we're not doing it for the money, so I'm not sure about that stuff. Still umming and erring about that. I think the roller actually can probably go. We have no need for that. We might try rolling between the vines and see if we do anything, because that is wide enough for us to make it through. So we'll see if that makes any difference. But in general, we're all good. Star of the show today has definitely been this telly truck. I absolutely love it. It's done wonders for us. We are going to be doing a lot of work with our vines. We're going to be upgrading some of our equipment to try and get it to work a little bit faster. And yeah, we've got a little bit of cash to use. So the first thing we're going to do is drop this off here and go and get it sold and replace it with something a little bit larger. We're going to do the same thing with our cultivator come subsoiler as well. So what have we got in here? Anything of use? Nope. We've got a brand new Vulture available, but no, that's not going to be of any use to us. So mulcher we've got at the moment. We are currently running one of these. This is TMC Canala TPN 140. It's got a 1.4 meter width on it. So what I'm looking to do is add maybe another meter to that width to cover things a bit better. We've got a 2.2 2.2 meter there. That is almost the right width, and in fact has a little bit more maneuverability to it. I really quite like that one. That is 7,000. We also have this one, which is a 2.8, which is roughly the same as the Robert. Now, we were having an issue at 2.8 meters, and that is about the same price. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to try this one out first at the 2.2 meters. It's poking out a little bit, so I think that's going to take it probably to the 2.4. But it should mean that we can set ourselves up to go down the middle of the row with the positioning and then see where we are. So I am going to buy that. Yes. Okay. And this should then work a little bit better with our Kubota as well. Should be a pretty good setup for that. And means it should stick out a little bit further from the side, which is the problem we were having with the smaller equipment. It's also the issue we have with the subsoiler. So I want to give this a try. And if we have a look at this, already you can see it sits a bit out at the side. And we can do that with that. I mean, we can send it right out if we want. But this should be a much better piece of kit for us to work with. So let's get this down to the farm and see if we can start cutting some vines. So I'm going to start with the old cow meadow. And we're going to... I think we'll work on it from the other side of the field back this way. I had thought about doing a little bit of alternate row stuff, but I think it's going to be best if we try this way. And I'm going to start at the far end. Yeah, and bring it round. I'm very tempted, these grass bits at the end, to turn them into dirt patches to make them work a little bit better. Means we have a little bit less maintenance on them, and see where it goes from there. So can we, that's the closest in we can move it. Let's turn it on, drop it down, and then I should be able to run it fairly close here without too much hassle. It's not seeming to actually do the row at the moment, which is interesting. Or not seeming to do much of the row at the moment. So let's get this. Oh, it's the slope on the end here, especially for this final row, is really, really tough to get round on. And I'm not sure I ever left quite enough space up this end of the field. Right, so yeah, here we go. Oh, wow, that is a tight fit. That is a very tight fit. This may not work for what I want it for. Look at that. Okay. Maybe it will. Yeah, you can see 2.4 meters is the perfect width. But if I can't get it to go at that, we may have an issue. Definitely need to keep this a bit straighter on here in order to get this to cut properly. Because it is just catching the edges at points. And that's where the whole thing gets a little bit more difficult. If I can't get my positioning right. Oh, wow. Yeah. We'll take it right in, see if that works. No, look at that. You get slightly off and it's too much of a crunch. I should have leased this and tested it. It will just about do it. But we're still going to have to go twice along a line because as you can see, it's just that little bit over on the actual vine side. And if we don't get that, it's not going to cultivate. So I need to work this out a little bit more. Maybe if I could get some GPS on this tractor, we could position this in such a way that it would work fully. Because at the moment, I'm struggling. Right, so I've given it a couple of rows, and I think we're going to go back to the shop. We're going to have a word with them, and we're going to see if we can try the brush cutter as well. I'm also going to see if they can set me up with some GPS on this Kubota and see if we can line ourselves up well and get a really good cut. So back up to the shop and see if, yeah, we can improve the situation. Because this, not going to work. So I didn't actually sell the other one. So we'll get that sold first. What I want to do is repaint it, yes. Repair it, yes. Sell it, yes. There we go. Right, so this 6,159. The shop has promised to reimburse us the up to the 7,000. Because we've just bought it straight back. So let's sell that back to them. So they've given us the extra £941 to take it back up. And the way they've suggested we do it with the others, because we're not sure if the other two will fit, is for us to go and get them on lease, try them out, and then if they're good, then we can go from there. So, yeah, they've suggested these two. That one sticks out a bit at the side. So we're going to try the Robert again. And that is 2.8 meters. It's a little bit wider than I'm happy with. But if we get GPS on our tractor, we should be fine. So we are going to lease that off them and give this a try. Otherwise, if this doesn't work, what they're going to do is they're seeing what else they can source for us and go from there. So it's 367 that the lease is costing us, which is a lot less than we would have lost on the value. So, yeah, we're going to try this out for the day and see if this works. As I said, though, we need to go and... oh, they want the tractor actually in the shed. So we're going to grab this, do that, and then get GPS on this. Now that we have the cash to do it, and go and... wait, there we are. And see if we can improve this. So customize and add on the GPS to it and go okay. So that's costing us 15 grand to put that on this tractor. But that is going to help with the work this has to do on our grapevines and around those. So yeah, it's going to be worth it. Let's get into gear. And actually I want to go into reverse. Perfect. Right, and now we should be able to get some good rows going. Now, if we can get this to work on these vines, we'll get them to work on any vine on the farm, because these are our most difficult ones. They are the ones that want to cooperate the least. They are not quite on a straight setup. And, yeah. We are, yeah, at 270.3 here with this. I don't know what the actual... yeah, I think it's like 269.4 or something like that. Yeah, that, I think, is going to be the angle we want. So the way we'll do this is we'll turn on GPS. We'll bring up the menu for it. The setup we're going to go is A plus direction. Okay. Right, we will bring up our lines. Is that set? Very difficult to tell if that's set, because I don't have any lines at the moment. There we go. There are my lines. So that looks pretty straight down here. That doesn't look like that's going to hit any of the edges. So we'll turn it on. I'm going to move it over slightly so it is sitting absolutely in the middle. Turn that on, set our course, and in fact what we might want to do is just widen that a little bit, because otherwise we're going to be continually moving our edges. So let's go into here and have a look at this, and our current width is 9.19 foot. So let's go into here, and we're going to take this up to 10 foot. And I think that should do it. And if we move those over, because these should be 10 feet apart, these vines. Okay, we'll see how well that works. Down with this, and forward. Oh, look at that. Okay, so that angle is ever so slightly off. It's a tiny amount, but it's enough to cause us an issue. So 69.7 is what I'm going to go for this time. Set that on it and go. And again, I think we're a little bit over this time. Yeah. There. That should do it. Go out to the row, and we'll see how this lines up for the next one. But this seems to be the future of how we want to do our rows and how we want to get it set up. And yeah, we do not have enough space at the end here to turn around, especially with this setup. But down in like that, place it down. And is it going to cut everything and not catch the edges? Not quite. We're ever so slightly off. But we're just about doing it. I think a little more tweaking, and this will work perfectly. Okay, we've got some rain coming in a shower now, but I think I've got my settings. We've had a couple of rows. It seems to be running fine and everything. 269.3 seems to be the sweet spot on the direction. seems to get us down most of these rows fine. And then we've got, let's have a look at these settings. So 9.84 foot seems to be the distance between the rows. And as I said, we are 269.3 on these. So these really are my most annoying vines. These are the ones that will not go fully either, you know, directly north or directly south or any of those. So this width should work for all of the other rows. But we should be able to go straight north or straight south or straight east or straight west with the rest. Whereas, yeah, these were the ones I wanted to get working on. It seems to be, fingers crossed, working fine. And as a result, we because we are using a wider mulcher now, we should zip through all these rows quite nicely. There are two things that you need to do with this, using this tractor with the GPS and using a wider mulcher like this. Firstly is that when you're coming into a row, you need to make sure that you're fully lined up and fully locked onto your course before the mulcher is coming into the row, because if you don't, you end up catching bits at the start. This is catching a bit more down this end, but we're all right. And the other thing is, when you come out of a row, make sure the mower has cleared the whole row first. Otherwise, again, it's going to catch and you're not going to be able to get a clean exit. It does seem to catch a little bit at this end. I'm not quite sure why that is. The rows seem to be holding otherwise. Yeah, this is what I mean about making sure you are lined up before you go into the row. Because if you don't, you won't get into the row. And bring it in. Yeah, there we go. We're in. And you see, we're several rows down, and I haven't altered the GPS. So, yeah, we seem to catch a little bit at the far end, but otherwise, this is working great. It is getting right between the vines. It's cutting right up to the edges. And yeah, it's doing a really good clearance. It should mean we get all of these cut today. Will work really well for us clearing through this fairly quickly. Should mean that going into May, we are able to, get the, again, far end a little bit. A little bit of catching at the far end, but otherwise okay. But should mean we'll be able to get this all cultivated next time, and then all sprayed and fertilized after that. And yeah, all our vines looking great. And then we can turn our stuff to any summer jobs that we can take on going into June and July, as we then start to approach the next harvest for these grapes. And yeah, this year's going to be the big one. We've got a lot of vines here on the farm now, and it should make us a lot of money. Last little section, and then that'll be the old cow meadow complete and done for the mulching. We're going to go up to the top of field 5 and line up for that next. That's going to be a bit of a pain because the top end of field 5 is really rough. Now, what I do want to do before we go on to field 5 is we should be able to save. There we go, cow meadow. Save tractor farm on. And will that write it? Oh, there we go, cow meadow. Right. So just check that that's got all of the track information and everything. Yeah, brilliant. And right, so we want to change our track. We've got all of this up here to do next. And yeah, our big one is going to be getting this on the right setup. So this we know to be going east-west. Oh no, north-south is how we're going. So we want to line ourselves up exactly north-south on here. Get ourselves into position. Yeah, so 180. Nope, that's the wrong way. 180 is that way. And if I can get myself on the right direction straight off, what we can do... There we go. So we'll set that. We'll bring the lines up. So there we go. And nope. I don't want to set it A plus B. What I want to do is A plus direction. Right, and bam. Right, and then just move our blue line about halfway through these posts. So I can pretty much see where it's going. Set that. Turn this on. Drop it down. And check that everything's works. We did smooth out this edge, so hopefully this is going to be fine. And with any luck, we'll get down here without issue and know that this is all set up right. For some reason, that has gone to 180.9. So I think this is to do with the fact that this is on one hell of a slope along here. So we'll see how it holds up on the second run. But on this run, it's a little bit of a bust because of the fact that it's on such a ridiculous slope. Yeah, there we go. Having reset it a bit and sorted it out, we're now having a fairly smooth run through here. And it's keeping up. So lines off. And away we go. With the turning circle on this, I've actually worked out it's easier for me to do alternate rows. I'm able to line up a little bit better. We still catch stuff from time to time a little bit. But it is definitely more efficient than the other ways we've been going. And you can see there that turning circle is just that little bit better. So we then just line up here, back her up. So we're absolutely on course. And then back down and in. And we should be lined up well enough. Drop it down and away we go. This is definitely a learning curve, but it's one that is working very well for me. We're able to get this all set up and cut and done, and probably in half the time because we're not having to go down each row twice. Much happier with this. Yeah, this is a godsend. If I had my time over on my vineyard, I think there are a few things in retrospective that I would do differently. First is that I would absolutely make sure those vines on the old cow meadow, that those ran north-south and were not ever so slightly out. This field here has just run so much better, having it on an absolute direction, on an absolute degree, and running it east-west, north-south has worked brilliantly for me. So yeah, I would definitely try and run. I definitely tried to run the cow meadow east-west, and get it to run a little bit better. I think I would have probably tried to get a GPS set up on here earlier. Doing this mulching with a nice wide mulcher like this is great, and it is working wonderfully. And this rubber, actually, this was the one that I wanted to have on here early on. It's a French brand, it fits the farm perfectly, and yeah, as a result, I wanted it on here. I'm so pleased that it's finally working out for us on here now. And we'll probably convert this, the lease that we've got today, into an actual purchase. I think going forwards, I think that's the way to go with this. You can see the fun of lining things up, though. Let's back that out, like so. There we go. But this is making this so much quicker. I mean, it's 2 minutes past 4, but I think we're still going to get our lower vines, the ones that are in the yard, done and the ones on field 1 should all be mulched today, which is just going to be brilliant. That is going to open us up to getting a new cultivator, similar sort of width, 2.4 meter I'm going to go for that, and we should be able to do that on a similar GPS course as well. So yeah, hopefully this is going to work out very, very well for us going forwards. And then we're going to use the little Antonio Carrera to do the spraying on here and get that all done, because yeah, we do still have that tractor and I do still want to use it, and it's very useful for this type of job. This just goes to show how much our vineyard has grown. This is a job that would not have taken us an entire day a little while ago. And now it's come to 5 PM and I am just coming to the end of our second field. Admittedly, we were doing a lot of faffing about early on, trying to get the right mulcher and get things set up. Not quite where I want to be. And yeah, finding the right settings for our GPS. But now that we have them, and now we're running with them, everything is running smoothly, and this is not going to take very long to get the last 2 fields finished. Field 5 and the old cow meadow, both of those are by far the bigger fields of our 4 sets of vines. And yeah, getting the lot in the yard, so the new lot there done, and getting the lot in field 1 done, that is not going to take very long to get today finished off. So yeah, I'm just really, really happy about how this is working. The fact that we found a way of getting this done really efficiently makes me very, very happy. Something somebody's mentioned actually is this area we've got at the top here. Maybe that we should put some beehives on, and I really like that idea. So I'm going to be looking at investing in some bees in the future, I think, and going and doing that. Right, now this is not going to get up that top corner there. There is yeah, there is no way we're getting down there with this. So there's a small area we're never going to be able to cut. That is fine. Let's take our lines, and yeah, we need to reposition our lines so that they are good. Now comes the test of how straight I have done these rows, because if these are straight, this job is going to be easy. If they're not, we're going to have trouble. And already that's not quite positioned right. There we go. In we are. Let's see if we have an easy time of it going through these new vines. Yeah, we're moving quite well. You get your track alignment sorted, and these are nicely planted at exactly 180 degrees. Perfect. I am very, very pleased, because that was a bit hairy when we were planting these. Now I just need to get myself lined up properly. In fact, I'm going to take myself off the track, put myself in the middle of the row. That seems to be the easiest way to do it most of the time, is to plant yourself down the middle of the row and then get yourself on the track. And then your GPS isn't moving left and right too much, which means the back of the mower isn't swinging out, and you fairly easily get yourself lined up and going. So again, a great one for in cab. Get yourself lined up properly in cab. Stick your nose down the middle, and you'll have no problems. We're coming to the end of these vines now, and yeah, had I not done all my faffing around first thing, I think we would have got all 4 fields done before sunset. I am still going to get all 4 fields done today and cleaned up and ready for getting the subsoiler in next time. Oh, come on. Line up, please. There we go. Get it in. There we are. And yeah, get it all lined up for next time. But we're at the point now where I'm having to refuel the vehicle. Oh, no. Well, there we go. That is what I've got to do next. Is go and find some fuel. Because my Kubota's run out. So, yeah, there we are. That is where we're going to end it. Because I need to get some fuel for this. And get these fields finished. Next time, we're going to pick up with the cultivator and the subsoiler and get these fields done with that. We are headed up the shop today because we've got our subsoiler on the back, our diddy little one. That was great when we had the methane tractor and how not very wide that tractor was. Now we've got two tractors that are a little bit wider and we need to use a little bit better. So I'm just going to drop this off here. I am getting slightly concerned because my Kubota is approaching 50 hours and is going to start getting to be a real pain to keep functional. Let's have a look. So this, we want to repair it for £1 and repaint it for 130. And it's not a very expensive piece of kit, this. So we're going to sell that back for 487 and then pop into the shop here. And what we're going to replace this with is one from the mod hub. We've got a subsoiler in here and it's this lizard, this SR05. It's a 2.3 meter one. Now we've got a few that are similar sort of widths. This one from Rossamash doesn't go out far enough and we're going to clip a lot of stuff with that. So that's no use to me. The Dondi for 12,500 is only a 2 meter. This lizard here is a 2.5 meter. But again, I don't really think it's quite right for us. There is this one as well. The Disco Vine V, which is only 1.5 meters. And the one that we're replacing is 1.2. So this one here, the SR05, this is a 2.3 meter. So it's about double the width of the one we're replacing. It should work fairly well for us. The main color I'm going to get is the blue. And yeah, it's 9,980. So we are going to lease this initially for 508. And then all we'll lose is 508 if this doesn't work. I have learnt my lesson from last time. And then we're going to jump in our Kubota and get this. Yeah, it's a pity there were so many hours on this Kubota because it's a very useful little tractor for our farm. But it's has a lot of hours on it. And so the more I use it, the quicker its repair goes down. Right. Let's lift that up because we don't want to subsoil this land. Just want to have a look at what's in the sales. There's another Valtra G series available in the sales. That's ridiculous. And our existing one, where are we? Small tractors is worth 13,000 with 35 hours on it. The new one that's there has 30 hours. So yeah, not worth doing that. But that is hilarious. But there's another Valtra G series sitting in there. Right, let's get this down to the farm and give it a try out. So I've learned my lesson from last time, and we are going to do alternate rows. Let's just pop out here. And yeah, we want to start with the outside of this row here. Bring it here and down. And I'm hoping just by going down the middle of these rows, it's going to be enough to get both sides. Don't want to get too close, just close enough that we're able to do this. And we might be able, again, to set... Well, actually, I should be able to use the GPS that we've got from this field before. So let's turn on GPS. let's bring up the menu. And we should be able to cow meadow. Yep. Let's load that. Nope. Let's load that. No. Has that given us... let's see. Has that given us the tracks? Yes, it has. Perfect. So we set that up and we head down here with that. And we see if this works. There we go. I think we need to be in a lower gear. One thing I didn't check is the horsepower requirement of this, but I think we're going to be all right. And as I said, we're going to do alternate rows with this as we go, and it should make turning easier. So if we have a look at this turning circle, you see it comes round and we're much more able to get lined up here quicker. In we go. And then when we're in position, down. And will this? Yeah, this seems to get right up to those. So, yeah, we'll see if this works. And we're able to get all of this subsoil, which would be brilliant because it would make life so much easier. So to probably test this, I've come and I'm doing the row in between the first two rows that I've done. And looking at this, I'm quite happy. Look, we are we're stuck a little bit in the vines. Let's jump through. And yeah, looks like we're getting right between the vines. 2.3 meters seems to be absolutely perfect for what we're trying to do between the vines here. GPS keeping us very nicely on track. And yeah, I could not be happier with this. It is absolutely perfect. This is gonna speed things up no end, just like our mower did, just like the mulcher did. This is gonna make a massive difference to getting through these vines, and hopefully we can get through these in a day, and then we're just in a position where we need to get them sprayed next time. And if we can do that, then we are going to be sitting pretty. We will be ready and raring to go for our next harvest. Come through the longer sections of the field, and it seems to be working fairly well. We still got a little bit to work on down the far end, but otherwise it seems right. It seems there are some cases where it doesn't quite reach where I want it to, and yeah, we'll see how well it works. What I'm going to have a look at the end is exactly how good the coverage is. I'm still thinking a little bit that 2.4 meters would have been better. Certainly we know 2.5 clips a lot, so 2.4 may have been a better amount to get, but I think we're going to be all right. I think this is going to work. We do have some mist grass at the edge here. I don't think it's going to get that yet. So we've not got a perfect setup on here at the moment, but we do seem to be at least having a pretty serviceable one. That is allowing us to get this all done. And this little Kubota is working wonderfully well, even if I am worried about the hours on it. But certainly this subsoiler is perfect for this. I don't know if our other little tractor would handle it. And it might do to get on here, but certainly this one is doing a grand job with it. And I found the right gear ratio. So high-low gear 3 seems to pull this cultivator the best. And as a result, just, yeah, makes everything easier going the whole way along here. But you can see, because we've failed to cut some of this grass along this edge here, that hasn't worked so well and hasn't got that cleared. We'll go around the whole thing, though, and we will get the rest of this field done. And then we're going to move on to the other two. And it looks like we might even get some spraying done today, if we're lucky, which would just be, yeah, absolutely fantastic. We've got plenty of time left in May to do it. But If we can get this done and the spraying done today, that gets us really ahead. Alternatively, we might have some work to do with the animals. So we've got a lot to check out before we finish this day's work. Looking at the coverage I'm getting sort of a 99% coverage. That extra 0.1 of a meter would make this perfect, but it's getting, every so often it's just missing. You can see down the side there a little bit of grass between the rows, and as a result the coverage isn't perfect. It's good, and it's gonna increase the yield of these quite considerably just doing it this way, but it's not perfect. And yeah, I think trying to find a subsoiler that will do it perfectly is probably a task in itself. There's certainly nothing in our current shop availability that will do that. And let's line this up properly, otherwise we're going to clip it. Yeah, there we go. Lined up and down, and away we go. I am happy enough with it though. It is working well, and is going to give us and the increase in yield we're looking for from these vines this year. Coming to the end of the final row, and you can see it's not bad. It really isn't. It's done the job that I wanted it to do. It will increase the yield across here quite considerably, and if we have a look in here, you can see it's not perfect. But it's a lot better than any of our other vines are. So I'm happy with that. That's done the job. It's done the job quicker, and we're looking pretty good. Now, what I want to do is we're going to come over to this field here, over to field 1, and do the same here. Go through all of these. And yeah, this is what we need to do to get all of our fields ready today. Now, what I want to do, because we haven't saved it so far, is we'll turn the lines back on. We will then get ourselves, well, what we'll do is we'll head into the menu here. We'll switch this to A plus heading. And yep, okay, the heading we're gonna want is 180, so let's set current waypoint. Heading is 180, set that cardinal, and then we need to move it across a little bit until we're in the middle of these vines. Gonna be about there, I think. Set it down, and yeah, that is pulling up some stones right on the edge of this field, but that is because that is the edge of this field. We might have to run some grass down the edge bit there, but otherwise, yeah, that's working pretty well. I'm happy with that. If we pick up, we come off of our GPS and we move into here. Look at that. They're sitting the same place in those vines on this row. So I'd say that this field is set up fairly easy. And the reason why this is so much easier than set up than the other field is, of course, because we planted these vines correctly and got them in the right place, which means that they're much easier to work. Almost made it to the other side of the field, and yeah, it's being just as effective on these vines as it was on the others. In fact, may even be more effective on these vines than on the other side. It's going to be interesting to check this field when we get to the other, well, when we work our way back across it, because it's, yeah, it's doing really well, this. Now, I had thought about the possibility of using the G-Series to do this job, but then I realized that our G-Series doesn't have the GPS on it. We could put it on there, and that would work fairly well. It should fit between these vines. It's a thin enough tractor to be able to do that. And would probably be pretty good at this job. And yeah, might relieve a little bit of the time stress with this. I think I'm certainly going to use the G series for carting this year. We'll cart the grapes with that because we don't need this tractor on that. This tractor very much should be for working between the vines and doing this kind of job. I think the other little tractor we got, the Anto Carrera we will probably use that to do the spraying and things like that. I think I've said that in the past. And then the G series we can use for things like carting and stuff that doesn't involve going between the rows. I think is going to be a good use for that tractor. Down. And also things like if we're doing any grass work at all, which we still do have some grass working equipment that we can do stuff with, and the possibility of buying a grass working field would be quite good. Why are we in such a low gear? It is a little bit weird sometimes. I shift between upper and lower gears and it drops down gears and things. I find that happens in general as opposed to being something that happens just on specific tractors or at specific times. So I think it's a more general issue. I don't know if it's something to do with the age of my shifter, but certainly, yeah, as it's gone on, it's got a little bit stranger with how it works. The question now is, as we come to the end of field 1, how effective has this been? Have we got a similar sort of coverage as we had to the old cow meadow? Or have we managed to actually get between all these rows? Let's have a look. And yeah, actually, it's a similar sort of coverage. We do have the odd little bit of red. So it's not perfect, but it's certainly a lot better than the big whack of red that we have on the other sets of vines. So I'm quite happy with this. As I said, I think an extra 0.1 of a meter would give it full coverage and give us a bit of a better setup. But in general, I think we're pretty good. Before we need to move these lines over, so let's move this over to here, put ourselves halfway through the vines. Not quite perfect, but we can get it there is about as spot on as I can get it. So then give us there and down, right. And let's get these ones done for the first time. This is now definitely too high. There we are. So hopefully less spinning wheels now as we make it onto this set of vines over here. I think with this set of vines, I finally got planting these things down right, especially for most of this field. It's much easier for me to track my progress through here with new vines, of course, because we've got the grass texture on the bottom that disappears after your first year. But it is working well. We're managing to get through these and do pretty well. Doing this end, we're going to need to take a set of vines out the end here because it's just not enough turning space. I thought I'd left enough. I really haven't. That slope just gets in the way so easily, and trying to clear this piece of kit out the end, and in fact it's worse with the mulcher, is really difficult. You kind of need to come out the end, turn the opposite way to where you're expecting to go. So lift this, we'll turn this way, reverse it up like so, and then into here, Just makes it easier to turn. I mean, I probably could have just done the straight up turn, but the other end you'll see, it's much, much more difficult to actually do that. We're not pulling through that bush, and we're kind of working around it. And the very end section, we cannot get up to the edge at all. It'll be fine to spray it, but we just won't be able to get down there to cut or to do this. But you can see here, yeah, we're right up on this. I think that needs smoothing at the very least. Well, no, I think we just need to take the ends off. I think the end rows of these will just make that maneuvering that much easier. Right. Onto here. And down and in. And away we go. And look. It is that easy. I love using the GPS on this. It just works. And another set of vines all done and dusted. And yeah, again, it's not perfect, but it's close enough. We are at the point now where we need to get this kind of coverage and we'll still make a lot. Getting really close and in is too time consuming to be worth it at the moment. And I'm convinced a 2.4 meter wide subsoiler would absolutely get this job done. We would easily cover it if we did that. And these ones are slightly further over, so let's move these in, get them going through the middle like we have the others, line ourselves up, and away we go. Hopefully this will finish at the far end and come out here is what I'm hoping. But we'll see how it goes. We are on target to get all this done today, which is great. And we might be able to go and do a little bit with some of our animals to finish things off. Yeah, our vines are looking good. We're looking like we're going to head into this year's harvest, which is still several months away. With our vines already and getting about the maximum we can in yield from them. As I said, with these bits we're missing, it'll be down slightly in places, but in general, I think this is going to be a really good year, especially with all the new vines we've got. At this point, the farm probably has all the vines that we want to get on here to get ourselves set up. So yeah, I am very, very pleased with this setup. Although we do need to sort out the road down here, because it sort of leads into our vines at the moment, whereas it should be just going straight. With how well developed our farm is now, I'm very much looking at where we are. I think we're going to go to episode 60 on this series. I think this is episode 54, so 6 more episodes after this. We are looking to get to the next grape harvest and beyond it, and produce those grapes and get them sold off. I would like to try and set the aim for the end of this series to buy the harvester outright. We've got a fair amount still left to purchase on there. If we come and have a look at our leased harvester. So if I was to try and purchase that, we need 216,000 off this year to try and do that. I think that that is quite a tough goal to set ourselves from this year's harvest. I think we'll see where we get and see how close we get to that. I don't think by any means it would be a failure if we didn't, because I am very, very pleased with how much we've managed to do on this farm with the just started from scratch, using what little land we have and making a vineyard. We have a properly functioning vineyard on here. And yeah, if we could buy the harvester and complete the farm, that would be awesome. But I'm not fussed if we don't. I'm already very, very happy with this experiment and how well it's gone. We probably spent a couple of 100,000 on planting new vines year on year on here. So I don't think getting that harvester is completely out of the question, especially with selling textiles and things as well over the next little while. So yeah, we'll see how we do. But yeah, 6 more episodes after this, and then we'll look at how well we have done. An area that I've never really taken advantage of on this map is this woodland to the side of Field 5. We own all this, and can use it if we want. Looking at some of the trees though, and what we've just been through on Stone Valley, I'm not sure I'd want to clear this so much. Some of those trees are going to give me a big headache, and it's just an area that we own and that we've paid for that is not of a huge amount of use to us, unfortunately, and it's quite bumpy in places. Yeah, it's a pity to have all of that land and it for it not to be useful to us. Yes, all of this woodland, and it's about double the size of the space we're actually, or it would double the size of what we're using to actually use it. But I'm not sure whether it would be worth doing it, whether it would be worth cutting all those trees and then smoothing the whole thing out, which would cost us a load of money, and then on top of that also then planting with a load of vines. It would probably pay off in the long run, but I think it's really hilly in there, and would likely cause us a lot of problems, I think. I continually underestimate how long it takes to do this field. We are about halfway back, so that makes us about 3/4 of the way through it. And yeah, it's 5:20. I'm fairly sure our animals are okay, and I will get them checked, but I think we're not going to get much further than doing this today. I always wonder about whether I should do one field with both this, the mulcher, and this, and then do a second field with the mulcher and this, and have that as one day, or whether I and then do the other 2 fields the other day, or whether I should just go through and do this job across everything in a video for one day and mulching for the other. And I kind of come to the conclusion that I like going through and doing all of one job across all my 4 fields in one day, because that kind of makes sense to me. That would be how you do it on a farm. You wouldn't partially do one field and do both, or you wouldn't do one field and do both jobs on there, unhitching your equipment so that you could then hitch the other one on, just to then go and unhitch and do it all again. I don't think so. Yeah, this makes more sense to me. The other way to do it would be if we had one piece of equipment on one tractor and the other piece of equipment on the other tractor and ran it that way. So that's a possibility, I suppose. Either way, I'm quite pleased with all of our progress over the last couple of days. We have got this field, all of our fields looking much better, and as I said, the yield increased on them, even if it's not to the absolute maximum. And the new fields are coming along nicely. They're yeah, they're all going to be set up, and we should have a boost in yield across everything this year, which is the aim. Coming to the end of Field 5, and something really, really strange has happened on Field 5 that hasn't happened on any of our other vineyard fields or sets of vines today, and I cannot explain it. I do not know what we've done differently on Field 5 compared to every other field today, but if we come in and we have a look, how How has that happened? We've missed stuff on every other field. Field 5, 99.9% done. That is so odd, and I have no explanation for it whatsoever. What we do need to do though is two things. One, we know now with what's on field 5 that this subsoiler will do the whole field and not miss anything if we use it right. So evidently on my other fields, I haven't quite got the positioning of the GPS and everything right. On here, it's worked perfectly. So yeah, we got to fix that. Oh no, I want this and that. Secondly, is that we can buy it. It works. It works absolutely perfectly for what we need on here. So I am going to buy it. It's exactly what I want for this field. We also need to refill this tractor with fuel. I'm just going to give the tractor a wash as well. We want to refill this tractor with fuel. Otherwise, we're going to forget to do that next time and end up with that wonderful little error we had before. In fact, yeah, it was last time where this ran out of fuel. So a day's work is fairly thirsty work for this now. Let's refill this. And we're probably going to have to do some maintenance on this tractor. In fact, let's go maintain this now, because if we have a look at it, yeah, that's getting fairly low. I want to see how much it's going to cost to repair this. Because it does need some repairs. Bring it over here. Bring it into here. Into our workshop. And just jump over and let's see. 1,000. Actually, not that horrible. So we'll repair that. Yeah. So not too bad considering its age. And we're going to go and get rid of our subsoiler. And get it put away. All in all, though, I think that's been a really successful day today. We have got everything subsoiled as much as we can, really. As I said, I think going back and trying to fix those patches that we've got across those 3 fields is going to be a bit counterproductive time-wise. It is really interesting that field 5 we've not missed anything on. Looking at my greenhouses, they are all okay. Yep, I think we have to do some stuff with the animals next time. We do need to spray these fields as well, and I think we're going to be using the Antonio Carrera to do that job. But I'm pretty pleased. We've got a little bit of a lull on the farm. What we're going to be doing is getting started on doing some contracts. First, we need to get the sheep fed. We've got a little bit of, well, we've got a lack of food for them. I think we're all right for our chickens at the moment, but our sheep definitely are in need of some feeding. So let's drop this off up the top like so. Come down a level and then switch over to this. Yeah, putting stuff on the bottom shelf that is consumables, I think is a really good way to go with this, whereas putting them up on a higher shelf just gets us a bucket full of lime. Let's pop into here, grab 3 of these hay bales, and we're going to put all 3 of these in with the sheep. I think they should be okay in there. We're getting fairly far on the sheep as well, as far as some more wool goes. So we've got to clear that out in the near future. Let's take these into here. And this will then start to unload those. Yep. Yeah, there we go. And then we just need to move the top one, which is floating in air. And drop that in as well. That should take a fair amount of that too. Yeah, another 500 litres gone into that. So we'll wait for that to be consumed a bit, and then we'll come and do that later. What I want to do, though, as I said, is want to get some contracts done today, get a little bit of money in. We should be okay. We are not in a position where the where we need to do anything to the vines anymore. I had thought, and I had bought a whole load of fertilizer because I thought the vines were going to need to be fertilized. But if we have a look in here, they are on the darker level of fertilized. So yeah, it seems like it's all good with the vines at the moment. So no need for anything on there as far as fertilizer go. Let's put the forks back on here because we're going to move the wool later. For now, though, what we're going to go and do is just park this back up in the shed, and then we will head up to the shop because I want to take on a contract or two and make a fair amount of money. So a couple of things. One, this car has been fixed. The update, the 1.71 update has fixed it. We're getting a little bit of stuttering still because of the update. As it recreates various shaders, such as the ones for the inside of this car, it is doing a bit of that. But otherwise, it seems to be doing okay. But yes, no longer bright pink interiors in my disco. It's the textures have been fixed, which is great. The second is that we actually want a contract. So the contracts we're going to go for today are these two, Field 37 and Field 14. I'm going to borrow the equipment for Field 37 because it's got a big class Xerion on it. And yeah, I really fancy having a go with that. So we'll borrow the items for that one. And then Field... Sorry, I think it was 48, not 14. Yeah, 48 is 14,000, which is a similar amount. So we are going to just accept that contract. So that means we want to do Field 14 first. We're going to go round and mow everything first as well. Yeah, look at the size of this piece of kit. I've not used one of these yet, so I'm rather looking forward to this. But yeah, this is more than capable of running that. And it's pretty maneuverable as well. So we've got to TED this after this. In fact, I think I know what I'm going to do. We're going to hook this up. And I'm just going to run back to the farm and grab the G-Series. Because if we can get the G-Series Vultra... actually, no. The G-Series Vultra following behind this will not make any difference because it won't be wide enough. So, yeah, let's go do this. What we might do is get the G-Series Vultra going afterwards. Maybe put Courseplay on here and do that. First, though, we need to find out where Field 14 is. Field 14... sorry, I keep saying 14. It's not. It's 48 and 37. So we want to go and do 48 first. Yeah, Field 14 is the one that's right by our farm and is tiny. And that this tractor would just eat up in a second. Now, I don't believe Field 48 is a field we've done yet. So let's come over here and have a look. Yeah, this is a new field to us, I believe. Oh, no, actually, it isn't. We have done this field before. Let's bring this over. Unfold this. We approached it, though, from the other side last time. I'm just going to reverse that up a little bit. Switch back to the front one. Turn that on. Does this... I think this class Xerion, does this not have a front PTO? Yeah, that's not going to start. Let's have a look. Turn on mower. That's not starting. Try it again. And go. Oh. That won't start. Okay, let's fold it up. I think we lack a front PTO on this tractor. That would be quite something. Let's detach the hoses, move it back. And let's have a look at the front of this tractor. Yeah, look at that. There is no front PTO on this. And therefore, this won't work because it does need a front PTO. You can see it at the back there. So we can't actually use this mowing setup with this, I don't think. And I don't know what the power requirement for this is. Let's have a look. Power requirements for this is 250 horsepower. We have nothing else that will pull that. So that is, that gives me an idea, I think. We are going to go and grab the G series. Know what you're thinking. VF, this isn't going to work. You already know you don't have enough power to run these mowers with this. And you're right, we don't. Now, I kind of had two options. One was to stick this mower on the front of our G series here. And then stick the tedder on the back and do the mowing and the tedding at the same time. Or do something a little bit different and have a tandem setup with our tractors. That means that the front mowing gets done by, or the side bits get done by our big tractor, and then the back bits, and then the center bit behind this big tractor gets done by the G series. So that's what we're gonna do. Let's see if we can hook this up. There we go. Turn it on. Drop it down. And then, yep, we will set everything based on this. Like so. Now that is not mowing on one side. Why? Am I too far out of the field on that side? It's very possible. I want to get this in the right place, make sure that we're mowing everything we can. It seems like it doesn't want to do that edge for some odd reason, which is very weird. But now what I can do, and it did mow a little bit at the top here, so maybe it is just an overlap with the field's edge. Let's bring this in. We will unfold this, turn it on, drop it down. We can see how well, yeah, we're fairly far off the field by the looks of things. Yeah, that's all right. Follow that. We have somebody doing it. Perfect. Right. Let's see if we can get this to work. So we've gone around the field once, and it looks like my little G series is doing a fine job of clearing up this line we've got down the middle that we're leaving behind us. And this tractor here is doing a grand job of cutting the lion's share of it in the first place. And you can see, actually, that it's not having too much of a trouble following in the line of where we are, the G series. So I'm quite happy with that. It is getting a little bit far behind, so I want to be careful of how far behind it gets. But it looks like it's going to be able to clear up this field, and we should do okay. Fantastic news, that is, because it's going to speed up the whole process of getting these fields done. Part of the reason why I went for this tractor and this setup was because I wanted to try it out, and it's good to know, actually, that it's not such a great setup with this tractor to use these mowers because of that front PTO issue. And I'm also very pleased to see manual attach not let me connect when I don't have a front PTO, and not let me use tractors that don't have a front PTO with PTO equipment. That is absolutely fantastic. Fortunately, it looks like my mowing tractor, my little G-Series, got a little bit too far behind. I think its auto, or its cruise control was set a little bit low. So I've upped the cruise control to its, well, we'll have it up to its maximum of 26. And hopefully then it'll be able to keep up once I've got the other tractor, or once we've caught up to where the other tractor is. But it is, yeah, it's perfectly wide. It's doing the job, and it's going to mean that we get through these fields quite quickly, which is great news. And yeah, then we just need to get them tedded. I'm wondering if we can get this doing the tedding and then come in behind with the windrower. Or I've got a better idea. We'll get this tedding. We'll go ted round these fields, and then we can use both tractors to do the windrowing and the baling. The windrower won't require a huge amount of horsepower, so we can put the G-Series Valtra on it. And we can then run the big class tractor with the baler running behind. That is coming along very nicely now. We are just eating up the rows. And this tractor is beautifully maneuverable. And the little G-Series behind it is not having a huge amount of problems. But yeah, look at that. That is just, it's like a ballet with these two tractors going along here. And with that G-Series just cleaning up behind it. Last couple of rows on here. There goes the G-Series cleaning up the middle bit. Yeah, this has just eaten up the grass between here. We've got to go and do field 37 after this. And clear that off. But yeah, field 48 is all but cut with just this tiny little bit left in the corner here. And I probably could get the other tractor just to follow me to the next field. But what I don't want to do is leave it with its mower down going along the road. That would not be realistic. So yeah. We'll just wait for that to come. We are going to drop and fold this up. And yeah, just wait for that to finish off. D-Series is just coming around and finishing. There we go. So we'll take control, take the hired worker off, turn it off, lift it and fold it. And then put the follow me back on. And now we can head off and over to field 37, which is over this way. Now, 37 is a field we haven't done before. It's just the other side of these trees here. Yeah, oh wow. I can see why we got such a big piece of kit to work on it. So let's bring this in here, unfold this, get ourselves in position. Like so. Nope. Turn it on, drop it down. Perfect. And then we will take the hired worker off this, unfold this, and get it fairly close so that we're not too far behind with it. Turn it on, put it down, and follow. Yep, we're all good. We're all ready to go. Time to get our second field of the day cut, and it's not even midday yet. Like with the last field, what I'm going to do here is do a couple of headlands, give myself some space, and then we will set up the GPS to go up the field. Longest edge. I was going to say it's a bit of a tough choice on this field. But I think longest edge might be going this way, or it might be heading up along the road the other way. So the last row we did over there. So I think we're going to have to be very careful of exactly where we do the setup. It seems 130 along here, though, would be a fairly good angle to do our GPS at. So yeah, maybe we'll start on this side and work our way across the field. We'll give us slightly shorter rows, I think, but we'll see how it goes. It has missed the G-Series a couple of little bits, coming around this corner here, interestingly. I wonder why. What I'm going to do is swing out and grab that there like that. And then we can swing back in. And that actually tells me exactly which way I want to do my setup. We are going to go along the edge that we're about to go down, actually. So what I do is we'll swing this around here. Make sure we capture all that. Oh, squeeze round. And then I can do swing that round there. And yeah, we will we'll run across here. I think we'll run at this angle here. So this is 255 is the angle I'm going to try and go across the field at. And we'll see if we can line ourselves up for that. I think that is the best angle for us to cut at. And should work out fairly well for us. What I do need to do is just swing round here. And, oh, I don't know. I think we might be better off going up here like this, you know? I think that is going to be a much better angle to set ourselves up at. So, let's get ourselves in the right place. Try and miss as little grass as possible. I said 130. Yep, 130 is exactly the angle we're going to go at. Set it up. Move forward, and yeah, I could go and do a set angle, but I kind of like doing it this way. And away we go. And yeah, we are going to have a little bit of clear up at the edge there to do. I'm just going to swing back and grab that, I think. But then after that, the field should be fairly good. We are absolutely demolishing this field now. The G Series is doing a great job of clearing up, as it has been the whole way through this. And yeah, this class is doing the rest of it. Just sort of knocking everything out other than the middle row that it can't because of its lack of PTO. And, oh, I am finding that I'm having to reverse up a bit and avoid the trees every so often. We're doing all right as far as that's concerned. And I've managed to clear up all the stuff that's been missed on the edge as we've been going as well, which has been quite useful. It is just, yeah, a case now of going on until this field is complete. And maybe, if we're lucky then, we'll be able to get this field tedded, or these two fields tedded today as well. Before getting them rowed and baled, probably next game day. But we're now heading more towards getting our final harvest of grapes done on here, and seeing if we can get those turned into grape juice. But oh no, that is going to be a big question. How much is our grape harvest going to be worth? Does not move nicely. Where are you going? I don't know where that's going. Wherever it's going, I know it's still missed. I think that's fallen. Yeah, that's fallen so far behind. I'm going to have to go and finish these strips off myself. But the field itself, we're fairly good. In fact, I might just run over them with this and complete it. I think that is going to be easier, although not overly realistic. So we'll park this here and we'll get the rest of this field cleaned up using the G Series. It is a little bit weighty, this mower on the front, but it's not completely pulling the tractor off the ground, so that's all good. Burst up, drop down, and yeah, we can clear all this up fairly quickly now. Last little bit, cleared up and done, and turn this off, fold it up, and just bring it in front here, because what I'll do is get the class to follow us back. There we go. You have to hold follow me long enough for it to register you actually want to do it. But hopefully, yeah, that should follow us now. And if we head out to the road, I think the most efficient way back... I don't know, actually. Which is the most efficient way back to the shop from here? Oh, that way, I think. Yep. Down by 35 and across. So let's head back up to the shop and get these mowers dropped off. That's actually a pretty direct route coming the way we did. So, yeah, going to have to head back that way, I think, and go out there. But we have a whole load of stuff over here. So I'm going to drop this lot off down here. Drop that down. Drop that there. Let's stop the class following. So we'll take the hired worker off that. And then... we can reverse this up here and just hook on to the tether. Yeah. Which is a fairly big one, but isn't the full width, I don't think. It wouldn't matter if it had been. Well, I suppose if it had been, what we could have done is put the tether on the back and the mower on the front. So, yeah, that possibly would have worked. As it is, I think we're all right. Let's get this parked up over here, so that we can drop this mower off the back. God, the steering axle on these mowers is slightly annoying. But there we go. And then we'll hook this up to the baler for next time. And we will go up to the fields and get them tethered this time, ready to do the windrowing next time. So, off to field 48. Let's go and get this job done. There is a distinct possibility that this tether is a lot wider than I actually thought it was. I should have checked it. And I bet the moment I unfold this and line it up, I'm going to see that it goes the whole way across. Actually, I'm not sure it does. I think my initial... thoughts might be okay. Yeah, that's not going the full way across all 5 rows of this, is it? That's that does 4 at best. So yeah, we're okay. It would never have done the full thing or sped this all up. We'd have always missed something. Yeah, if you look, this is the middle row that we're on at the moment. It would have missed the 2 outer rows of this. So that's absolutely fine. Ooh, I've not gone the wrong way and made a big mistake yet again. One downside to getting all of my feed for my sheep from contracts is that I end up getting doing a varying shape of bales for what I do. I could go and take my own round bale around here, and we do have one. And bale it up that way, but we'd have a tricky time getting it transported, and yeah, at the end of the day it would cause us more problems than it solves, rather than just using the contract baler, which is in this case a nice square one, which will then give us it also gives us a good transport mechanism for it as well, and means that we end up taking less time collecting the bales off it. Especially a whole set of round bales. It makes much more sense to use the equipment we've got. And yes, it gives us a variety of bales, but that's not a huge problem. Also allows us to tell which of our bales are the oldest and which are the newest. So getting rid of those older ones first is easier to follow. 3 trips around the headlands, almost done, and then we can just head up and down on the nice GPS cut rows, and yeah, makes things nice and easy to clearing this off. And we've got a little bit less space to do because, of course, it does 4 rows, and we only had 2 rows left on those last ones. And yeah, look, straight down and nice and easy. And we'll get this finished fairly quickly now. Yeah, probably go for another hour in the day here. And I think that will allow us to get Certainly this field finished, if not the other one as well. Not far to go, and yeah, it's 20 past 5, so I think we're not going to get beyond this field today. That's not the end of the world, though. We have plenty of time to get the next field done, and in fact, yeah, what we'll do is we'll get the other field tethered the beginning of next time, and then we'll go round with our baler and our windrower, get those all rowed up and baled, and there'll be a very simple thing of just running around our fields and picking up bales and completing the contract. So there's not a huge amount of work to do, especially considering we were mucking about up at the farm a little bit at the start of today. So yeah, 4 rows to go. This should get all 4 of these in, especially if I position myself right. Oh, tiny little bit at the edge. There we go. So much easier with GPS. Really is. But I don't have it on this tractor. We put it on the Kubota. We didn't put it on the G Series, because the idea was not that we were going to need it on the G Series. But it's kind of becoming more and more necessary on more and more tractors. We do have the money to do it, and it would be paid for by completing these contracts. But at this point, I don't think it's necessary. We are done on this field pretty much, other than this small patch here. I think there's a couple of small patches around the field, so I might go and clear those off quickly. We're going to be finishing off these 2 contracts. We've got a fair amount of work to do. I am currently going around the headland of field 37 to get that tethered. We then need to get both fields rowed up and then baled and collected. So a fair amount to do today. We should be able to get through all of this. We're expecting a little bit of rain around about midday-ish. So it shouldn't be much more than a shower, and as long as we can get everything tethered by then, I'll be happy. That should work out fairly well. And with this nice little G Series Voltra and this tedder on the back here, we should be able to do that. And then we'll just clear things up with the Xerion and this, and it'll all be good. Somebody did point out, actually, in the comments of the last video, that the windrower that we have on here is not a straight windrower. It's not one that puts it straight out the back. It's one of the ones that does the side rowing. I think it puts it off to the left. It's either off to the left or the right. It doesn't go down the center. So what we're going to have to do is try and get Follow Me to do an offset, which is always a pretty cool thing, and something that I'd like to show you guys anyway. So when it comes to the windrowing and the baling, we are still going to try and get Follow Me following behind, but it's going to be a little bit more involved and a little bit trickier than it normally would be. So yeah, hopefully, as well as having a nice enjoyable day of tedding and rowing and baling, we can do a bit of teaching and show you guys some stuff as well. Looking at the color of the exhaust coming out of my G Series Voltra, I thought I'd give a check on the current repair status of it, and yeah, look at that, we're right down. It definitely needs a repair. So what we'll do is, once I've gone round and I've got a couple of headlands done on here of the tedding, and we've created a couple of headlands of this, we'll get into the main body of the field. I think we've got enough with the tractor to be able to get round and get that done. But when we get back up to the shop and we go to collect the rest of the equipment for this job, I think what we'll do is we'll get the tractor repaired. That should give us the opportunity to get rid of this black smoke and hopefully get a little bit more horsepower off it, which we might need for our windrower. Missing a little bit out of edge there. There we go. Yeah, so that we can then make sure that it's going to work properly with the windrower and not have too much of an issue, and be working as it should for the rest of today. But it might cost us a little bit of money, depending on how much I think this thinks it's worth. If it's, yeah, it could be fairly expensive repair. Thankfully, we've got 28,000 in the bank, so we should have more than enough to get our tractor working properly again. Something else we need to sort out today, with no more space for eggs at the chickens and no more space for wool at the sheep. So both of those are going to need fixing as well. It's actually, we've got a lot to do today, a lot that needs doing. So I think we're going to have to go back to the shop to pick up the other equipment by our farm. Just move those pallets out of the way so that our farm can keep producing stuff. And then we'll be able to crack on with this. Probably doing a sell-off of those things next day. Obviously, the wool will go straight into our spinnery to be turned into fabric. Whereas the eggs normally end up down at the bakery to make us money. So, yeah, we'll get those loaded up next time and get them sorted. But we do need to get them out of the way now so that the farm can keep producing both those things and maximizing the amount of money we can make. This Vicom Fanix is great. It covers 4 rows at a time, gives us a very good, very quick coverage over the field. The mowers themselves were actually doing 5 rows because of the ones we had. But, of course, we were having to have 2 tractors running them. Yeah, we're making good progress, good speed through here. We are just under, actually we're probably just over halfway through the field at this point, because we've done the headlands and because we are coming up to the halfway point through the field. That would make sense. So we are making good time. We're going to be well before the rain for getting this all tethered and ready, so I'm very happy with that. And with any luck, as I said, we'll be able to get the follow me working and get through here. We might even get one of these fields properly baled up before midday. It depends on how much time we spend mucking around at the farm trying to sort our pallets out for our wool and our eggs, to be honest. And as we come up to the end of the field, last couple of rows, it is only 9:30, so we're making really, really good time on this. I'm very, very happy. We should get all of these cleared off today, so get this field and the other one all baled up and done. And yeah, first though, as I said, we're gonna have to go back and sort out our farmyard and get some eggs and some wool moved. So let's pop back down this way. It's also pretty much the quickest way back to the shop from here too. So we'll pop back to the farm, we'll get this tractor repaired, and we'll get some space made with the wool and the eggs. Into the yard, and we want to try and avoid our chickens if we can. They are just going to sit in the way though, aren't they? There we go. And bring the tractor around into our workshop. How much is this going to cost to repair it? Let's have a look. Actually, that's not that bad. So we'll repair that. Perfect. And that gets that back up to scratch. We're going to want to wash this later. I've discovered that, or through comments and through you guys telling me, and through a little bit of testing, actually we want to part this up, that the condition or the how dirty your equipment is affects how quickly it degrades. So I really, really want to keeping things washed, because if I can keep washing stuff and keep stuff clean, it's going to last longer and cost me less money. And now that we've got the pressure washer, absolutely should be doing that. So out the way, chicken. Otherwise, whoa, no depth perception. Otherwise, it's just going to cost us more money, especially as our equipment ages. And the 2 bits of equipment that we've got that are sort of the oldest, because we bought them used, are our G Series Vulture. That has a bit of an age to it and needs to be Needs to be well maintained. And the same with our Kubota. Our Kubota is actually a worse situation. It's got many more hours on it, and it needs to be taken a little bit more care of, because it's really our main vine working tractor these days. We've got the Antonio Carrera. It does do some of the vine work and does it well, but by far the most useful tractor in our vines is that Kubota, and so we want to make sure that stays as well maintained as we can do it. Right, one more pallet of eggs to get off, and then we can go and free up some space down at the... Yeah, definitely no depth perception. Down at the sheep, and move the wool out of the way as well. The round bale we left in here earlier is a little bit in the way of me getting these pallets out. I might have to spike it with these forks and just move it out of the way, I think, for a moment. But we still got a fair amount of maneuverability, and it's not too bad. I'm sure someone will ask me, oh, why don't you open the other door? Which is always a valid question, but I don't like to load these sideways. If I can pick them up like this, I can pick up 2 at a time, and I can easily get them moved. So it's better for me to do it this way. Similarly, I should just lower that out, and that should get both of those off at once. Perfect. Oh, I'm much happier with that. Also, nice little space round by our grain store here that we don't actually use, that we can store these wool pallets in, which is quite useful. Oh, we did clip it, and we didn't get straight onto these. Never mind. Let's just get the last of these out, and then we can head back down to the shop and get cracking with our contract again. So in the end, we were faffing around at the farm for about an hour and 50 minutes. So not too much time out of our day, thankfully. We want to drop this tedder off now and get the windrower on the back. And yeah, looks like it unloads to the, or looks like it rows to the right-hand side. So we are going to have to do the offset for that there. Drop that off then. And grab this on here. This tractor should be powerful enough to pull this. I also filled up with some fuel before we headed back up here, so that I would have enough fuel for the rest of today, which is great. Yeah, we're not worried about running out of that. What I want to do now, I think I already hooked up the Xerion to... Yep, we have already hooked the Xerion up to the baler, so that's all ready to go, which is great news. Still annoyed this has no front PTO. It would be great otherwise. Right, are you going to... Nope, we've not got a hide worker in here. Come on. Yes, please. Yeah, there we go. Still not quite sure exactly how to get that to work. It kind of... Sometimes I get a hide worker, sometimes I don't. And it's just a little bit annoying from that point of view. And just as we're approaching the field, the rain comes. Well, it wasn't unexpected, thankfully, and we've already tethered and dried out all the grass. So, yeah, not the end of the world. Now, what I need to do is we're going to have to go anti-clockwise around this field. I want to get the bales to come down all the time on somewhere where we don't have grass, so that it's not somewhere I'm going to be coming at. So we'll turn this on. Have I not hooked something up? I'm not hooked up the PTO. There we go. So turn that on. And then we need to get the offset set correctly on this. So we'll take the hide worker off that. We will turn it on. Oh, we need to unfold it first. Unfold it. Turn it on. Drop the pickup down. We'll do the follow me. And then I want to get an offset of, I'm going to set it to 1.5 for now. We'll see where that positions it, and then we can go there. So down with that, down with the other side. And so, yeah, this will be skirting the edge of the field now. Let's see where that puts it. So 1.5 does not put it far enough over. We want probably at this then 2.5. So send it further out. Yeah, 2.5. See where that puts it. And sort of getting this first little bit, we might have to come back and get these early rows again. 2.5, does that put you in a position to pick up? No, I think we might want to be even further out. I don't know. No, I think we want to be at 3. Possibly even a 3.5 with this. This is quite a wide swath, I think. This is probably a 6-meter one by the looks of things. Let's see what it does. Yeah, that looks like it's bailing. So, is that actually... No, that's still not far enough. Yeah, still not far enough. There we go. One more try. And so I'm pressing Control and D to move it out there like that. Now that looks like it's doing the job. Are we actually bailing? Are we creating bales? So it's far enough over. It is still leaving a marginal bit. So one more out. And we'll see if that now goes too far the other way. Because that's always a possibility as well. And here we go. If that tractor is now straddling that row, which it is, should be everything set up and working. And yep. No grass left behind. We've got it set up. We can now go and do the rest of this field. And yeah, this should work pretty well. Gone around the field once, and the rain has now stopped. So yeah, it was only a brief shower. And yeah, it's working brilliantly. I'm so pleased with how well this is working. It's just making this job so much easier and so much quicker to be able to come in and get all of this rowed up in one go. Because the turn is on the outside, it means that everything's getting around the corners really well as well. We're not really missing any corner bits. Which I'm loving as well. So, yeah, we should get this all done and bailed up without too much hassle. This is a really great way to get this done. I mean, it is just following behind wonderfully. Getting that offset just makes all the difference. And it's usable for so many things. So, for example, it's something that you can use to do forage harvesting. So if you've got the forage harvester, you can offset to the right or the left and get it to follow you while you're loading it. If you are harvesting, just standard combine, you use standard combine harvester. It's great for that as well, because then you just set follow me to unload, and it'll unload beside you as well. Just absolutely brilliant mod. And and I'm always a little bit lost when a new version of Farm Sim comes out and follow me isn't there. But you can see the power of it, the ability to just get multiple jobs done at the same time, as if you had several workers, which is just fantastic. And yeah, we are going to get this field done in no time. It is 26 minutes past 2. And we are not far off finishing. Coming up to the last couple of rows again, and it's just worked great. We've been able to get the whole way around the field. It hasn't missed that much, and the stuff that it has missed, I've been able to sort of clear up as we've been going around. There's a fair amount over that side, but it doesn't amount to much of a bale, I don't think. And so, yeah, we've just got this last little bit here to get caught up. And then that will be this field done. And we can move on to the second one. So, yeah, lots of bales on here. I think I'm probably going to hold on to the excess bales. I mean, we would make a bit of money, but not a huge amount. So I think it's a much better idea to make sure that we have enough feed for our sheep with this. Let's have a look here. How's this tractor doing? This tractor is doing fine. I'm going to take the hired worker off it and finish it off here myself because we've got to turn everything off, empty the remaining bales out. So off and unload bales, fold it up. Brilliant. Oh, and lift up the pickup. Then we can get both of these over to the other field. And the way I'm going to do that actually is by putting the follow me the other way round. Because the offset on this is not suitable for the road, we'll just put the follow me on here. Do we have a follow me? We do. Right, let's get these two over to the other field. And that way, we won't have to reconfigure everything once we get up there. And it's not a massive distance we've got to go. It's just into here. Find somewhere to get into the field. But it's basically going to be the same sort of progress. Or same sort of process on here. So I'm going to bring this to here. I'm going to turn it on. I'm going to unfold it. So get the back open. Turn it on. Put the pickup down. And then we bring the G series in front. Again, we unfold it. And while that is unfolding, we'll get our follow me set back up on here. Yep, there we go. Turn everything on here. Drop down the windrower. Come on, down you go. There we go. And away we go. And the worst bit is the bit around the first headland, because the tractor has to sit right on the edge. And there might be a couple of trees that get in the way. Made it around that first headland without any issues. Perfect. That means that we're going to go on and yeah, we're going to continue doing what we were doing before and doing on the other field. We'll keep going around in an anti-clockwise direction, making sure that the row is always on the outside, keeps the bales and our Xerion away from each other, and means that we just have a much smoother time of it. If I tried suddenly going into the grass, I think I'd have a much more hassle trying to get everything controlled and working. So much better way to do this, and it's going swimmingly. I'm really pleased this has worked out as well as it has. The area we're working on is just shrinking and shrinking and shrinking, and I'm having to be a little bit more careful, especially down in this corner, where we're having to take a slightly wider, longer clockwise turn as we come round here in order to line up for the next row. And I'm taking a slower turn because I know I'm going to catch some of my row from the previous one before the tractor gets anywhere near it. So the idea is that that then gets to take the long sweeping turn and line up as well, and pick everything up. I have found that for the most part, everything's working fine. What I need to do is not be piling stuff on an existing row. So if I can pile it onto bare field, I find that the baler has a much easier time getting hold of it and actually picking it up. And that's why we actually have such a clear field at this point. But we are coming to the end of it. It's only got about 6 rows left, and I'm getting to the point now where I just need to go up and down and not round, because if I go round, I'm going to end up Oh no, we're going to speed up, not slow down. I'm going to end up having issues with the tightness of my turning circles. So let's lower that again. And round and in. Yep. And this should clear things up. It has gone 6:30 though. So I think we're going to be able to get all of this road up and baled today. I don't think we're going to get any further than that. It does mean that next time what we'll be doing is a lot of clearing up and delivery. So we will be delivering off eggs, we'll be delivering off the wool, and then we will also be delivering these bales, completing these contracts. I believe both these fields are going to the same place, thankfully. And yeah, then we will have this all finished. 3 days to get these contracts done, but it has been worth it. We're going to have a whole load more feed for our sheep. And we're going to end up with a whole load more money in our bank account. Throwing up the final row. And our baler is a little bit behind us. It's got 3 rows still to go. But that will catch up soon enough. And then, yeah, this field will be done. Right. Stop that. Lift it up. Fold it up. Oh, no. Fold it up. And then we can get this parked over here and out the way. And what I'm going to do is... Right. Fold you up. Leave that folding. We're going to go and grab the last couple of rows ourselves. So take the hired worker off. And we'll sit in the cab and get the last on here. And save ourselves just that little bit of cash and get it done that little bit quicker. Has worked out so well. I'm really, really pleased that we've got all of this, well, remaining stuff tethered, and then rowed, and then baled, and I've not put my pickup down. Let's back this up. I keep it straight. There we go. Down we go. And yeah, we got it all rowed, tethered and baled, and not necessarily that order. Ready for us to collect up next time. We'll get all of this delivered. Collect this contract. We'll deliver some eggs, get a little bit of money in from those. We'll drop those bales out and fold this up. But yeah, we are almost there now. We're headed down to our 2 fields, so field 37 and 48. We're going to finish off the 2 contracts that we've got on there. We've got a few bales to pick up across those 2 fields, and we need to get them delivered. That will give us some money for those, so top up our piggy bank a little bit. And then we've got some more selling to do. We need to go and get rid of the 3 pallets of eggs we've got, and we've got at least 8 pallets of wool that need delivering to the spinnery as well. So lots to do, and complete and finish off, and we should end up with a decent amount of cash. We are slowly moving towards the next harvest of the grapes, so we're probably looking at doing that next time. We might skip ahead a little bit to get that done. But yeah, everything on our farm is ready and raring to go with that. So very much looking to get that cleared up and get that done. And with that, we're also going to have a fair whack of raisins to get sold, because of course those are coming up for the best price in the near future, the ones we have left over from last year. So we're going to keep an eye on all that. We're going to keep that going. First though, let's get this contract completed, and starting with a nice full bale trailer with these hay bales that we're able to go and drop off. Oh, and I just missed that first lot because it was loading up. Yep, we've got plenty of these to clear off this field. This tractor is a little bit overkill for this job, but considering it's the tractor we got given for this contract, it makes sense for us to use it. We want to get that folded up now that our last bale is picked up, and we want to see where these need to be delivered to. And looking on here, both of them need to go down to the animal dealer, which is quite useful. Quite happy with that. That is just down the bottom here. Now, is it actually flashing on our screen? No, it's not actually flashing where we need to deliver it to. But we do know where it needs to go because we've delivered bales to here many times before to complete these contracts. And looking at the number of bales we've got, we're probably going to have a few left over. As I said, if we can drop off full trailerfuls, and we'll drop off full trailerfuls until we complete these contracts. And then what we'll be able to do is take whatever's left back to our farm. We don't need a huge amount of leftovers from this, so I'm not too worried. But there is a fair amount I think we'll get if previous contracts are anything to go by. There we go. I might change the steering setup we have on this, actually. At the moment, we've got the all-wheel steer, and it's causing me problems with the trailer. It's kicking the pickup out as I'm trying to pick up bales. So yeah, we want to try and avoid that. So first 14 bales, and away they go, all dropping, and that is 89% transported for field 48. Just on that first pickup. And field 48, I think, is the bigger field. So that's actually quite an achievement with that. You know what? I've changed it so that I've now not got the all-wheel steer. And the steering circle on this is absolutely awful. Really bad. We'll have to live with it now, though, because realistically, it's the more real way to be doing this. Altering the steering setup for this has made it a lot easier to line up for the bales. So, yeah, no problems with this. This is a much better way of doing things. Bales are sliding on to the pickup much easier. We are up to our 7th bale. I think most of what we have on this field, if not all of what we have on this field, is going to go in. So this will complete what we have on field, which field was it? 48. And we'll go quite some way to finishing what we have here on 37, seeing as they're all going into the same sell point. Look at that. 8 bales down. Grabbing the 9th. 10, 11. Yeah, this isn't going to be a full trailer full off here. So we'll grab some more of 48 as we go past. But it should complete everything. I've got one over there. Oh, missed that. How you can see the advantage of the steering and the wheel setup. Like that. There we go. And then I've got one over here. And we just need to have a journey around the edge of the field, because it's quite possible we do have bales that are dropped around the edge of the field that are sort of hiding in the long grass and things. That's got that one on. Anything else hiding along these edges? Let's go take a look. Being around the edge of the whole field and not seeing anything hiding the tree line at all. No, thought I might have seen one there, but we are all clear. So let's fold that up, and we're going to nip over to field 48, grab a couple of bales to finish off this trailer full, and we can then go and drop that off. And, well, we'll complete one contract and get quite a way to completing the second. So I've picked up 2 bales as I've passed field 48. And we're just going to spin around here now and unload them. So yeah, this is definitely going to finish the job on field 48. I don't know how far it's going to go to finishing the job on field 37, but I think it'll get us a decent amount of the way. We had a decent number of bales off 37. There we go, dropping them all out. 48 is finished, and 69% of what we've got on 37. So I reckon that we could do... Oh, we wouldn't even need to do half of a trailer, to be honest, to do this. I think we could get away with maybe 4 bales. I think 4 bales total would do the whole thing. And then that might give us a stack of bales. How many have we got in this field? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10... 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 bales. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 7 bales. That should leave us with a stack of 14. That should be enough to finish this contract. And at the same time, should be enough for us to have a good, nice amount of hay for our sheep for a long while to come, without having to go and cut any grasswork stuff ourselves. Let's take these 4 bales here, and as I do that, I can go 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11... 12, 13, 14. Yep, there we go. So that leaves 14 on the field, and we can just get these 7 dropped off, and this should complete the contract and maybe give us just a smidge of money on top. Spin it around and get it into position to unload. Take us into unloading position and unload it. This should make us, well, this should complete the contract, and it, as I said, might make us a little bit of money. Hay bales aren't worth a huge amount of cash. And there we go, finished, and wow, we did make £1,000 off that. Not bad at all, and it just means that we've got 1 full bale trailer's worth to transport back to our farm and use for our own sheep. Final couple of bales off here, and yeah, managed to actually get the count right, which is great. You can see somebody did say at the end of or during the comments of the last video that it was rather risky going around counterclockwise to start with, because I could end up with some of the grass over the border which was unable to be picked up. And yeah, absolutely. That is exactly what happened here. This is slightly outside of the field. We managed to cut it, but we can't pick up with it. And yeah, so we do have some hay, little bits of hay in various places where we're unable to pick it up and unable to add it to our to the bales. So it is a risk of doing it with the offset as we did last time, but it's not the end of the world. It's not even a bale's worth that we lost, so it's not too bad. But it is something to bear in mind if you are going to do the technique we were using last time, and going counterclockwise around the outside of the field to row up the grass so that it actually puts it right on the edge. And yeah, that is where you need to be careful. Okay, we are back to our farm, and I need to take this down this side here, because we've got to unload it near our main storage for hay. Is this going to get around this corner? Oh, I don't think so. I think that's going to be a little too tight. I'm oh, I know. Well, I don't think we'll get through here either. This is basically a bit big for the yard we've built. In fact, no, I'm already caught on the the gateway here. Let's try maneuvering this a little bit better. I think we'll have to go out wider this way and then bring it back and go down the side of the building here. I'm hoping I haven't left my G series in the way. No, that should be fine. Yeah, we're all good. And then we can get this into the main yard here like so. Yeah, there we are. That's fixed it. Right, let's just unload these. I'm just going to put a stack in the middle of the yard, right in the way, but we'll get rid of it in a minute. Into the unload position and drop it off. And now, with that all dropped off and done and dusted, what we can do is complete these contracts and get the money in. So 15,000 for one of them minus the 801. So 14,809 and 14,400. That's really good. Nearly 30,000 for both plus the extra 1,000 we made. So collect that and collect that. And that is those all done. We need to get these undercover now. So that's going to require getting this out. What have we got on the front? We got the pallet forks. So we need to take our tally truck and switch out for the bale spike. And once we've done that, we want to get these square bales probably down the side there somehow, I think. We still want to use the round bales first because they are the older bales. So it would make sense if we can get square bales down beside them. Pull that in and grab that. Yep. And our little tele truck should be perfectly capable of reaching up and grabbing these two at a time. It looks like they don't quite... Oh, no, it's... Well, they do, actually. They do just fit in the end here. Hopefully. Oh, we got some other stuff there. Right. So, yeah. We can stack them on the edge here. That's fine. They won't fit along the other edge, unfortunately, but yeah, they will fit there. And if we do 3 rows, we should be all right to get all of these. I want to get the high stuff off first, though, because otherwise it's just going to destabilize the whole pile if I leave just a single stack there. So, yeah, nice and high with the arm. Get in there, pick it up, back a little bit, and it does... If I angle it back or I angle it up slightly as I'm going in, it does slide back onto the forks as we're going, which is massively, massively useful for stability. Its little JTB is so stable that it can pick up a stack of 3 bales. Not even the front tires really being weighed down much by that. I'm really impressed by this teletruck. It has served us incredibly well. And in fact, we can just get this stack of 3 here right up the front as well. So, and that is still well within our storage. That's brilliant. So, yeah, we might have to move these about at some point and restack things and maybe clear up in here. But yeah, those bales are very nicely within there and cleared up. So next up, we need to switch what we've got on the front of here, and we need to start loading up some trailers with some eggs and some wool. So I'm going to put all of them on a single trailer for us to sell today. I kind of need to spin this around, so we'll go around the tree. They're all going to go on the blue trailer. You can see it in our rear view mirror here. That will allow us to go and do a delivery down to the down to our spinnery first. Drop all the wool off there, and then we'll do a delivery down to the bakery to drop all the eggs off there. So what I'm going to do is we're going to put all the eggs at the front. That will be the best place for us. That way we can get the rest off after that, or get the wool off after that. And 3 pallets of eggs should... Wait, slowly. Reverse. There we go. Should fit rather nicely across ways on the front here. We're not absolutely well loaded with that front pallet, so hopefully we won't drop them off and damage any. So we want that front one in the middle, like so. Then I'm just going to take the second pallet off and reposition them slightly. In fact, we might end up repositioning both of them, I think. We want them much more to the front. We want to fit as much on this trailer now as we can. So chickens are kind of harassing me at the moment as I'm loading their eggs up. There we go. That should do that. And then we'll put the other pallet of eggs on the other side so that that puts them all at the front of the trailer and all easily able to be left on there while we get the wool off. And line it up. And on it goes. There. Oh, no, that's pushing them off the other side. That should do it. Hopefully we didn't go too far. Oh, we did. I need to push those back on from the other sides, but once I've relined those up, we'll start getting some wool on here. Wool, we only need to put 2 across. So I can grab the stacks of 2 that we put here before and just slip them onto the trailer. Let's get that down and in. There we go. Don't push it back too far. We might have an extra... Well, actually, how much wool do we have in here? Oh, we do have 2 extras. So we might be able to fit them on the back and sell a full 10 pallets of... Or deliver a full 10 pallets of wool today, which would be brilliant. That will keep everything running very smoothly up at our spinnery. And if we find that we have excess wool, what we'll do is we'll just drop it off at the farm shop on the way. I'm quite happy to do that if we find that we've got more wool than our spinnery needs to keep going. But look at that. Yeah, we're going to have plenty of space to get 10 pallets on here. Only a short shower today, and it's cleared before we've got everything on the trailer. This is our last pair of pallets that we've got from inside the grain store. And so we've just got the 2 pallets that are sitting in with the sheep at the moment. Those are not going to take too much to get out of there and load up. Yeah, there we are. And yeah, it is going to be a nice full trailer that we're going to be able to take and deliver. And it's going to make a big difference to where we end up on here. Now, this is episode 57, I believe. We're looking at going to episode 60. So, I do want to get another grape harvest in. So, we will be doing that during one of the videos. I also want to get the grapes that we've harvested processed and out. So we're going to be looking at, probably in our very last video, doing a sell-off of both grape juice and of the anything else we have kicking around. So any lettuce we have, any remaining wool we have, any fabric that's been produced, any eggs that are kicking about. Just looking at selling all of that off in our final episode, seeing where we get to. I would very much like to be able to pay the loan off if we can. That would be wonderful for a series that we started with a vineyard to start from scratch. To be able to pay off our loan would be huge. Now, we have a £500,000 loan to pay off. So we are currently only 10% of the way there. I think we own enough equipment and land and everything probably to cover it. But if the vineyard itself became self-sufficient, that would be amazing. The other alternative is whether we could raise enough money to pay for our harvester. Because, of course, this is on a loan at the moment. It's on a hire purchase, so we could just pay off the remaining value of it. Yeah, it's out there on a loan or on an HP, and could very easily cost us the money that we make this year. Up to you guys. Which would you like me to go for? Shall we just see how much we make and sort of have a couple of targets? If we can pay for the harvester, great. But if we can pay off our loan, even better. I'm quite happy to go for something like that instead. First, let's go and drop off the wool. And then we'll go and sell off any excess wool and the eggs and see how much we end up with today. I'm intrigued to see how much fabric we've actually got accumulated down here. So let's just pull our trailer in. It is unloading that. In fact, yeah, all the wool has gone. Let's go and have a look at the fabric. We've got 4 pallets of fabric. We have 466. Yeah, 466 in there, and each of these is 1,000. So we're halfway to getting another full thing of fabric. So that's all good. And we'll just leave that processing. It should have a decent amount of fabric then by the time we're looking at selling stuff off. I've now just got to get myself out of here, which is just the tightest yards to turn in, especially when we're running with a trailer like this. Looking at the best place to sell stuff at the moment, Farmers Market just around the corner has £2,310 per 1,000 litres, and we got 4,000 litres. I think we should go and sell the eggs over there. That is quite a huge amount of money that we have that can come in off these. That is just brilliant. I'm amazed that that's the price of the eggs. But eggs selling, and yeah, there we go. Off the trailer they go. And oh, looks like I'm not quite in the sell point for a couple of the eggs. Let's back it up a bit. There we go. Last pallet coming off. We made a handsome amount off the first lot, and there we are, all finished. Another 2,300. So yeah, we made about 10,000 off the eggs, maybe just shy of it. Really, really nice amount off those eggs. And yeah, that is a good amount of selling. I am actually going to have a look down at the farm because it's only 3:15. Is there any more money to be made? And the answer to that is yes. Yes, there is. We have a really decent amount of lettuce. And given that time is of the essence at this point in the series, I think that we should probably load these up and get these sold as well. So that's what I'm going to do. We'll grab our telehandler and do that. First, though, this has been sitting here for a while. I just want to throw the pressure washer over it. Our vault tray is looking very, very dirty right now. And I have been taught in the ways of cleaning up our tractors and our equipment so that we don't get lots and lots of wear and tear on them. So, especially with the older stuff, which is where our tractors are getting at the moment. So, yeah, nice and clean. Let's pop back into here, grab our little JCB teletruck, and we're going to go and load up some lettuce. I was going to wait until our greenhouses had filled up their space, but look, you can see all our lettuce in there is dead. So I don't know what we've run out of. Let's have a quick look. We are out of water, I think. So I need to get some water in here before next time. Yep, we're out of water. We've got plenty of fertilizer and seeds. I need to refill the water. So I will get that done before next time so that we get the lettuce processing for the last few months and hopefully get one more set out of here. But yeah, I want to get these sold now if they're a set from the last batch. Let's just reverse that up a little bit, and there we go. plenty of space on here. We'll get this uploaded or updated and filled up in no time. Coming up to the end of our second greenhouse. And yeah, I think we've got enough space easily to fit all these on here. That's we're going to be fairly high on this. We've got, yeah, we're half full on here, so it is going to go to a third level because there's enough of these pallets to take it to a third level with our other one. Let's just strap those down. We'll strap that one down as well. So yeah, 8 more there. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and 12, 30, no, 14, 15, 16 left. So yeah, an entire row's worth by the looks of it. So we'll load those up in the middle on the top, and hopefully that will keep things fairly stable. Last pallet to pick up, and we'll get this loaded on. It's pretty much the perfect amount of pallets that we wanted for delivering. I'm very, very pleased actually that we went and did this today. It will allow us to get some water into our greenhouses, get another production of lettuce going, and maybe get one more full trailer of these before we finish on here, which is brilliant because these are going to be worth a fair whack of money. In fact, these are going to be worth, where is our lettuce? There it is. 1,681 at the restaurant. Let's tag that. It's over there. Right. Looks like the restaurant's after some lettuce for this evening. Let's head over there and get this sold. As always, this is a very top-heavy load we have to treat with care. Turning too sharply or going too fast will end up with us on the roof. So we want to avoid that. We have... Whoa. We have 20,000 litres of lettuce on here. That's a huge amount. And the restaurant delivery point is just down here. So we will slowly move our way through. And it's beginning to sell them off. Move on to the next one. Yeah, slowly move them through. If we can't get all of these sold at once. I think that's probably enough now on there, or enough off there to get all of these in. Yeah, there we go. And selling off the back. Look at that money come in. That's fantastic. Are we going to hit 100,000? I don't think we're going to quite do it, but we are going to be within a stone's throw. 33,490 off that. That is huge. That gets us so close to the 100,000 and nearly a fifth of the way towards our target for the end of this series. We are doing a little bit of work this morning in the yard. We've got we've got one more trailer of water to deliver. I've given 2 trailers of water each to our greenhouses to get them up and running again. And you can see this one here, we've now got 12,000 litres of water in, 12,000 litres of water, and then this one will shortly have 12,000 litres of water. We're very much sort of in full wrap-up mode at the moment. We're maybe a month or so away from getting the vines harvested for the last time, so we've got that to look forward to. But we've got 2 fields that are have come up for contract very near our farm. They're just the other side of the yard here, fields 7 and 9. So what we're going to do is we'll just drop this water trailer off And yeah, I'm going to park this up into the shed, and we're going to head up to the shop, and we're going to go and get those sorted. We'll probably get one harvester across the two of them. If we can, we may get some extra feed for the chickens out of this. So yeah, let's head to the shop. So let's go have a word up here and see what we've got contract-wise available to us. So still lots of baling contracts. We could make a fortune working our way through baling contracts at the moment. But we've also got quite a lot of harvesting contracts. Now, they're not worth a huge amount of money. Field 7 is worth 1,300 and we'll lose 209 from that. I think contract-wise, I'm going to go for this one. We're gonna borrow the items for Field 35, and then we're gonna take on Field 7 and Field 9. So that should give us a combine for a cheap amount of money. Followed by the two other contracts, and we can just hold on to Field 35 so that we can keep this piece of equipment. I don't think we need the header trailer. It's a very small header on this, and we should be able to get around the map with this just attached to the front. And then we'll grab our Kubota for behind. This is actually a really good little setup. This is a great little M6, and that Russell Mash combine I like a lot. As a little modern combine to have kicking around, it works really, really well. Follow the Russell Mash, and away we go. We'll get this back down to our farm. And the fields we're going to be working today are these two over here. So Field 7 is just the other side of our vines here, and Field 9 is the other side of the tree line. Start this up. Want to make sure the straw swath is turned off. Disable that. Looking at how many trees we have around here, we want to keep our auger into the field for now for our first headland. And it looks like with our turning circle and everything, we're going to want probably 3 or 4 headlands. It might take a little bit off this field to do that, but it'll be worth it. And this in here, this is the wheat, so this is what we want to put straight into our animal feed when we have some left over at the end. And it's going to be very much making sure that we keep a close eye on that, correctly getting what we need out of it. And what I do need to do is stop this hired worker here sitting on the field while we head round and get this field cut. You can see why you'd want the auger in to the field on a field like this. The amount of tree branches and things like that we've got hitting the combine at the moment is huge, and you'd really want to avoid getting any dents in that auger at all. Otherwise you're going to have real problems getting the grain out of the grain tank. We're already halfway full off the first headland on here, so we're not going to make it all the way back round when we come to do the second headland. And I'm always a little bit unsure exactly how I want to go with this. Whether it's worth parking the tractor in one place and emptying on a regular basis, or whether I want to get the combine full and then just go and grab the tractor and trailer and empty it. It's one of those things that's always a little bit unsure which is the best way to go for me. And I'm gonna do though is we are up to 68% full, so yeah, best bet I think for us is gonna be to empty out here. Let's switch over to here, get the auger out, then we will turn the combine off. And we're not using the combine experience mod on here, mainly because we've done so little harvesting on here that I've not really felt the need to do it. So yeah, we'll leave the tractor here and we'll empty. So we might as well turn the tractor off as well, and then we can just get on with cutting at the rest of the field once this is emptied. Now this is something that we've failed to do sort of over the first 2 years, 3 years on this map. Is get a couple of harvests in on our contracts just to give us a little bit of excess, make sure we've got some feed for our chickens, and keep that all going. Quite happy that we've managed to do that this year. The other thing we're doing at the moment, and the other reason why I've taken on a couple of contracts this late in the series, is because we need to give time, for our crops to grow, for our vines to grow, and also for the last few raisins to do. And I didn't want to rush it too much getting into that. It made sense to grab this now, seeing as we finally have a few harvesting contracts available to us on here. And it gives us another view of the farm as well. I mean, we haven't had much of a view of our vineyards and everything from this angle. And I think it's fairly spectacular from over here. You can really get to see down over the farm and all of the changes we've made. And how actually I think it really fits with what we've done on here. As I said, I'm amazed at how much we've achieved with so little land and having bought so few fields. I don't think I've ever played a map where I've done it like this, where I've downsized the farm and as a result ended up with a whole load of extra fields for me to play with. It's just, yeah, worked out really, really well. Now, I think we want one more headland, so we're going to get the auger out, empty out what we've got in here again. We're up to 60%, but it just means we don't have to take the tractor anywhere. And then we're going to go round the field for one more cut. At that point, I might have to move the tractor onto the road because we're then going to cut in down the longest edge of here and get the rest of this out. I'm hoping, well, actually, how much do we need to deliver for this? So field 7, yeah, field 7 is the one that we're on. We need to deliver 13,000 litres. And how much do we currently have in our trailer? We currently have 6,000 litres. So we've got about the same to go again. So about a tank and a half left to get off here to complete this contract. Not bad. I get a lot of people asking me what the mod is that allows me to see how much I have left to deliver for a given contract. And that is the Better Contracts mod. It is really, really useful for that kind of information. Highly recommend it. Go grab it off the mods hub if you want to be able to keep a closer eye on your contracts. There's lots of aspects to it I don't use, and I am still learning about it. I mean, last night in my last night's live stream on the realism experiment, got given a load of information about how you can control what equipment you get given for contracts with that mod as well. Means I should be able to prevent that class Xerion turning up again for any baling contract. So yeah, it's a really powerful mod, well worth checking out. It would have been really nice if these two fields had both been wheat. We'd made a little bit of extra cash, I think, if that had been the case. And, well, a little bit of extra cash, I'd say that we'd have had more stuff to feed our chickens than I think we're going to end up with. As it is, we can store the barley and use that for chicken feed as well. So I'm not too worried about that. I'm not going to do my conventional cut-ins here. The shape of this field is not great for that. So we're going to do just really cutting up the edges here and then spinning around and going back the other way. Especially seeing as we're emptying out the into the trailer on a fairly regular basis. It should mean that we keep things nice and easy for us to keep going. Yeah, it's a little bit of an odd shaped field. I don't want to go in the direction that it's been planted because it's been planted up and down the slope, and that just puts extra strain on the combine. So we're going to avoid doing that by continually turning and going across the slope and working our way across the slope. It should mean that things are a little bit easier. See, I missed a bit. back there. And on a field this size, every little bit we miss, we want to make sure we get. Now, this is probably the longest strip on the field, and I'm into the last 10% of space in my grain tank. Are we going to have enough space to get the whole way down here? This is... No, it's not going to happen. There we go. So, yeah, that's when it doesn't quite work out. It's all right, though, because what we can do is go and empty this out and then come back and finish that off. But yeah, I pushed it too far and we ended up without enough space to make it the whole way back down the row, unfortunately. What it does do is give me the opportunity to go and grab this little patch here that I missed, and then we can turn around and head back. Can't believe the stones on this field. This is not a well-maintained field, and I'm very, very pleased it's not my combine that's having to deal with these stones. That is going to hit the wear and tear of the header, especially on this, pretty hard, I think. We're up to 11,211 litres in the trailer. We've got another 2,000 litres here, well, nearly. Which means we have enough crop now to complete this contract without having to actually harvest anything more off this field, which is great news because that is going to give us a nice little amount to give to our chickens and get them all topped up, and that's before we even start on cutting the barley in the next door field. Now, I need to work out where we're going to be delivering this wheat to so that we can head over there, get that done before we can go and cut into field 9. And yeah, the reason for choosing fields 7 and 9 is because they are right next door to each other. So it's a very quick turnaround moving from one field to the other. And look at that. Perfect width on the last row. And we just clean that up nicely. This is a great little combine for this field. I am very, very happy with it. And 2,800 litres. So I'm expecting us to maybe have 1,000 litres of feed for our chickens off here. Not a huge amount, but enough for us to keep them going for a while. They've got the fair amount of feed already, but this is what I wanted to be doing really while we were waiting for the vines to grow over the summer for most of this series, which is why I really wanted to do it in this video, because this demonstrates really where I wanted to go with this over the summer. When you've got all the vines prepared, you've got nothing else really to do on your farm, what better time to go and do a load of harvesting contracts and get free feed for your animals. Our destination for the first field is the GCHB grain elevator up here. We've got no entry signs on this end of it, so I want to come in this way here. There we go. Over the weighing station, and then I think it's in around here somewhere. Yeah, there we are. So down this side here, over and in, and then just stop. And I think we are tip side at the moment. Now we need to be careful. We know we need maximum of 13,000 litres. It's not going to take that much. So we're going to stop it with about 2,000 litres left. So waiting for it to empty, and 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, stop. 79%. 83. Whoa! Damn! I messed up. I was pressing the button so much that I managed to sell it all. Never mind. £650 in harvest income. That's the That's why I actually don't like to put everything in there, because yeah, you can mess up like that. That's not good. That was not what I wanted to do at all. Okay, after that abject failure to get done what I wanted to, we're back down here with the Kubota. Field 9 looks to be maybe slightly larger. So let's start up our combine again, and we're gonna try this, see if we can actually get some barley to feed our chickens this time. Oh, I can't believe I was pressing the button so much that I managed to get it just wrong, and it emptied, and dealing with so little that we just managed to empty it all out by mistake. That is supremely annoying. I took a quick look at how much the feed costs for the chickens. So how much 1,000 liters of wheat to feed the chickens is. £1,400. So we have wasted, or we've lost on that £750 to have to buy 1,000 liters of chicken feed. Really annoying. That has given me an idea though for a way to do things with contracts and get a lot of feed for your chickens without having to pay a large amount for the bags. And basically what I'm thinking is do the contract, get all of the crop, put all the crop in the grain store, and then buy the crop off the farmer, off the contractor. Now, what I mean by that is, once you've got all the crop, cancel the contract. You will get charged for all the crop that you have, but importantly, you'll get charged less than if you went and bought the feed separately. It's still fairly realistic. You're still paying the farmer for their crop, and you're paying them the price that they would have got for their crop, and you get the feed at a price that is a lot less, so you're still having to put in the work to get it. I quite like it as a well, not only a realistic setup, but it's not really very cheaty because you're still having to pay money out for stuff. What do you think? Do you think that that's a good way to go? A good use of contracts? Let me know in the comments. I quite like that as an early game idea, to pay a farmer for the contract crops, and yeah, and get some animal feed for sheep. This time I managed to lose track of how full my combine was, and I've ended up at the top end of the field needing to empty it. So we'll head up here and get this emptied out. It's working fairly well. I think this field we're probably going to end up going on shorter runs across the field, so going in this direction. It is very much a more regularly shaped field, but the slope of it, you can see, goes down this way, so I don't really want to be going up and down. Plus the way the field's shaped, it does lend itself more to doing it that way. I think I can get back in the combine and start her up. And move forward a little bit. Lots of stones again on this field. Really not very well maintained, and as a result it's going to be doing a fair amount of damage. I don't think, it looks to me like damage isn't done to equipment that is hired as part of a contract. I can't see any wear and tear happening to this at the moment. What happens if I switch over to the main body of the combine? Yeah, it's not really dropped at all, despite the fact that we have got a lot of stones on here. So that's something to look at. I do wonder if wear and tear is something that affects contract equipment, because if it doesn't, that brings a whole other idea in for ways that you can use contract equipment that means that you end up not having to spend so much on your own farm. And now with the headlands done, we cut into the field. Perfect. Let's grab this round here. And we're already a third full on this tank, just coming down this headland and doing this cut-in. So it's a fairly good yield off of this barley. It's giving us a good amount that we're filling up fairly quickly. How much do we need for this contract? For this one, we need 14,500 liters. So I'm going to, well, this is the thing. No, I am going to complete this contract properly. As I said, I do want your guys' thoughts on this, whether it's whether holding on to all this crop and then paying the farmer for it so that we have a whole load of feed for the chickens is a good way to go. I'm intrigued by that, because I think it might be quite a good way, as I said, to get a whole load of feed that isn't quite so expensive and that isn't overly cheaty, because we're still having to do work to get it. We're still we'd end up with enough money. That's a good point, actually. We wouldn't end up with enough money to buy as much feed as we're getting off of here. So yeah, I don't know. I'm very much thinking doing that with one small field, getting yourself a whole load of feed for your chickens or your cows, if it's a grass field or anything like that. You know, is that a good way to go? It very possibly is. Now, this load from our combine should bring us very close to the amount that we need to deliver for this field. What I want to go and do is go and check how much we have in our trailer. We've got 4,500 in our combine. In our tractor, we've got 8,839. So let's get some more cut into here. 8,849. I think we're gonna need a full tank off here. I mean, we're 92% full, so that will take us up to about 13,000. So we will get the exact amount out of this combine, or the exact amount in the combine then when we come to empty the next time. That will give us the 14,500 liters we need. That's slightly more than we are actually going to need, and we know that. We've encountered that a few times. 4,900 I think is the full tank. Let's go, Grit. Get the tractor and trailer, empty this out, and we'll see where that leaves us. I think it should leave us about 13,500 liters, maybe 13,700. So actually that might be enough to complete this contract. That very much might be enough to complete this contract. So I think we'll go and give that a try. If we're lucky, it'll be about right. Where's this got to go? This needs to go to the grain mill. Now that is down here, I believe, somewhere. Is that it? No, that's the animal dealer. That is the grain mill. So yeah, we need to, wow, go most of the way down the map. But this road here and then just a straight shot should do us fairly well. And yes, this is going to be 13,739. Let's go try it. We might end up being just a few hundred liters short, but it might also complete this contract. Now, one thing, this may not complete this straight away. We haven't finished harvesting the field, and so there's a good chance that we haven't harvested enough of the field to complete the contract. And this may be all the grain we need to deliver. Let's drop this in then. And see how this does. As I said, this should be enough, I think, to complete the contract overall. We'll find out in a moment, though. And this way, I don't make the mistake. 93% transported. Let's have a look in here. It says it needs 700 liters. It doesn't. 700 liters definitely is not needed to complete this. That would take it up to 14,400. So yeah, I can't believe that it would be that much. Let's head back to the field. Let's get the rest of it harvested and see if the contract completes once the rest of the crop is up. So I'm going to put 700 liters into the trailer. The idea here is that if the contract doesn't complete, there we go, 699, that will do it. If the contract doesn't complete by the time we finish the field, then what we can do is just go and dump the 700 liters it says it needs into the grain mill, and everything else that we harvest off this field we'll be able to keep for ourselves. So there's the 700 liters it says it is short. Let's get the rest of this field knocked out and we'll see where we are. The last section of this field I'm gonna go up and down on. It is such an odd shape that it just makes sense for us to do it this way. Otherwise we're just going to be spending all of our time, we're spending more of our time turning to get the little bits than we are going to actually be harvesting. So that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So we'll just cut this last little bit like this. It looks like we're going to have an extra 1,000 liters off here. Yeah, there we go. There's our 1,000 liters. If it hasn't completed by this point, I think we are going to have to run that 700 liters down to the grain mill. Yeah, it's still telling me 700 liters needs to be delivered. So, yeah, we're going to have to go and do that. It is 99% done, this contract. That's ridiculous. Right, I'm going to run this down there. And we'll complete the contract, and then we'll go and get our 1,000 odd liters we got left over, and I think we'll go and give it straight to the chickens. So for our first contract we over delivered, for our second contract we under delivered. The sweet spot is somewhere in the middle, I think. Let's deliver this last little bit. It's gonna take a while before it gets high enough to actually move. And we even then we delivered slightly more than we needed to. Yeah, 700 liters was not what it needed. It probably needed half that by the looks of things. But that is everything done. Let's go back up to the field. Let's empty out the remaining barley and we'll go and feed it to the chickens. Back onto the field and under our combine. And of course, I've got an outstanding contract still sitting here. So we might have to, I might have to go and get that done. But for today, I think we might be finished. It is finally time to get our final harvest of vines in. But first, we've had a lot of wool over the last few days. So we need to get those all loaded up and delivered up to our spinnery so that we get the maximum amount of fabric out when we come to do our selling in a little bit. Now we've got a few choices to make here, and it's quite an interesting one. I can take the raisins the grapes we do today and make raisins, which I think will make slightly less money. We do have a whole load of raisins. It is September and it is best selling time for raisins. So what we'd be able to do is basically produce raisins today and sell them tomorrow. I don't know if it'll get them all through. I'm very, very tempted to go and do that though. Otherwise, I think what we might end up doing is just making lots of grape juice from it and then forwarding through to January for our final episode, selling off anything that has been created and converted during that time, and basically, yeah, just making as much money as we can for the final run. We are up to 83,000 in total. We are still having a little bit of cost, obviously, for our harvester. That's going out every month, and we're likely to lose a load of cost to it today because, of course, we're using it. But, of course, all of that goes towards us buying it as well. You can see all of the wool disappearing off the back. Have we got it all? I think we've got it all. Let's go have a look. Yeah, we've got it all. So, yeah, we've got really a couple of choices to make. We're still making fabric here. You can see we've got a decent amount of fabric coming out, so that's going to make us a load of money. We will probably sell off wool as we get closer to the end, because we aren't going to be able to convert it to fabric very quickly. This is such an awkward place to turn around such a large trailer. I already used the other trailer, but I thought I was going to have more wool to drop off. So, yeah, we're in a position where we've got a lot of stuff to sell off today. We've got a lot of stuff to make money with and get harvested in. And we could easily make enough to either pay off our loan if we're really lucky, or at the very least to buy the harvester. As many people said in the comments, if we get either of those things done, I think that counts this series as a success, because we started from scratch. We had 500,000, 200,000 of which was a loan, and we've made a really profitable vineyard out of it. Either way I look at it. Right, we're going to be using the trailer again later. We're going to be using one of our trailers. It might not be this one. But what I want to do first is we need to get our harvester out, and we're going to use the Vultra for the carting this year, because it's got less hours on it really than my Kubota, and I think it would be a really useful little tractor for this, seeing as it's also not a tractor that has to go down the vines, down our rows to do this. So yeah, our little Vultra works best. And we're going to start off on the old cow meadow. So I'm going to go and grab the harvester, and we'll get started. So like we did last year, we are going to do alternate rows with this. We will unfold the harvester. We will go into the first row, line it up, start it up. Oh, no. Okay, I thought I'd unfolded it. There we go. Right, start her up. And we've got no GPS on this harvester. That would be one of the first upgrades I'd do to this once we bought it, would be to get some GPS on here, get these rows lined up, and make things a lot easier for us getting these out, especially on this meadow where these aren't quite straight rows, and as a result makes it so much harder for us. The aim today is to get all of our grapes harvested. If we can get all of these into the factory, we can get all of them processing, and then I just need to keep the factory running for the next few days to get everything processed and make sure that we have the best output we can. And I think from that point of view, it is going to be worth getting everything moving forward to January to get our best sell price, see what we make. There would still be plenty of time after that to get these rows and everything defoliated and sorted. In fact, I think that would probably be the best way to do it. We did defoliate last autumn, in the autumn last time, but we couldn't do much beyond that because the grass hadn't grown up amongst these rows. I think that's not such a huge problem. You've got a lot of time early in the year to do that, and sometimes you just get the angle slightly wrong and you get stuck on your vines. But yeah, there'd be plenty of time, I think, to get this up and running again and sorted for next year's harvest. It's just, yeah, great to be in this position where we've got all of our vines started. And I think if you continue to continue on from here, this is the point at which you can start adding the arable parts to it. So we've got lots of vines. It's a couple of days worth of work really to get them all harvested, and then you can head in and you've got the harvest that kicks off a couple of months earlier, bring in more money and just make the whole farm work for you. Again, this farm, this vineyard is based off buying 2 pieces of land, the main farmyard and field 5, and it has become a profitable, workable vineyard from just that. We're about a third of the way through the field and we are at 97% full. So I'm just going to turn this around and get the next row, which I've come in at slightly the wrong angle for. And we should be able to pull in slightly into the row. Might give us a full tank. If it does, it's not the end of the world, because I'm going to go and get the Vulture and get us emptied out. There we go. That will do that. Let's go grab the Vulture. And now I can just pull this up behind and unload. So let's get as close as we can without clipping it. Yeah, there we go. Pull up behind, and we do actually have to empty this. So how's that for lineup? Oh, that's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Let's empty it out. All done. Let's yeah, I'm just gonna jump out and move the tractor out of the way, because otherwise it's gonna have problems later. So let's just bring this up to the corner here, and off the side up here should do it. There we are. Turn that off. Trailer and everything's out the way, and back to harvesting the grapes. Over halfway through the field, and we are coming up to another full tank. I don't know if I'll make it the whole way through this row, so what I'm going to do is just back this up and get this into position, and then we'll bring the Vulture here and empty. 95% is pretty good. Actually, can I make it the whole way through this row? Let's give it a try. 90, it might be a bit close. 96, 97. This is gonna run out of space right before the end of the row, right there. Yeah, knew that was gonna happen. That's all right. We'll carefully reverse it back, trying not to hit any of the posts as we do so. And I was right to think to empty it before we got into the road, but that's all right. Let's go get the tractor and get it in position. We were 51% full off the first load, so this should fill our trailer up. Getting 3 trailers off this, or 3 loads from our harvester off this field would be really good. And it very much looks like that might be the case. So let's unload that. And yeah, that's awesome. And as I suspect, this is not completely going to empty this. That's all right. What we're going to do, though, is we'll turn our harvester off. And then we'll jump in the Vulture. Time to head off down to our grape factory. So first 6,000 litres of grapes ready to tip into the factory. And yeah, those are our raisin boxes. So we've got those to sell later. I think, I don't know, I'm very tempted to do raisins and see how far we get. But I think we'll make that decision a little later in the day. See where we are, see what we can do, but we can certainly make a load of money off raisins now. I think raisins are slightly less profitable than the grape juices, the wine is. So it's going to be a case of, I think I really want to do the wine. I think I really want to finish off with a nice big amount of wine. If we've got the time to process it, we can get it all processed before next time. We'll sell it off in January, and we'll make the maximum profit we can and see if we can end this series on a real high. We've got 2 more rows to go on this field, but we're coming very close to being full again. So I'm just going to turn this around here and get to the start of the next row. And again, we will empty into our trailer. That should mean that we have, yeah, at least another half full trailer off this field. Plus a little bit if I was to empty it out at the end. But I'm not going to. We'll go straight on to the next field once I have done this. Really good yield off here this year, though. Very, very happy with what we've managed to get. And this is going to make a massive amount of profit. It is, I think, 5-to-4 ratio for conversion of grape juice to... grapes to grape juice. 5-to-4. So we've got 6,000 already. That would give us 4,800 litres of grape juice, which I think is worth, let's have a look in here. So that would be worth, at top price, about 12,000, probably about 13,000. Well, actually, no, closer to 14,000 pounds for that. Whereas raisins on a 1-to-1 for 6,000, 6 times 2 is 12. Yeah, do you know what? It might actually be comparable. It might be very similar. And in fact, best price right now is for raisins. So I think we would struggle to get that best price if we were to do raisins. We are going to be selling the raisins we've got today. But yeah, I think grape juice and selling it in January is the way to go for our final time. We'll have lots of other stuff to sell in January as well. So it should be a really, really good final sell-off on the farm. It looks like field 1 is going to be good for about 2 full harvesters full. We've got a full harvester at this point, which includes the last couple of rows from the previous field. So I might have to back that up a little bit and unload it. But yeah, so this is going to be our second 12,000 litres heading up to our grape factory. And then we've just got this field to finish. And then we're going to start moving on to the new vines, which is going to be very interesting. Right, harvester off because we've got a bit of a trip to go on. And yeah, 5,976, just short of a second full trailer, but still roughly around 6,000 litres. I love working this field. It's such a picturesque part of the farm. You've got the old French buildings in the background, and as you sort of pan around, you've got the bottom of the old stream and our sheep pasture there, and it's just so picturesque and such a lovely part of the map. A beautiful backdrop to be working against, and if you can keep your harvester nice and straight on the vines, it's also a really lovely, easy place to work too. And we're coming up on another full harvester at 95% full. There's no way we're going to make it the whole way through this row. Let's see if I can line myself up on it though. Can we get this to 3,000 litres? 80, 87, there we go, 3003. That should be enough. Let's pop over here, grab our tractor and get it under the unload chutes. This little G series Ultra has worked great as a carting tractor for this. Previously we've used one of the Vineyard tractors for it. We've never really used this, but I'm actually quite liking using the G series for this. It gives the Kubota a bit of a rest. The Kubota does a lot of the other heavy work around here, and our Antonio Carrera, which does some of the smaller, less heavy work, and just means that we end up using all of the tractors on the farm instead of just relying on one all the time. And that empties out our last harvester full from this field. So I'm going to go and take this over to our new area down here in the yard, and then we'll move the harvester over to there once we've got one more row done. Liking this new field, there's a lot of space to turn around at the ends. I've given myself a good amount of room with these roads at the end here, and the field that comes on at this point. You can turn just in time. The two trees I've left are a little bit in the way, but not massively so, and it works really, really well. Then at the other end, we've got a really good amount of space to turn around in the yard, right up until we hit that area over there where the ramp goes up. And then I'm not sure I've quite left myself enough space to turn around. Looking at how much space this harvester takes, it is quite a large area. So looking at this, I come out the end, I turn quickly, and yeah, already, and this is a row that is further back. Already I've got no space, so it's going to be a very tricky turn, I think, on those rows. Just as we're getting into them. So yeah, it's not great. The other thing is, of course, we're coming up to the end here. We are about 80% full. So I think we probably only got another couple of rows until we need to unload this too. All in all, I think this has been a fairly successful field. I think we're going to have to remove, or would have to remove, a couple of vines from, or a section of vines from the far end to get this field to work properly next year. But for now, it definitely seems to be working really, really well. And we've hit 100% just as we're turning around to get to this end. And yeah, I did manage to turn around without too much difficulty. I think the best thing might be to try and smooth out this here and make this much more of a more angled area up here. There's not a lot we got going on here. We have talked about putting possibly some hives or something up there, but in general, I think it just needs smoothing and making easier to turn the harvester around in that space. Wouldn't be too difficult to do, wouldn't affect the road too much. In fact, you could change the movement of the road if you wanted to, and the position of the road. Plenty of space here to get the tractor in to empty at this point. Let's jump over. Oh, can't quite jump those vines. Let's jump in, back it up a little bit, and yeah, we are nice and full. 3,100 liters of grapes. So we're not going to get them all into here, but that's not a problem because we still have the rest of this field to do. 2 full tanks off here would be great as well. Our harvester has just dropped over into its second hour of work, and yeah, 5,000 out of our pot in order to do that, but that is £5,000 closer to buying the harvester as well. So not too bad, to be honest. I don't mind paying that when our ultimate goal is to actually buy this harvester, and so yeah, this is going to go towards that as well. All in all, though, this field is producing pretty well. We're up to another 71%. I'm expecting by the end of this field we might get a second tank out of it, which would be really good. Turning around on the very last row actually wasn't that bad. It was a little bit more, required a little bit more back and forth than usual, but I was still able to turn around in the space I had there without too much hassle. So maybe it's not actually too bad. I think we're actually doing okay with this field. Up to 81% now. Yeah, I think this row and the last one, we should get another full tank out of here. That will be our 7th tank, I think. Yeah, we've got 3 trailers that have gone. 1 from the first field, 1 from the second field, and 1 from here, plus the tanks worth that we have on here. So yeah, we're looking at coming up to 7 full tanks or full-ish tanks off of here for our harvest, which is really good. In fact, 91%. I'm going to empty the harvester now. We're not quite... Trouble is, we're at 2,800, so this is unlikely to give us a full trailer. We might have to empty out at the end of the field again, just simply because I want to make sure that when I'm taking trailers up to the factory, we're taking full trailers and not like that second one we had, which was ever so slightly short. So yeah, let's empty this out because we're not going to make the end of this row, and then we'll move on to the next field. And I might just put what I've got in here into the trailer when I get to the end of this row. Leave the tractor and trailer here empty as I pass, because I think that'll make sense. Why do we have the roadway up here? So that we can start on this row here, which is well back from the others. And just makes it easier to get at and start in the right place. So I did place the couple of 100 litres that we got off that last row into our trailer, just so that we have a nice empty tank coming up to here, and we're more than half full on the trailer. And then we should absolutely be taking a full trailer up to the grape factory next time. We're about a third of the way through this field, and we're close enough to a full tank that I'm going to need to empty it because these rows are too long for that. So let's get the tractor, and we're just over half full on this trailer. Oh, I was hoping there was a way through here. I'll have to squeeze down the side of the field, and ooh, that's right on the edge. Yeah, could do the roadway up there. I think if I owned that field, there would definitely be a roadway up there to access this side of the field, because at the moment, it's not an easy thing to do. And in fact, I'm going to turn this tractor and trailer around because we need to get there. But yeah, there's not an easy route to this side of the field now. So we need to sort that out. However, we can get here. And we did run over a little bit of that farmer's cotton crop. Really interesting crop for France. That is cotton, isn't it? Yeah, that is cotton. Right. Way. Not back into our trailer. Let's empty out into it instead. And yeah, so this is our 4th full trailer. That is 32,000 litres roughly of grapes. In fact, look how close I got that. 4 litres. That's fantastic. We could end up with 5 full trailers from this harvest. That would be amazing. That would be absolutely incredible. Yeah, look, this G-Series only just fits between these rows. Yeah, I wouldn't like to do too much work with this in here. I think it would be a little bit nerve-wracking all the time. Good enough for us to be able to get out and go and tip, though. I think my calculation might have been a little bit wrong there. This is our 4th trailer full. Yeah, so this should be 24,000 litres we've got in here. I am going to give that a quick check, though, before we leave. So get that tipped. Watch those all go in. In fact, it tells me here we've got 17,000 litres. Yeah, 18,000 in here. So that takes me up to 24,000 litres, or just shy of. I think it's 23,976. So it's a tiny amount short. So one last trailer will take us up to 30,000 litres, which would be a huge amount. In fact, if my very rough calculations are correct, 30,000 litres of grapes should yield us enough for, well, about 120,000 pounds, roughly, which is just incredible, because it's a 4 to 5 ratio, or 5 to 4 ratio. So for every 5,000 liters of grapes, we get 4,000 liters of wine. Now that would give us roughly 24,000 liters of wine, which is then multiplied by I think it's about 3,000 a go, which is that's seven. That's not right. I think it's a lot more than that, if I remember correctly. So grape juice is worth over 3,000. Okay, so it may not be quite as high. I multiplied it by 5 for some reason. But yeah, so actually it should be about 75,000. Oh, I've managed to completely fill this up. So this is what I was talking about, needing to empty it earlier than you think it should be, because we've got to back out of most of this row to empty this. Maybe it's only worth about 74,000. It's one of those things when you start thinking about it, it actually isn't worth quite as much as I thought it was. But I am really, really quite happy with that. I know what I did wrong. I went and multiplied it by 5 and then took 4/5 of that to try and give me the number. So it's not 120,000. It is, I need to multiply it by 3, which is 90,000, and then take 4/5 of that, which, yeah, is about 75,000 roughly. So even so, that is a very nice amount. Should put us up into the £150,000 range by that point, and that is just the grapes. You know, that doesn't count the mountain of lettuce we're going to have to sell, the mountain of fabric we're going to have to sell. There's an awful lot of stuff that is going to need to be sold when we come to the end of this in the near future. That is going to give us a whack load of money. I think there is more than one full tank left on this field. We are, yeah, in fact, we have a full harvester before we reach the end of this row. So we're just going to pull this out the end and get this emptied, which is something we haven't really done yet with this harvester. But I think, yeah, I think we have at least a full tank left on here. It might be slightly less than a tank. Oh no, it might be slightly more than a tank. I think it's definitely a tank's worth. We've got, yeah, we're going to have a little bit left over in our harvester after we empty as well, because there is 6,000. Well, we've got 3,100 already in the trailer, and we're putting trying to put another 3,100 in there. We are without a doubt going to have a couple of hundred liters left in the harvester, and yeah, there is easily a tank left here. I don't think it's 2. I don't think there's quite 2 tanks here, but I do think a single tank plus a bit is there, so we should get well over 30,000 liters. There we are, 95% full, 3 rows to go. There are definitely more than a tank full here, which is brilliant. We'll pull in a little bit into this row, empty out, and then what we can do is just finish these off. We should finish down the far end, but that's not a huge issue. Yeah, there we go. 2,988. That's perfect. We are not quite far enough out. Let's back it out a little bit more. Right. I'm going to go and get this and get it emptied. And that brings us to the end of our final row. Another 1,400, nearly another half of a tank. That is 11 tanks off here of grapes. That is huge. That is just a massive, massive amount of grapes off this farm. And again, as I said, off what originally started as 2 pieces of land. So I'll get these emptied out into this trailer. We'll go and tip that. And then I'm going to take our little telly truck and our trailer up to the grape factory. We will get the raisins loaded up, get those sold for today, and then we will get the production started on the wine ready to sell in our final episode. Almost got all the raisins loaded up, just this and 2 other boxes to go, and then we can get them sold and start getting the money, or the remainder of the money, in from last year's grape crop. That's the amazing thing of this. This is the grape, or this is the raisins from the last grapes that we had not quite processed last year. That was because, not because we ran out of time to process them, but because we didn't move enough stuff out of the way to get them processed in time. So I will be making sure that I keep the area clear over the coming months until we come to sell, and we maximize the amount of grapes we can get off here. All in all, I'm fairly happy with this. This has been a really good run through, and to possibly send us, well, this might send us over 100,000 with the amount of grapes we've got here, or the amount of raisins we've got here, which is humongous if we can get that to happen. So that onto there, that onto there. Do let me know in the comments. And something I thought about, best price for lettuce is normally December. So should we go and sell the lettuce off between now and next video, or do you want to see that sell-off happen and see how much we get for it actually on video? Speaking of which, where is the best place for us to sell these raisins? Right now in September, we're looking for 2,700. It is just the farmers market at 2,800 per 1,000 litres. And we've got 10,000 litres of raisins on here. That is absolutely massive. So we're looking at about £28,000 for this lot. Sell them all off. And there we go. A whopping £28,030 for this. Sends us over the £100,000 mark. Today we are going to be selling off the remaining produce on the farm. We've got a trailer full of lettuce, and we're going to be taking that out to it's either the restaurant or the farm shop. I can't remember which has the best price. We'll check that before we get there, though. We've got lots of lettuce to sell, as I've said. We've got a huge amount of grape juice waiting for us down at the grape factory. We've got some eggs, and we've got some more of the lettuce here to sell. And look at this huge pile of lettuce we've got. Where is going to be the best place to sell this? Let me just check. So looks like the best place for the lettuce is going to be the restaurant. So we'll head up there to get this sold. Just having a quick look at the grape juice. The price for the grape juice has collapsed. I was expecting it to be January where we were getting the best price, but you can see November, October, November, it's just dropped down. So, we're still going to get 2,899 for it, but we're going to get a lot less than we would have earlier in the year. So let's head off over to the restaurant. We got 23,000 litres of lettuce on here. I'm going to try and unload this in stages across the length of the trailer. So we'll get the front unloading first. I'd like to try and get the full price all in one go. So yeah, carefully moving forward, seeing if we can just ease this, or lifting the back of the trailer a little bit. Let's pull forward a little bit more. And we're getting the back of the trailer now. I think I'm going to manage to get all this at once. Really lifting the back of the Discovery up though. And our final total is 46,396. That's really, really good. Places up to 131,883. Okay, so with that done, I'm going to take this trailer over to the grape factory, I think. Do I want to go in here? No, I think this is probably not a wise idea. I don't think that trailer's going to fit through that opening. So we'll head round the side here. There's a much easier way to access the grape factory from here. And then once I've dropped the trailer off here, I'm going to head back up to the farm. We'll grab the little teletruck and, yeah... Just might have seen as coming past then, we got a massive amount of grape juice here to get sold today. So unhook all of those. And yeah, we'll head back up to the farm and go and grab our little teletruck. So I've grabbed our little trailer and we're coming up round to the greenhouses here because that's where I've left the teletruck to pick up. Just need to unfold the trailer. Have we got it all hooked up? Yes, we have. So let's get that opened up. And we'll put our little JCB on to that. We've still got 9 pallets of lettuce up here, and we'll deal with those later in the day. Hopefully we can get to those before it gets too late. But for now, I really want to get all of the grape juice loaded up. Let's strap that down back in there and lower our trailer down. Right, and time to get this up to the grape factory. And so here we are. Now normally I would use the little trailer that we've got the teletruck on to unload this, but we have so much grape juice right now that we really need the larger trailer. Unclip this and get the teletruck off the back. So yeah, I'm going to move the trailer out of the way, or this little trailer out of the way, because it's going to be too much of an obstacle if we leave it there, getting the ones that have come out of the production. So we'll just park this over here, and then I can get the Land Rover hooked up to the large blue trailer for transporting the rest. Now we've got a whole load of grape juice sitting inside the factory, along with the very large pile that you can see down the side of the factory over there. Yeah, look at that. That is a massive pile of grape juice we've got here. Just humongous. And then, as I said, we got those 4 pallets there that we are sitting outside the factory, but inside the factory is a huge amount as well. So yeah, let's start getting these loaded up and get this trailer loaded, ready to sell. So almost finished the first layer on this trailer. Just place those down there, and then I want to have a quick look at what we've still got left in the factory. So we've still got 9,556 litres of grapes and 3,864 litres of grape juice. So there's still quite a lot of pallets to come out of the factory here. Now I'm removing 1 pallet from the factory spawn point with every 2 that I take off our larger pile. That means I don't break up the larger pile and make it more difficult to handle. You can see though very quickly those pallets are getting replaced. So it won't be too long before we've not only stacked everything on here, but we've managed to get all of the pallets out of the factory as well. So yeah, it's going quite well. We seem to be all right with the trailer at the moment. Just need to get a bit more onto it. Second layer is almost done, and it's getting a little bit wobbly, the trailer. I'm slightly worried about its stability at the moment. If you look carefully, you can see it's sort of wobbling about a little bit. I need to try and get these on here because these are not set up very straight at the moment. Let's lift those. Yeah, that'll be fine. Oh. Sometimes getting stuff really tight onto the trailer is hard. But yeah, you can see it really wobbling about at the moment. And just push those on. There we go. That should do it. And I might push them on from the back as well, I think. See if we can just make everything even up a little bit. Sometimes you do have to push the pallets around just a little bit to make sure everything goes straight. Depth of field in Farm Sim is still really difficult. And, oh, I'm not going to chance this too much, I don't think. There we go. Got it. Right, we need to get one more pallet onto the back of here. And as I said before, we are grabbing those from the spawn point over here. So just ease into there. Grab that. And, yeah. It looks like one hasn't spawned in quite as fast. No, I don't think we're at the end. I think there's still some in the factory. I don't think we've completely emptied it yet. Ah, there we go. One spawned in. Right, last one in on the back here. That trailer is really wobbling. Let's lock those on. There we go. And then let's go take a look at where to sell these. So we have the farmer's market, actually, is the best place to sell. So looks like we're going to head over there and get them sold. Yep, farmer's market. Yeah, it's not quite the 3,114. I think it was 2,900 roughly. So, oh, we can't get out this way. I'm going to have to back it up and turn around. Okay, so I'll back this up. We'll get turned around and I'll head over to the farmer's market. Thankfully, this isn't too far away from our grape factory, and I'm going to try and pull in here and do the same thing with the lettuce. We'll pull a little bit far through and then back up a bit, see if we can get this trailer to empty all of it over time. Oh no, I don't think I've got the back bit, and damn. It's 18,349 from the first lot. The second lot is selling off now. We're going to get another, how much? 26,000. So that is 34,000? 35,000, I think, off selling that first batch of grape juice. That's absolutely fantastic. Takes us up to 177,191. We are within a stone's throw of 200,000 here. Right, I better get the rest of these loaded up then, and we'll see how much it takes us up to. Last couple of boxes. Let's get these loaded onto the trailer. We've only got 6, 8, 9, 10 off here. So 10 more pallets that we got out of the factory. Well, we got, I think we had like 4 outside. So yeah, we had a few. Let's just move our teletruck out the way so that we can get turned around fairly easily. We're going to need to take this round to the spinnery in a minute, because you can probably see in the background there, we've got a big pile of fabric ready to sell. First, we're going to take this down to the farmer's market as well, get this sold off. I wonder, it'll definitely take us over 180,000. I wonder if this will take us over 190,000. We're not massively away from it. Let's have a look. How much are we going to get off this? It's going to be a total of 12,694. That's absolutely brilliant. We are so close. As I said before, so close to 200,000. Let's see how much we get with our fabric. And we've got quite a few pallets of fabric down here at the spinnery. How many is it? I think it's 10, 12, 2, 4, 13. So 13 in total. We should be able to load these up fairly easily. So I'm going to load them up. As we got less of them, I'm going to load them up slightly differently to how I did the grape juice. Now, how much is our fabric going for at the moment? That is, there we go. Oh, it's not a great price at the moment. 6,900 is what it can go for. 5,123 though at the tailor shop. So we're still going to get over £5,000 a pallet from this. So yeah, we're easily going over the 200,000 mark. We'd actually only need 20 of these pallets to add 100,000 to our total. So 13 is going to add about 70,000 to what we make today, which is absolutely brilliant. So yeah, let's get these loaded up. Last couple of pallets and get these onto the back of the trailer. We'll just have a quick check that the prices and best price location hasn't changed before we go and sell these. Just slide. Oh no, that's catching the pallet. Yeah, there we go. Slide it onto the back, drop it down and drop it off. Right, and tie those down. And then, yeah, we'll just back this off and stop it. Oh, I don't think I turned that off. Never mind. Yeah, tailor shop, 5,143 is actually £20 higher than it was when we looked at it before we started loading these. So despite the fact it's showing the prices dropping, we're going to get slightly more money for these than we expected originally. Again, going to try and unload this all at the same time. So bring this into here. Oh no, it's the drop off is further back for this, isn't it? Ah, now I've managed to get the back of the trailer in the wrong place. 56,564 plus another 10,300. So yeah, 66,800, about 67,000 for all of our fabric. That's really, really good. Okay, we have some bits to load up down at the farm, so I'm going to get our trailer back down there, and then I'll come back and grab the teletruck, and we can get those loaded up. So blue trailer's dropped off, teletruck is picked up, and we're back down at the greenhouses. We're gonna, yeah, get this unloaded here, and then I'm just going to use this little trailer to do this little bit, or actually the last few things we need to deliver. So yeah, we'll get this teletruck off here, back it off, and then I'm going to hop back in, drop this down, and drop the sides down on it as well. That way we'll find it easier to load up the lettuce on here. We'll pop over here, yeah, and we've got 3 at each of our greenhouses. As I was saying earlier, our greenhouses have run out of seed, have run out of fertilizer, and so they're not producing anymore. I am leaving the farm though as a fully working farm. Very much it's important to me that it's not just a case of selling everything off and seeing if we're, you know, if we've made money. It's a case of seeing if we can create a working farm, something that can continue to grow beyond where we are now and where we've hit in the series. And actually, we're really getting there. That's exactly where we've got to in this series. You know, already today we've made nearly 200,000, and we've made a whole load of money earlier in the year as well. So this is probably a 250,000-300,000 pound a year farm from its produce, from having just 2 fields, which is incredible. I am so pleased with how this series has gone. It's been brilliant. I've had so much fun building this vineyard up from scratch, and it feels like it's ready to go to the next level. So we've built the vineyard, we've got all set up and everything, and the next thing would probably be to expand the farm into being an arable farm as well, and just grow it from there. And this is the thing, it will then start to grow exponentially. If we are earning enough now to buy a field or 2 fields every year, then that is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. So I'm really pleased with the progress we've made on here over 60 episodes. It's been absolutely brilliant. And yeah, we're going to see today whether we earn enough to pay off our remaining loan, or, which is our stretch goal to be honest, or whether we're going to earn enough to buy the harvester and make this a fully functioning vineyard where we own all of the stuff to do the vineyard part of it, which would be absolutely amazing. So yeah, we'll find that out once we've got this lettuce sold and once we've got the eggs sold as well. Final pallet of lettuce. Let's see if we can just squeeze this in on the back rather than putting it on the top. Yeah, that looks like that's in there. We'll just push it in a little bit because our fork, or the back plate of our forks, is too wide. Is that in there? I think that's, yep, that's in there. Cool. We will lock that down. Let's go and put this then round by the chickens and the eggs so we can load those up in a minute and go and sell the lettuce. I always love dusk in Farm Sim. It's just beautiful whichever map you're on, and really, really atmospheric. But we are down here at the restaurant. Let's get this lettuce sold. So yeah, smaller trailer makes it easier to get it all sold at once. I think if we can add, I'd like to add about 5-6 grand from this. I think we should be able to do that. 7,614. Oh, it's going to be a little bit more than that. Fantastic. We are up to, is that going to be 10,000? That might be. I don't think so, actually. No, just another 951 off the end. So over 8,000 though for that final lot of lettuce. So that's absolutely brilliant. We just need to go and sell the eggs. Our final produce, or our final, yeah, it would be produce rather than crop. We've got 5 pallets of eggs here to sell, so we're just going to load them onto the trailer. I've put the car there, or put the Land Rover there, because we're probably going to go straight out the gate. Normally, the best place to sell these is the bakery. I think I will check, but yeah, I think the best place normally for us to put them is over there. Second set of eggs. Oh, that's a little bit. Let's see if we can. Yeah, there we go. So drop those down onto there. And then just one last pallet on its own. We should be able to fit this on the back of the trailer, I think. Yeah, that should just squeeze in the back there. Oh, it might be a little bit of fun. Down and in, and yeah, there we go. So that's got that in there and strap that down too. Right, let's go open the gates. And just before we head off, where is the best price for eggs? Looks like the restaurant. Yep, there we go. The restaurant, 2,071 for the eggs there. Looks like, yeah, the restaurant is where we've been taking everything all day. So it's pretty good. I think that'll be a good price. 7,000 at 2,000 litres. We should get another 14,000 for this. That'll take us to nearly 270,000. That's huge. So let's see how much it actually is as we pull into the restaurant with our last load of the day. As our eggs disappear off our trailer into the restaurant, which they must be having one hell of a load of business at the moment for that. And 281, 14,494 pounds. What a fantastic end. And 281,000. That is a massive total. I think we'd better head back down to the farmhouse and into the kitchen and see where we're at. Back down at the yard, and we'll just park up the Landy. I've just realised I've left the JCB on, so we'll turn the engine off on that and the lights. There we go. and head into the kitchen. Let's go make a cup of tea and have a look at where we are. So, we have been on this map for 6 years. Wow, 60 episodes, 6 years. That is amazing. I'm incredible that we managed to average a year every 10 videos. And total, we've got... what have we made? 195,675 today, added to the 28,030 we made back in September. Yeah, it's a huge amount. 281,000 in total. Not enough to pay off the loan, unfortunately. So our stretch goal has not been met. We can't pay off the loan. Big question now is, though, can we pay for the harvester? Let's go and have a look under... Oh, wow, there's some interesting things in there. There we go. There's our harvester. Can we afford it? Yes! Yes, we can! 192,712. We can purchase the harvester. That is absolutely awesome. Leaves us with 88,360. So, yeah, my basic goal for this series, we own the grape harvester. Absolutely fantastic. Actually, now that is going to be the best place for me to end this series on. I hope that you have enjoyed watching this series as much as I've enjoyed creating it. It has been an absolute blast to play on the Old Stream Farm and create a vineyard from scratch. What did you guys think? Let us know in the comments below. But that, unfortunately, is where this series is going to end. I hope you've enjoyed it. And all that remains is for me to say... Thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below, follow on Twitch to watch live, and for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.